Let's get it poppin'. Right, like that song. Yeah.
Say it again.
No, I was stopping. Yeah, but I think I sang it in the style of a Black Eyed Peas song. There you go.
What's really good though? How was everyone's Labor Day?
I was working hard. I got a crazy radical idea, but no one's gonna like it.
All right, let's hear it.
I'd kind of have to explain it. I'd have to like draw it a little bit too.
All right, get the crayons out, draw it out.
Okay, well, just imagine this. Okay, I got a straight line, right? And I got a ball with water
Hold
around
on.
it.
Hold on, real quick. How'd you get the straight line? How long is it?
Listen, stop asking crazy questions and just let. Can you hear?
That's not a
Listen.
crazy question, dude.
It sure is. That made no sense. And I believe
You
in
said
straight
you had a
lines.
straight line.
Listen,
I'm
hold on.
asking how you
Stop
made it
asking me.
straight and how long is the line.
Jeremy, stop asking me about globe beliefs, dude. I have a straight
It's
line.
not
Do
a
you
glow
understand what I
belief.
mean?
Yeah, I'm asking
No,
about the
listen,
thing you just said.
Jeremy, you're not making no sense. Let me finish my sentence before you jump on me. The
Okay, when
straight
you're done
line
with your
I have
sentence,
is
my
not a
question is
straight
going to be
line.
how long is the straight line
Listen,
and how do you
Jeremy,
know it's
none of that
straight?
matters to me, Glober. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Stop worrying about stupid shit. I told you. I have a
It's
straight
not
line. Do
stupid.
you understand that sentence? Do you understand that? How easy
I
that
have
is?
questions
I
about the
have a
sentence. I have
straight line.
questions.
I have a dream.
I have questions about your straight line.
Well, don't retard. That makes no sense.
I'm timing you
I
out. You
have a
can't call
straight
names.
line. Anybody that questions a straight line might be insane. You have questions about a straight
I just had a server mute. You can't call names. Yes, I have a question about your straight line, which we're never going to answer because I don't know why, but I guess it's never going to get answered. So whatever. Snacks, if you told me you had a straight line and I wanted to know how did you know it was straight and how long is your line, would you like fly off the handle at me?
I missed something. What happened?
Nothing, man. How was it Labor Day?
Yeah, pretty good, man.
What is going on?
Labor
And
yeah.
what are you doing over there? Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm driving through Hell Signal Land. Give me a minute.
No doubt. So I heard a lot of dinging. I didn't know if you were in Dave and Buster's or what was going on. I mean, I wanted to hear Democ had some idea and shit. I wanted to hear it, but I don't know. He can't handle it. Can't handle asking questions about his idea, I guess.
He got uptight. Nah, you trying to explain it to you? You probably don't understand what he's talking about.
I mean, I understood good. I just had some questions about his thing. I mean, we'll give him another shot here. Democ, don't call names though, please.
Okay, Jeremy, listen. If I have a piece of bologna in my hand and there's a poodle right here going crazy, and there's another group of poodles behind it. Now, do you think they care to ask me crazy questions about whether there's a piece of bologna in my hand or not? Or where'd I get it from? No, they're just going to eat it, right? So now I have a straight line. What's the problem?
You have a shrine?
A straight
What did you
line.
say? Oh
The
yeah,
same
straight line.
word
All
you
right.
had a problem with the first time. Straight line. I know it's
I
hard
don't
for
have a
you, but
problem with it.
straight is.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm just wondering, how do you know it's straight and how long is it?
How do you know what straight is? How do you know what curved is? I don't worry about that goofy shit. All I know is I know what straight is to me. I don't have to be goofy and say, "Hey, kid, come here. Tell me what straight is." You guys, does anybody know what straight is? You're never going to find me asking a room of people what that means. I'm telling you that much right now. I have a straight line, Jeremy. Can we
Okay,
go
how'd you make your line straight? Yeah, we can go
Can we
forward
go
as soon as I figure out. I need to know more about this line. How did you make it straight?
So Jeremy can't handle the sentence straight line. This is crazy, man. This
I
is
can handle it.
madness.
I can handle it. I'm just
Snack,
wondering, how long is the line? How did you make it straight?
snack. I've got a straight line. See how easy that was, Jeremy?
You know,
Motherfucker.
would have I would have thought that was really easy until Jeremy just mentioned the things. Now, like, it's like in my brain now. Like, how long get straight?
Thanks, your robot. Your robot. Basically, though, Snack said he also wants to know, how did you make the line straight and how long is it?
How do we make a curved line? How long is that?
I didn't say I had a curved line, and
Do you
you're
know
the
the
one who said you had a
difference?
straight line.
Do you know the difference if I laid out a straight line and a curved line in front of you, or if I put it in the chat? Would you know the difference? Would you be able to circle A or B, Jeremy?
Yeah. Oh, well, how long is your line? Yeah, sure. If it's short like that, yeah. How long is it?
No, I know you don't know how to answer things. I asked you a question. If I put
I
A
said
and
yes,
B in the
yes.
back chat and I put a straight line, so you know what a straight line is.
I said yes. Now I'm asking, how long is your line that you have
So you know
in your
what a straight line
scenario?
is.
Yes, but how long is
Okay.
your line that you have?
Okay, so don't ask me 100 times when I start a sentence with "I have a straight line." Which
Okay,
what is
how
a
long is
straight
your
line?
line? How long is your line
Long as I need it to be.
in this scenario? Yeah, how long is it?
As long as I need it to be.
Well, how long do you need it to be for your thing here?
As as long as I need it to be.
Because I can tell the difference from a straight line from a curved line if it's a few inches long on a piece of paper. But if you have one miles long, then I may not be able to tell.
No, you asked me what a straight line was right off get go without even being able to know what a straight line was. You didn't even know what that
I
was.
never
We're
I never
still here
asked you
on
what a
straight
straight
line.
line was. I
You
never asked
still
you what a straight line was. Please
you
don't lie
never
about
ever
me.
let me finish my sentence. You
Yeah,
still
because
don't
you're
know
lying
what
about
a
me.
straight line
Because
is.
you're lying about me. I never
Regardless that
asked you what a
Jeremy
straight
doesn't know
line is.
what I still can't finish my motherfucking sentence with you,
You're
dude.
just lying about me,
What
dude.
the fuck? I'm just saying you don't know what a straight line is. I can't get that word out. Is that okay?
I do know what a straight line. I'm just leaving you on fucking mute. All right. I I know what a straight line is. I asked you, how did you make your line straight? I know what a straight line is. Stop fucking lying about me, dude. I'm honestly sick of you. I was rooting for you the whole time, but I don't give a fuck if you're here or not, Dema. All right, just stay on mute.
He ain't got to tell you how long a line is.
Like, what the fuck, man? Just basic fucking question. I never said I don't know what a straight line is. Fucking lying about me. I know what a straight line is. Imagine how you know your
Yeah,
shit's
you didn't
straight.
ask me.
What's up, Snakes?
But and then the curved line thing, you know. But we would just say that's any line, really. If you can't prove that it's straight, would be a curved line or something. How am I robot now? Good.
Oh, you're good, Snakes. You're good.
I can't believe how bad the cell signal is in these like rich ass places I be driving. I'm like,
I know.
why? how do they deal with that? Sucks. I thought Demok did have a good point about the baloney and the poodles.
Fuck up,
I was like, no. I was like, I got no rebuttal for this.
You're fucked up.
But then I
Shay.
wasn't sure like how that was going to tie in, you know, like how that was going to tie into the
Yeah.
conversation. But yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, how do you
How did
know something's straight? Do you use a ruler or something? Is that enough?
I mean, yeah, if you had a ruler size straight line, sure. That's why I was asking how long the line is, because I mean, I could tell if it's 3 inches long or a foot long or a yard, maybe a meter. Could probably do a few meters. If you want to get into miles and shit, we're gonna have an issue on how we're making it, and if I can even tell if it's straight just by visual eyesight. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's why he wouldn't
right.
answer me when I was asking those basic, simple questions about his little straight line. And he wanted to talk about poodles and baloney and shit.
Yeah, and even though the poodles and baloney, I'll agree with. I don't know about the other part of it. Yeah, no, this isn't working out right. What's going on here? But then any line that you didn't actually verify to be actually straight, you could say is bent or curved, possibly. And then I wonder, like, if I just tried to make like a micron curve inside of a line, like a meter, if you'd be able to tell that from a straight, dead, fucking super straight line. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a little tiny, if you have a meter stick and there's like a little dip in the middle of the meter stick or something, yeah, no, that'd be tough. You could verify straight lines with plumb lines. So, like, if you wanted to verify a line, say you had a line somewhere, and I needed to put something up to it, you could verify the thing you're going to put up to it is straight by checking that against the plumb line. You know what I'm saying? So you would check your meter stick to the plumb line.
How many plums do you got to put in the line? 4, 5?
As long as the poodles don't get them, you'll be good.
Okay. No, but dogs got much better sense of smell than people do. You know what I mean? That's the real answer. You know, wild poodles would be knowing it. You know, nothing mysterious here. Whoa. Wow. You got animals, man? Like dogs or something? No, you got cats. That's right. Fucking dogs are expensive, man. Cats you really ain't got to buy shit for. You know what I mean? Canned food, dry food, That's about it. You could get them treats, but it's like, I mean, how much do you love your cat? Do you love your cats that fucking much? You're gonna hit look at a little treat. You know? They like
The
playing with
girls get
dead.
them treats.
Oh, I gotcha. They like playing with like dead things and shit. You know what I mean? It's like okay, it's a nice heart shaped treat for you, cat. I love you. But man, people be spending crazy money on their dogs, like just for treats and that kind of bullshit, man. Like as much as a person, almost like. I guess some people just don't have well, they got whatever. I don't like the expression, so I won't use fur babies, but you know, I guess some people are really into their pets.
Yeah, I'm not into the whole pet thing. I don't understand. Human beings are out there starving and struggling, and we got these pets. I mean, I don't know.
And I think this person's feeding their maybe they were poodles, like Jack Links or something like that. Just like straight human beef jerky. Just give it to the dogs. Nice. Man. Oh, and then people have dogs and then they'll pay other people to walk them. You know what I mean? Or like babysit them. You know what I mean? You gotta
Yeah,
put your
tons
dog
of
away.
money gets
Crazy.
tons of money gets spent on dogs. Yeah.
It's like almost as
I mean,
much as
do I
strippers.
give Denmark another shot or what, bro?
We could try it. We could try it. You
I
have the
feel
ability.
bad. Like I feel bad, but what the
I know.
fuck, man?
I feel bad too. He probably just woke up on the more straight side of the bed, and he can't understand why you have a problem with what he's saying. I don't know.
Okay, Denmark, I understand what a straight line is. I know what a straight line is. I'm asking you, how long is your line, and how did you make it straight? Like, no need to fight over it. It's just a simple question. Don't lie about me and tell me I don't know what a straight line is. I know what a straight line is.
He's giving you the cold shoulder now.
Or not, whatever. Good. Good. Thank God. Yo, imagine somebody gives a concise, coherent rebuttal to something you said, and you say, So it's not. So you're saying nah? Wouldn't that be like retarded or some shit?
It's like something I would do.
Imagine. Yeah, imagine like I lay out this whole. You say your argument. I lay out a nice, concise, coherent rebuttal, and afterwards you go, so nah, and not address anything I said, and to say I said nah when I didn't even say that.
Is that the best you got, Jeremy?
Like, wouldn't that be fucking dumb?
So what are you saying? You can't win them all?
Not in an argument like that. How can you even argue with that? There's no argument there. Just somebody's like retarded doing that.
I hear that
I don't
happen
know
a
what
lot,
you would
though.
even. That happens. I know. It happened. It happened the other day with Napalm. Napalm laid out. Somebody said they had globe Earth measurements, and Napalm laid out a concise, coherent rebuttal to those measurements, as to why they're faulty. And the guy was like, "So nah, that's what you're saying, nah." It's like, dude, what do you do with that? Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing there. It's like, fucking, I don't know. I'm gonna just start doing that. I can't even do it because it's fucking stupid.
You could do Dzanic.
It's kind of pointless to do because then the person just has to say their argument again. You know what I mean? So if you make the rebuttal and I go, so nah, and then you just have to make it's like, no, I didn't say nah, here's the rebuttal again if you missed it. And then Zanuck would talk for another 7 minutes, though. We're just going to skip that one's next.
Yeah. I like how he always, he'll, lay out some shit and just be like, well, how does that work? Well, here's how it works. You know what I mean? Like, nobody asked him. Like, you asked that. Like, you asked. Trying to throw his voice and shit.
Win the argument when someone uses a nuh on you, you just say, yeah, huh.
No, it's not. It's not. The other person wasn't saying nah. The other person was saying the other person said nah when they didn't say that. Like nobody said nah, and then the guy said, "So your argument is nah, basically." So nah. Like there's not. There's what do you do with that? That's fucking the guy. I don't know. People aren't listening. What's going on here? I mean, that was the dumbest shit I heard in a while. That whole fucking thing right there. That was fucking. Ugh, makes my head hurt.
Still wondering about a straight line.
Yes, Democ. How long is your line?
Remember when we
There's no
started
reason.
this, I said I need to draw this out, Jeremy, and you said, tell me about it. That's why I said I'd have to draw it out first. You understand that?
Fine. Draw it out. Draw it out.
Okay.
There's no
Now
reason for
I'll
us to fight
explain it.
over it.
Now I'll
How big
explain
of
it.
a piece of paper are you gonna use? Go ahead.
Exactly. Where do we ever go with this? Where can we ever go with this?
As big as a piece of paper as I need
What
to.
is the color blue? How sad is sad? How old is old? How new is new? This is what we get from Jeremy. If I say I had a new coin, well, what is new? Well, I don't know, man. What is straight? What is curved? I don't even know what a curve is. I thought a straight was a curved line was a horizontal ruler last time I checked. I mean, I'm not sure what school's telling us nowadays. Jeremy, what are we going with? A curved line for horizontally straight or a straight line? I mean, if
What's
you
up?
ask Nick, you know, he'll tell you a line is imaginarily there, but not there, but moving, but curved, but bent, but blue and orange, same time.
Then, Mike, just how long is your straight line going to be? That's all. It's a simple question, bro.
Well, you can go with a fourth of a mile. You can go with an eighth of a mile. You can go and you can connect them to where they go a mile. You can go as long as you want with them. But the main point
Hey,
is,
that's
yeah, the main point's not the line. It's not the line at all. That's
okay.
why it doesn't matter. The thing is, you have a lever up top of the horizontal. You have a board or thing that's horizontal, right? And the idea is you set it at an angle. So if from you, the observer, right, the edge of the board, you set another board that's like on like a little, they can go up and down, and you set it 8 inches above the next board out at an angle. Now it has a piece of wood on the bottom that floats on the water itself, like a little skate, like a little thing that you'd put like I don't know, a fucking jet ski or something. How it has that little piece of metal to ride on the snow. Well, you'd have like a piece of wood on this to sit to keep your thing floating on the water. The water is going to go to the same bottom level of that bottom piece of wood. So the piece of wood's basically going to be horizontally perfect. This bottom piece with the water level, right? Because it's going to lay right there on top. It's going to meet it up perfect. Now the other piece of wood that goes up at an angle is just coming off of it to go up and down like a lever. It's going to raise up and down. We have an 8-inch piece of wood at the other end from top to bottom. It's going from an angle from the end all the way down, 8 inches up. So this piece of wood, if you get it out long enough and you keep going with it, this end of wood has to go down and meet the other piece. The angled up piece that's only angled up 8 inches at the right hand side has to go down and be even with the other piece to be on a globe, because the end of the wood will float itself. The horizontal wood will just keep itself afloat at the left. On the right, you're going to have a little L. The little L is only going to be 8 inches down. That L is going to have a bottom part to hold it above water. So you're going to see an L floating away. But then when it gets to a certain extent, you'll be able to get a side view and watch it vertically lay flat. If you can only see the L pop up and the whole thing's like popped up a little bit, like a ramp, then you're on flat Earth. If it unramps and it drops itself down, it's 8 inches and evens itself out to where the left end is a straight board and the right end has your little 8-inch fucking thing like floating up just off the water, that distance of 8 inches. It'll go up or
If we
down.
have this,
If you're a winner, you never see the L, bro.
if we have this straight line though, this seems wildly complicated. Like if we have the straight line, why not just put water under it and then we would just figure it out like that, and then you could
That's
just
what
put
you
a tape
do.
measure.
Exactly
You
what
had
you
a
do.
jet
Use water
ski and
underneath.
another board.
Yeah, two boards. One board's on a lever connected to the other one at an angle. You know how that? Okay, so say they're laying together. I lift one up. Now you got your little angle. You lift it up 8 inches. That's your 8 inches per mile. So with that part's going to float on the water the same as the end. They're both going to float. One's going to be 8 inches high. One's going to be fucking touching it at the butt, like dragging your tail, like a snake dragging its tail and its head's 8 inches off the water. As soon as that 8-inch dip gets met, the snake now will be perfectly horizontal. There won't be no lifting his head up no more 8 inches. His head's
Yeah, but
going
I'm
to be
saying, no, Demok.
Yeah.
Demok, if you got a straight line, you don't need the jet ski, the lever, the second board. All you need is that horizontal line, and then you could just put water and put it next to water, over water, on the side of water, and then see if the water is curving. Like all the other shit seems extra and unnecessary.
Well, if that was the case, Jeremy, we'd be flat earthers 15 years ago or 5,000 years ago. Surely that's not the case that we can just pull out our handy dandy ruler and say, look, bitches, it's flat. Because that ain't been working, has it? Ain't worked for me yet. I could put my ruler up or meters. Well, how big's your TV? I could put a meter. You get a 90-foot screen. No matter how big you put an ocean view on that motherfucker, I can put a horizontal across it and to match. So what are we really arguing about? If we can argue pixels, right?
Yo, what if you had that dot matrix printer paper from the 80s and you just fucking put that shit up on a wall? Just like 1,000, you know, I don't know. I remember how big those boxes of that paper was. And I don't know how long that was if you stretch it all out, but that would be straight, ain't it? I had that idea a long time ago. Somebody told me when it works.
Listen, I believe the grids we have are straight and perfectly, perpendicular, parallel. The square grids on paper that you use in art and construction class and other things, they're straight. The little lines across your paper you write your name on, those are straight. Those are horizontal.
Yeah, I'm talking about taking a whole box of paper. Just take the whole box and just spread it out on a. You need a wall, but you know what I mean. Have a flat wall. Put that whole box of paper. Use 2 boxes if you need to. Go to the factory. Be like, yo, I need something. I need a one where it's connected for this long or something. Well, they probably don't even make that anymore. You think they still make dot matrix paper or whatever that printer paper was called? You know, the ones you had to rip the lines off the side.
I'm not sure.
They stopped making VCRs, so no more VCRs, bro. How do you feel about that, John?
That's not
Your V.
good. I used to like VCRs. Do you know how many videos I got of me like
How
being
many
like
VHS tapes you got right now?
No, I got 8mm ones, boy. I got the little square ones that you record. I got like fucking probably 30 of them, and they're of shit like before like being a freeman on the land was a thing. Before that was a thing, I used to do that. I used to film the cops pulling me over and all kinds of stuff, but it was before you could put it on you know what I mean? It was before you could put it on YouTube when I first got my camera. I got like lots of it. It's funny as hell, man. I was running from them, getting away, all kinds of shit. I was younger though too. I was,
D-Mock was harassing cops and filming them before it was even a thing, bro.
I swear to God, I got the fucking the 8mm, the gray ones that you flip up the little thing and they go in a little camcorder, pop right in the side. Yeah,
D-Mock created BLM, bro.
Like those handy cam. I know what
yeah.
you're talking about that much. I thought you were talking about fucking 8mm with the reel to rail shit.
Talking about the hand crank one, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Remember the transition from those to the one that goes around flat on your with the light? You had like a light projector from the reels. First we had the reels, then you went from the reel to that light projector with the squares you line up.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I'm not 77 years old.
That was the
I'm just saying.
projector ones, dude. Yeah, we had those in class, bro.
I know.
Jeremy's still cleaning them to this day.
Yo, they just got rid of the fucking plate. You know how they had the plate? You put the sheet on the plate, and then it projects out on the thing. They just got rid of those.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those are badass.
They took out 2 VCRs this summer. They were like, we don't really need these anymore.
Right. Those one things are pretty cool too, because you could like magnify stuff that you need, you just draw it right there and it puts it on yeah, that's pretty cool.
I used to do bunny ears right there.
Yeah. I knew you would, Dice-Low.
I did.
Well, and then I asked him
Right.
I try to say, what does their what do we expect to see for their 8 inch, drop or whatever? And like, could they show you? This is what I think's funny. So if we had a straight horizontal line against curvy water, and we had it right, Jeremy, we actually had a mile fucking line, straight, perfectly horizontal. Everybody checked out. Yep, that's a horizontal line. And then we fill water up down the canal next to it, all whatever, right, up to the fucking edge of that bitch, and none of the water deviates. Would then they say, no, that doesn't work?
Well, check. That's what I mean. If you have the horizontal line, you don't need a jet ski with tank tracks on it, with levers and other board. Like all you need is the line,
But
and
what's
then
it
you could
going
just
against?
put you could put up stakes with a water level. If you gave me a 10-foot water level, I can make you a level reference for indefinitely. They make them with high precision water levels. They have like micrometers on top of them and shit.
But you
Or
realize
you
you
could just
couldn't
put it
go
over
front view.
still body of water, a canal or something, whatever.
Right, but you can't go front view, right? Forward.
It's not about viewing it though. You can just put a tape measure from the board to the water on each end and in the middle, and then see what's happening.
Right, but you have to view that from a certain thing. Like what I'm saying is that they're gonna try to say goofy shit, right? Or is it just gonna be set like 10 inches, 10 inches, 10 inches? Everybody's standing there where their measurement is. That you can zoom in and look at for yourself from a distance, side view. You know what I mean? So like what I'm saying is we're gonna be able to have a side view of this and see, hey, that thing is 10 inches.
I mean, you could look at it from the side view, yeah, or you could just walk up to it and look at the tape measure.
Right, right. But then I can't look at both tape measures at once at each end at one time. I can only look at one at a time, right? So if I'm a little bitty dude and I'm walking down a mile, I can't look at all tape measures at once unless I get the side view, is what I was saying. All I'm saying, I'm just making sure that flat earthers understand we can have a side view to compare whether it's horizontal or not. That's all I'm making sure. I'm making sure we can use that.
Actually had some good ideas. Dan had one, I had one a long time ago on Brandon's of taking side views of things, but you run into this problem where there's this optical phenomena happening, and when you're viewing shit from long distance, and it's just things are happening. Like you're not seeing geometry when you're looking out far in the distance, and we're trying to do geometry. So
Well, how far are you? This is another thing. Why do you have to be so far from a line to see the side views curving?
because you know how far away you got to get from a mile long line to be able to see both sides in one shot.
Well, I don't know. Shit. I don't know. I don't know because the atmosphere. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I
You
don't
got
know
to
what
get
one
far
mile.
away.
Well, I don't know. Like if me and you were 8 miles away from a tree and another tree, and they were both exactly a mile apart, I don't really know how far we'd have to get exactly. You know what I mean? I'm not really sure 100% how far we'd have to walk, in steps, to be semantical. Like how many paces we have to take away from these trees to turn around and still have them both in our left and right view and then be able to zoom in and do our things comfortably. That's a very good question. That's what I've been trying to find out this whole time. When I ask them what their distances are, it's, can I get a key? Can I get a legend to a couple thousand miles? Can I get one for 600 miles? Can I get one for left to right? Like when we see the city, you see Chicago, you see Chicago, right? You see the city of Chicago on your left and right, and that's only a little bitty port. You can cover it with two of your fingers in your view, or three. See
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying? Like,
those dudes are like 50 miles away and shit or something. I don't know how far the Newicki one was, but they're pretty far away.
right, and they made all of Chicago look like a couple fingers wide. So what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
we're not going to get that far. We just want to get far enough to see 1 mile, not 100, not that, just 1 mile. What is that? I don't know.
It depends on your field of view, probably, what kind of camera you're using, shit like that. I mean,
Shouldn't we get that measurement down? I mean, shouldn't flat earthers have that orientated arrangement of distance, like, so we know what it is?
it's a triangle. Just gotta figure out the triangle.
No, 100%, 100%. But I just
An
don't know what the
equilateral.
triangle is.
It's an equilateral triangle. I would guess. You'd want to be in the middle of the thing. So I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, it depends on what your field of view is.
So once we figure out how far you can get from a pole, for like if anything's 1 mile, if anything's about 1 mile, anybody use that as a reference. How far are you away? Can you see the left or right of it? Or no? You know what I mean? That'll give you a rough idea if the people kind of know how far they are away and away.
Like my idea back in the day this was on Brandon's way back a few years ago. My idea was to make a reverse chord. So like you would start at one point like a foot above water level, and then every mile you went out from that, you would raise it up 8 inches incrementally for whatever the globe curvature, like reverse globe curvature. So according to them, this line we put up of lights or whatever, some kind of visible shit you could see from far away, that line would be straight according to them. And then my idea was to get back in the middle of it, like you're saying with this thing, get the side on view, and see if it's straight or not. There's a lot of issues with that though. You got perspective effects happening now because the middle of the line's closer than the ends of the line, so you have to we could get horizontal with it, I guess, and there would be no perspective issue maybe. I don't know. There are some
Well,
optical tests. What's that?
it's gonna be. They're gonna say how much sag, and they're always gonna come back to some like I don't know, man. It's gonna get weird. It's weird to me how like if the Earth is doing this thing at a greater like squared, how that when we come back and do something, they're like, well, was that a millimeter off? Like what? Huh? What? It's just weird to me, right? You're going to have a sagittal, you're going to have a dip in your line. And if you do anywhere, and then like you said, from point A to point B, and then from the middle of point A to point B, like they're going to pick out the left, they're going to pick out the right, and they're going to pick out the center. And they're going to say there's a problem with those. They're always going to say it. You could have the perfect thing 15 years ago and be like, hey, this thing's one and done. But it wouldn't be because we have like Zanuck and whoever, because they can't agree to agree when they've been disproven.
I feel like we could measure plumb lines deviating for relatively cheap. That would be a good one to do.
Jesse did it, remember? Not our plumb lines, but he did his theodolite over a distance, right? And he saw 0 point whatever. I say we start there.
Talking
I
about
say we start
reciprocal zenith angles.
No. I say we start where he stuck his stake in the dirt, right there, where he stuck his. That's off. That's 0 point whatever off a plumb, Jeremy. Right where he stuck his stake. It doesn't matter about his angles. Yeah. Whatever he used to get it, we'll go with it. And then what you do is you go behind his line and put another plumb. And if it ends up plumb behind his line, then it's not his isn't correct. You put one in front of it and it's plumb, his isn't correct because his is off. So if you could put one in front and back of it and they're both correct, his is a lie.
I'm not familiar with the thing you're talking about, but the measure in the plumb lines not being parallel is usually reciprocal zenith angles. What they do because they don't actually use like physical plumb lines, which is what I would want to do.
No, exactly. That's what you're going to compare an actual physical plumb line to his sighted plumb line. You get it?
Like if you got paracord 1100, they make 550 obviously, but then they also have 1100 paracord, which is 1100 pound test. So if you were to get that and hang 1,000 pound or a 900 pound friggin' weight off of that, even in small winds, I don't think that would be moving too much. Especially if you had the metal or whatever you're using for your plumb bob, the 900,000 pound weight. If you had that blocked by wind and shit, I'm guessing that thing wouldn't even fucking blink. Have you ever seen paracord when I've seen 550 paracord stretched to 500 pounds. It's like guitar string. You could pluck it.
Yeah, I seen some short, and I seen the power lines that don't move at all in a lot of winds. They're thick as hell, big. You know what I mean? Bulky. Yeah, they don't move it. They don't do shit. They just sit there with the little arc in them. They just sit there.
Jeremy's got a jacket made out of paracord. Just saying.
I wanted to get a belt, a paracord belt.
With the Gucci
That's
buckle.
handy. That's handy.
Listen, I'm with whoever's got a horizontal line and we want to line it up. I don't have no problem backing up from a side view and a front view, getting as far as I can to where it becomes blurry. I'll film it for fucking every second. I'll put the thing 1 foot, back up, put it 10, back up, put it 20, record. I mean, just press play and record. I mean, what the fuck? And then you get a view of what you're working with. I don't have no problem with that. The only one that's ever going to have a problem with your stuff being this or that, being crazy as hell, would be a Glober because they can't let it be debunked. They cannot let you falsify this.
We could falsify the plumb line. I really feel like that could actually be done. Like, I probably have enough money in my bank account to do that. I don't know how many feet of paracord you need, but I mean, that's really all you need. The paracord, a place to hang them that's tall enough. You'd have to get somewhere super tall. And then a laser rangefinder, which I'm not really crazy about using that to measure the distance between them. I'd much rather have something tangible. But if you want something tangible, I mean, I don't know. Could you do it with another string sideways and you have sag as long as you pull it the same amount? I don't know.
We always
You
end
would
up
think-
back to this, don't
We
we?
could
You would think that
we could suspend it off the Wiz. Doesn't the Wiz Khalifa building have like a tunnel that goes across it? Is that like a big plumb line? I'm sorry, it's the Burj
You get
Khalifa.
some
not
nice
the Wiz
plumb lines
Khalifa.
off it. Yeah, you go to the Mia Khalifa and you hang some plumb lines off that thing. I mean, those would be some nice. The problem is though the amount of distance and height you have to have. You either need a shit ton of, like you could do it with a 3-inch plumb line. You'd have to be miles apart, or you could do it with a 3,000-mile plumb line and be a millimeter apart. So you know what I mean? Like there's this ratio of distance and height that needs to happen.
Yeah, I'd be fine with plums and water. If you had some little blocks of wood and you set your plum on that block of wood, set it on the water, and and it does its thing, and you
The
just
ducks
watch
are
them
going to
all
eat your
around.
plums. The ducks are going to come eat your plums, though.
No, they won't. There ain't no ducks in this water.
The whole line.
D-Mock thought a plum bob was like apple bobbing, but just with plum.
No, it's like a fucking floating plum, just like they have the little buoys. Put you a fucking plum on there. When the water's settled and the water's not moving or flowing, it's going to set straight and it's going to find its plum on the fucking water. The water is going to find plum. And if you have 15 plums on the water from the start to the finish, who the fuck is going to argue with that?
You mean like a Halloween
As the
party?
Glovers.
Like
Yeah, it's
bobbing for
Awesome.
plums?
it's a plum bob contest.
Remember how stairs work, you guys? Literally, listen to this. If I put a whole bunch of blocks on the top of this ball and I just lined them up, right, in horizontal succession, and this
Like
ball's real
roadblock?
big, they're gonna make stairs. They're gonna make a set of stairs you can see from the side. And eventually the top step from the second, third, fourth, all these steps are all gonna go down in succession to make a set of fucking stairs. Like the blocks of wood will make you a set of stairs because they're following the curve. Therefore, they have to physically follow that fucking curve. Each block of wood would have to. It actually would have to conform to the curve of the fucking water and with itself. So you just set this block next, just a whole bunch of blocks. Some of them have to start making some fucking steps going down lower than the other one somewhere. And if you get,
D-Mock stacks his money up like Tetris.
yeah, 100%. A stairway is diagonal. That's the only, it'd be a diagonal line, kind of like drawing a diagonal stairway around the fucking ball. You see the stairway, do 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 do. an arcing stairway around the ball, just little fucking blocks of wood just dropping down a millimeter, a millimeter, a millimeter, all the way down till you get to a fucking inch, till you get to 2 inches, till you get to 3. Then they drop, whatever. They'll drop, one will drop 8, one will be 8 inches lower than the next. And if the blocks are 8 inches big, tall, then one block's basically going to be sitting on top of the fucking next. You'll see, damn, that block's underneath that one. We're on a globe.
Yo, if you had little neodymium magnets, the square ones, right? Squares. And you started connecting them, right? One after the other to make a straight line. Like, would those bend before they broke apart? You know, I mean, eventually it'd get too long to hold its own weight. Would that bend? Yo, Magnet Master, dice low.
Would it bend?
Yeah, picture you got your fridge and you got those square neodymium magnets. You're just putting one after the other. Now you have this line coming off your fridge. Eventually, it's not going to be able to hold its own weight, right?
Right. On the left, no, you put them on top of a ball, Jeremy. And on the left and right of a ball, do they hold themselves up horizontally? No, that's what you're wondering, right?
Just hold on. We're doing it on the fridge.
Do them on a
D-Mark's counting blocks, bro.
Just hold on, Democ. We're just going to start with the fridge. You got to start with something easy and then work your way up. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to send you on a quest to boil a chicken, not slay the dragon for your first quest. Dice low, do they bend or does it just break off?
I would think that it would they would break off.
Not bend. You're saying no bending at all?
Yeah, I don't think they would bend. I think that they would eventually, if it were to try to bend, it would break its quote unquote force lines. But like if you added some if you electrified those magnets, I think that you could increase the magnetic strength and thus keep them together.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm just wondering if there's any bend to them. You know what I'm saying? Like, would there be a point where? Would there be a point where like the top of one of the magnets has a different distance than the bottom of one of the magnets because it's like starting to like bend off, or does it just like it's either on or off?
Yeah, it's either on or off. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's just how I'm seeing it.
I think to an extent, if they're strong enough, they'll hold. Like if you have a ball that's 3 foot, right, 3 foot wide, and you have those little neodymium squares that go to 4 foot, so they would hang off the ball at each side like 3 inches, like 6 inches, 6 inches, right? They would suspend themselves off of the ball without drooping. Is that what you're looking for?
No, I'm looking for something that's like either on, off, or some kind of thing where like, bro, we're trying to make a straight line. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways to make a straight line. That's the whole key. The whole key to all of this is making a straight line. Like, I don't know.
I mean, honestly, I think the only thing
will.
I think the only thing that
object they will.
Go ahead, Demo.
On the icebox, the neodymium magnets would touch together because they'd hold themselves together side by side, and then they would hold themselves to the icebox. In that situation, they would go all the way across the icebox perfectly.
You just made me think of another idea, but go ahead, Dyson.
Yeah, like that's another thing. Like you could decrease the temperature, should I say, to increase the magnetic strength of them. But the fuck was I gonna say? Holy shit! Oh,
okay.
I think the only thing that you could get that would remain rigid enough to not collapse under its own weight would be like graphene, like a thin graphene wafer. You could make that
the magnets,
long enough.
The magnets aren't a problem because you would just hold them up. Like, I'm not trying to suspend this whole thing in air. I was just wondering if there's any bend or flex to them as far as like the magnetism part goes, because you could always put stakes in the ground and then rest the magnets on the stakes far enough away before they collapse, and then just keep the stakes going, and then have the magnets suspended in there like that. But how about this? How about this idea? You have a wall, and then you have a metal. The wall's okay. You have a wall made out of metal, basically. You know, it wouldn't have to all be made out of metal. You just have a metal strip that was magnetic on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you take these squares and you put them along the strip like that. How about that? Is that crazy enough?
What about the bricks themselves?
What's up?
When you make a wall with those cement blocks, aren't they squared enough, Jeremy? For us to reference, like, you know, when you put the cement in between the little grooves to keep them together, they all have a perfectly horizontal line, pretty much. I mean,
Yeah, I thought about
I'm with the
using
magnet.
cinder
I'm with the
blocks
magnet
and
thing.
bricks.
I'm just saying, I'm with the magnet thing too. But if we've already got a brick wall a mile long, Jeremy, and the brick wall is horizontal with itself, what do you? I mean, what do we?
You know what you could do after? See, because they might say, "Oh, the magnets aren't straight." So you know what you do after? You go through and you flip every magnet upside down and stick the opposite side of the wall, and then measure it again down to the bottom of the water and see what you get.
You're looking for a
That would
happy
be an
place.
easy.
Yeah.
That would be an easy way to see if you're to see
Turn
how
that.
good your line is. Because if it doesn't change, if you flip all the squares and it doesn't change, your line's good. All right?
It's called turning the frown upside down, Glovers.
Look at a clown. You want to turn your frown upside down. That's a Joe Dirt quote. Good job, D-Mark.
I'm just saying, wouldn't that be a good way to I think this is a good way to
Yep.
make a straight
Trace
line,
it
bro.
also. Trace the line with a magic marker too. That'd be some funny shit.
No, you don't need to trace nothing. You have water underneath the line, or a level reference right underneath your magnet line. So that way you just take a tape measure and measure the middles and the ends, and then you flip all the magnets 100. You know, if you say the magnets were you stick the opposite side of the magnet to the wall was currently sticking on each magnet, and then you measure it again. And then if it's different, all right, maybe your line's fucked up. If it's the same, your line's good. You know.
Yeah.
You would draw a line against them to make sure you had them all in the same spot. I'm guessing they would just, once you put one magnet down, they would all just be in the same spot. You know?
I don't know. D-Mark snaps chalk lines.
Be careful, it's a snapping turtle.
That this whole thing once again involves a wall. Yo, if you
You ever
gave me a
seen
wall, bro, there's a lot of shit. Go ahead,
you ever seen Ed Bassmaster do the snap internal prank? It's fucking hilarious, dude. You should watch it.
No, I do like Ed Bassman, so no, he's got some funny skits.
Bro, he's got one from like 10 years ago where he prank calls people off Craigslist and shit, seeing if they want to buy a snap internal from him. It's fucking hilarious, bro.
Oh, I used to love the prank calls. The Jerky Boys, the MTV did one. Terry Tibbs had some. Love the prank calls.
I like the one. I don't forget who did it, but they called two different Chinese restaurants and like
Yeah.
connected the lines together.
Bro.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
that shit was hilarious. Does this
Classic
magnet
shit.
line seem? Let's say we had a wall and a metal wall and magnets. Does this seem like a feasible thing, Die Slow, or?
I don't know, bro. I'd have to consult with Ken Wheeler.
Alright. Alright. Check
Good.
with Ken.
It's a good question, but you know, I wish I had an answer.
Because I mean, honestly, you wouldn't even. Would you need a wall? I don't know if you would even need a wall. You might be able to do a state. I don't know. All my shit involves a wall though. Like a 2 mile, 3 mile, 4 mile long. That's really like the best way to make a straight line is to have a wall there, I think. I feel like a nice flat wall.
That's the problem, though, dude. Nothing's perfect, bro.
Well, walls are relatively. It doesn't have to be perfect. The wall doesn't have to be perfectly flat. It just needs to be like sheetrock flat. You know what I'm saying? It needs to be flat. It can't be like bumpy and curving left or right. You know what I mean? Like it just needs to be like straight and flat for the most part.
Yeah, but the problem is how much deviation do they claim over a mile?
From one end, 8 inches. So
It's
the
8
thing
inches
is, though,
per
you
mile
couldn't.
squared, though, right?
Yeah. So the next one's 32 inches. Wait, 8 inches per mile. So you got 2 miles. So 32 inches on the next one, right?
You're not writing this shit on the bathroom wall, are you?
32. 32 inches on the next one. So if you do 2 miles, then you got 32 inches. That's from one point, though. If you were to do this line thing, you can. There's nothing I've ever seen. Maybe one or two things, but for the most part, nothing. You have to go off the middle. Like you have to start your line in the middle and go both ways. So that way you know you have symmetry. You know what I mean?
Well,
You need to
how
make sure the
Jeremy's in his
symmetry is there.
office. Jeremy's in his office working hard. It's the third stall from the left. Don't bother him.
No, listen though. If you're in a boat and Dyslo's in a boat and I'm in a boat, how far would Dyslo have to get from you and I if we're 2 miles from each other in order to see us both to even set his little reference up to make sure we follow his horizontal or his little water thing or like, that's really the question we need to figure. Once you figure that out, you can go do all kinds of tests. That's what you really just need to know that. How far do you get away that you can see 1 to 2 miles in your view from left to right? Clear enough that you could zoom in or out or do what you need to do to actually make out what's going on. You know, putting the less amount of atmosphere in the way so you get the less amount of perturbance, disturbance, anything, whatever. Because how to make that horizontal wall isn't the problem. We've got horizontal walls everywhere. Now, say I do have a horizontal wall in my neighborhood that's 1 mile or close to a mile or you whatever, right? Just imagine, right? For a joke. Now, how far do I got to back away and line up my ruler with the level for you guys to be like, damn, that motherfucker doesn't deviate or this thing doesn't deviate against it or look at the water below it. It's the same. There's no deep. I'm just saying, like, what? How far back would I have to get if I had that 1 mile line? Is there any 1 mile bridges or close to like a half a mile bridge? Or, I mean, that's what you need. You don't really need the bridge. I'm just saying, use that as the view reference. So you see how far back you get from the bridge to actually see it left to right, the whole thing.
You sniffing markers again, T-Mock?
Do what?
I just picture you with fucking blue ink all around your nostrils right now.
Well, usually it's an old piece of mail and a magic marker or ink pen. Yeah, it's usually what I'll be drawing with. Because I have to find it out of nowhere frantically, like, damn, I got to get this paper and pen. If that's what you asked me, then you cut out a little bit.
Yeah, I was talking shit.
But no, I'm just saying, like, what do you think? Like, I mean, really, that's the true question. once we got our horizontal, how far back do we get to reference it? I mean, I know we can go stand next to it, but besides stand next to it, how do you film it and say, look, we filmed this and you can see here, even though you can come to this spot, we left these sticks here. We're going to leave the sticks there with the markings on them. You guys can all come check them out indefinitely until the sticks deteriorate and, you know, turn to dust. But how would we get it? You know, where do we got to get to see it and film it and be like, okay, set your camera there. It's level. Boom. You got your reference. Boom. Line it up with the wall, with the water, with whatever you want, and then that's your reference to go from. And you see if any of these things deviate. I'm just saying, not
Jeremy,
only would
Jeremy's crunching the math, bro. He's doing the numbers right now.
right, because 32 inches, that's a good amount to like see a gap of, you know. That means you could literally place a meter stick there in between the fucking gap live.
He's discussing it with Kosho on the other line right now. He's got bacon on hold.
Well, I mean, that's what I wonder. I've always wondered, like, different distances from left to right, not front to back. And I'm not saying don't do it. And I'm not saying don't have the things. And like Jeremy said, you can measure the things. Okay, this one to be 10 inches, this one to be 10 inches, the last one to be 10 inches. I got you there 100%. But beyond that, you'll still need like to film it. And why not have it filmed from the side? Where someone zooms in, like, look, boom, boom, boom. Each one of these things line up. See that one deviate from there? No. See that one deviate from the line? No. Does that? No. None of these things.
You ever seen Ed Bassmaster, D-Mark?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Let me see if I can find the one I was talking about.
Now I've heard of some prank call stuff, like a lot of stuff, because I think they're funny too. Like the one you said, where like an Indian restaurant calls the Chinese restaurant, they're ordering from each other or arguing with each other about ordering or not or some shit. It is hilarious.
Here, I'll share my screen, dude. You can check it out.
Hey, Palm, what up? Nice work the other day, dude. That was dope.
What's that? Doing what? Oh,
Huh? I mean, you
oh.
did just keep saying "nah" to all his stuff, but other than that, though, you did a good job.
I didn't just not it.
You were like, "Nah." I heard it.
Yeah, but that was followed by refutation.
No, I know that was no. You laid out a nice, coherent, concise rebuttal, and he said you said something you didn't say. It was absolutely fucking ridiculous. I know.
Look here, boy, don't make me come over there and kick your neck off. He's got a couple funny ones, but that one wasn't that bad.
I'm gonna make some fried eggs and jelly toast. What the fuck?
I'm gonna make some. I'm gonna fry up these eggs and make some jelly toast, and I'm fixing to come over there and whoop you. I don't know, bro. Shit's classic. So what happened, Napalm? You got a debate or something?
Nah, what were we even talking about? I don't even remember.
I wouldn't call that a debate.
Yeah, no, I was just yelling at somebody.
I got a snapping turtle for sale.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
did we get the bro?
too big for
We
a
get
bathtub now.
yeah, we get the biggest snapping turtles around here, bro. Ridiculous.
He's friendly though.
Yeah, no such thing.
The kids ride him around.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'll sell them to you.
sweet.
Can make some boots out of them or something.
Sounds good.
I was
I
just
think
playing
they
the
use turtles for that.
Ed Bassmaster prank.
Gotcha.
Yeah, shit's funny. So you got to know a debate, huh? You won?
I don't know if I got into a debate.
If that's what you want to call that. But I mean, what do you do when another person just go when you say your thing, another person goes, so you're just saying "nah"? Like, there's no debate with that. Like, he's just lying about what you said now, and what the debate's over. I guess I don't know. There's nothing really there. No
Yeah, like
substance.
I could talk for a minute and a half, and then he'd be like, "So you're just saying nuh-uh," and then I'd rebut that for like another minute and a half, 2 minutes, and he'd be like, "So you're just saying nuh-uh," like whatever, dude.
No, I think I heard
Oh,
that a portion of that the other day. Who was that?
Demon Stride. He made up the
yeah.
term not earther. Nuh earther.
Yeah, because all he does is say "nah."
I think he's just mad because like his weekly request for me to join his server has just been ignored so long. He stopped sending them.
Oh, bro, I get DMs like that all the time. Like, Johnny B constantly says Democ was sending me invites for a fucking 2 years straight, just about.
I sent everybody a list of invites. It wasn't just like I was sending you one, Jeremy, to be goofy or nothing. I was sending them to a list of people. You just happened to be on the list. That's all. I'm
I know, but
sorry.
you'd send them like once a week, once every 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure how that shit worked. I'm just on this goofy ass little phone, right? And so I wasn't sure that like when you did that, it sent like a big damn notification. I thought it just like popped your DM, hey, Democ would like to invite you or something. You know what I mean? I wasn't sure how it fucking fucked with you guys. I didn't know it did all the goofy shit it did.
What kind of phone you got? A Nextel? You chirping people?
Just a cheap one, man. LG or
D-Mox
something.
over here trying to offer candy to get people to come to his server and asking if they've seen his
So
lost
stupid.
puppy.
And do people still chirp?
Oh, I remember what we were
A couple
talking
years
about.
ago. Go ahead, Nico.
We were talking about making quote unquote measurements with the lights over long distances and shit. Basically measuring optical effects. And I was like, that's no way to make a determination.
Yeah, you're trying to make a geometric claim on non-geometric positions and shit. Weird. Yeah, 2 years ago, I saw a guy. I heard the chirp. I pulled over. I was driving Uber. I pulled over because I wanted to smoke a cigarette. I get out of my car. I'm smoking. I hear the chirps, and I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck?" I see this dude over there. I run over. I'm like, "Yo, what's up? What you got? An XL?" He's like, "Yeah, we still use them for work and shit." He's like a cab driver or something. My boys used to see me go into a store or something, and they would start screaming wild, crazy, obnoxious shit through the Nextel. Like they would chirp me and just start saying insane stuff. But yeah, they're trying to do geometry on not actual positions. So it's like I don't know what you really do with that. If that's what we're doing, like I've always said, if we're making straight lines to things in the distance, that shit don't really work for anyone. You better join breathing Earth or something. Forget flat Earth and globe Earth. You're gonna have a moving, breathing Earth because shit's moving up and down. So I don't know. It's tough.
Wasn't it weird? That's the only reference they want to give you is somewhere in the distance. I just find this crazy about no matter what you do, they just want look out in the distance. And then whatever they want to make up from that, they will. They can use any term or anything that you can't go against. Can't falsify the stuff. They literally only hold the position of non-falsification. Look there, in the air. Do you care? Are you sure that's square?
Don't try to Dr. Seuss this. It's too early.
8 inches there in the air. How does it fare?
Green eggs in your hair.
No, but I heard the Demon Stride debate. You did good. He was just wiggling and crying. He was the one saying nuh-uh the whole time, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
Well, he was just lying. He was just lying about napalm, saying he said but that's not what he said at all. He gave a detailed rebuttal to his supposed measurement. Like I said, there's nothing you could do with that.
Tactics, bro.
Yeah, they think Bob the fallacy guy is like the best they got.
They all do this. It's like, I don't know what's programmed into them, right? But, the same way that they all say, oh, what do you want, an echo chamber? Like over and over and over again. Like they just repeat that term. They also say, oh, so just nuh-uh. Because if they don't like your response, they can just use this tactic of saying, oh, so nuh-uh. So you just don't have a reply. It's like, no, I had one. I gave a very concise response to what you said. But you don't comprehend it, or you don't want to go down that road because it completely destroys your argument. So you just say, oh, so you just have a nuh-uh. Got it. It's just a tactic.
Yeah, that shit destroys their argument of having a measurement and being able to claim geometry.
That's their only claimed measurements are to apparent locations in the distance. Like, what the fuck?
Oh.
Well, the block of wood thing or the magnet thing reminds me of just like put a necklace across a horizontal line or put a necklace or across a ball. Or like if you have you got a whole bunch of block of wood, tied together like a necklace and you put it on, it's just a bunch of blocks, squares, cubes of wood. And you put that on a ball, how they look compared to putting them on the floor. Like, you know what I mean? From left to right, these blocks of wood are going to deviate on the left side and the right side.
Yeah, and that's when B-ball came in. And he's like, oh, I got measurements. I'm like, oh, what is it going to be? An optical measurement over distance? And that's
Same shit.
exactly what it is. It's the same stupid picture he uses over and over and has probably for years.
If I remember correctly, you were telling Demon Stride he has calculations, not measurements, and that's when he started. Oh, so you're just gonna say, nuh-uh, huh?
I don't even know if I put it that way, but maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard you saying calculations versus physical measurements, and he didn't have nothing to say to that.
And they even asked, like, well, how would you get physical measurements? I was like, and I laid it out. I was like, I do exactly like Rick Dia talks about, establishing a horizontal line, continuing to leapfrog that over and over, and measuring down from this
Right.
established horizontal to the Earth itself, and actually laying line to a drop over distance. And I was like, and none of you guys actually have done any of that. And then B-Ball came in to be like, yeah, I have. Here's my theodolite picture over 11 miles, and this is the floor that it hits when it's level. Therefore, I've done exactly what you said. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not establishing a horizontal. Yeah, it is. My horizontal is my crosshairs, and this is where they're hitting 11 miles away. So it's like,
Dude, yeah, if they wanted to really do that, they would be absolutely screwed because,
They weren't even
like I said,
accounting for the southern refraction.
oh, southern
the southern
refraction.
hemisphere, the southern hemisphere refraction. Yeah, if they wanted to just do that and say, oh, wherever my crosshairs point. See, that's what they do. What they do is the trick is if their crosshairs line up and hit something that they want it to hit, they're like, yo, that's a horizontal line. If it doesn't hit something they want to hit, it doesn't just say refraction. So,
Yep. That's when I got into the sinking refractions and standard atmospheric refraction. I'm like, you even want some graphs and images to go along with that?
Oh,
Boom.
that's right.
good.
You asked him what the difference was, and he was just all fucked up.
That was actually good. What causes sinking? Standard atmospheric conditions cause it.
No,
That's
he
just
wasn't
like,
talking about the difference. He kept trying to explain the difference, but
He
or
wanted
no,
me.
he
He wanted me to go into the minutia of like temperature, pressure, all of that kind of shit. But I just stuck with standard atmospheric conditions cause sinking refraction.
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
that
he
would
didn't
be
know
our
what to
norm.
do.
That would basically be our norm. Would be standard in the atmosphere. Standard shit's appearing lower than it should. Not always, but usually. The horizon's usually below level. All right, it's sinking. It's appearing lower than it should be.
And then didn't you bring up the concaved Earth or somebody's
Oh yeah,
citation to it? Yeah.
Jesse's
Yeah,
measurement of the concave Earth.
from Jesse. Yeah.
George Hanachuk did it too. The
Dude,
concave one.
have you seen Bob the Science Guy's proof to the Earth's a ball?
Which
No.
what is
He
it?
has,
What he did in his backyard?
I don't know, some lake at the Adelaide, across like 1 mile, half a
No, I didn't
mile
see it.
maybe. It's half a mile, I think. He said it's 2 inches of curvature.
Yeah, that's
Two
what you
inches
get
of
over a half
curvature.
mile on the globe. 2 inches.
He said he proved the Earth's a ball because there were 2 inches of curvature on the other side of the lake.
Yeah.
With the theodolite. Yeah.
And like I told them at the end of my ramblings the other day, I was like, all of your ball math comes from observation of things like the horizon over distance and the celestial dome, right? So all of your globe math comes from those observations. So you can't take that globe math that you established based on observation, then come back 2 centuries later and say, we've got these observations that totally match the globe math. Therefore, Earth is a globe. It's like you're basically affirming the consequent.
Yeah.
Yeah, equivocation fallacy.
How do they not know that, bro? Oh, look, the sky matches the globe. Duh. Bro, I've never understood that part of it.
Dude, the optics and how we view the world and measure to it with angles and shit like that, they actively try not to understand what we're telling them because it completely destroys their whole entire model.
Yep.
Yeah, I went into that a little bit with them the other day. I'm like, you take what we observably see as an arc in the sky, a dome, a celestial sphere in the sky, and we measure to that with elevation angles. All those angles make an arc, 180 degrees. There's an arc above your head. It's like, you guys actively take all of that and claim that those angle measurements to that dome, what you're measuring to is the planar aspect of your reality. And you take that dome and that sphere and that curving and you put that below your feet because you claim the sky is the planar aspect. But really, it's the exact opposite. You reside upon the plane and you measure to the celestial dome. You can't have a celestial sphere with an infinite radius because that effectively takes the sphere and makes it planar.
100%. And if he had 2 inches, why wouldn't he like have it loud and proud on a YouTube channel, talking to Neil deGrasse and everybody else, and be like, "Hey, look what I got, guys! No need to even cry anymore. Here we go, up close and personal." The curve.
Bob would be excited about 2 inches, wouldn't he?
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, tell me what you think of this. It may sound a little crazy, but just roll with me. We got a wall. It's straight. It's going in a straight line. There's a metal part on it. We can stick magnets to. We get those square neodymium magnets. We put still water underneath the wall. So you got a wall on top of still water or a water level reference, whatever. Those neodymium magnets. You stick them to the wall. You know, they're all squared up. You stick them to the wall. You measure down in the middle and both ends. You see how it references to the water. Then you flip all the magnets so the opposite part is sticking to the wall. And then you measure it again. You do that for like a mile or two. Is that crazy?
I kind of missed it. Sorry. That's from Aaliyah and her carrier. Well, I heard part of it, kind of, but I'm sorry. I didn't follow.
You have those square metal neodymium magnets, like a zillion of them. And you got a wall with a piece of metal strip, whatever. The wall's made out of metal, straight wall. And then you just stick the magnets to that, you know, in a straight line. You make a straight line of magnets going all down the wall for a mile or two, however long you can. And then you reference water in it underneath it with a water level or still water or whatever. And then you measure down to it on both ends in the middle, and then you flip all the magnets. You flip them all. So that the part that was sticking to the wall is now facing out. And then you measure it again. You think that's a good way to make it straight? Like, how solid of a straight line do you think that would be?
I thought you were saying stick all the magnets together.
I'm not even fully following. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, what do you? I'd be like, okay. So you have to have a wall, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is the
Like,
wall
imagine you had a mile long refrigerator, basically.
Okay. And then
you stick all the magnets. Okay.
You put it in some water.
Well, yeah, or you just have a water level line reference underneath it, whatever. You just have still, something where you can reference water level underneath it.
And you put the magnets in a straight line.
Yeah.
And then you flip them.
Well, you put the magnets in a straight line, then you measure down to the water. in the middle and both ends, and then you flip all the magnets. You flip them all 180 degrees so that the part that was stuck to the wall is you could flip them every which way you wanted to, methodically, systematically, and then see if it changes your line or whatever. And keep every time you.
What does the flipping do?
Make a smiley
I don't know, in
face.
case there's any errors or anything.
He said, "I don't know." I thought I was about to
Make a
get some
smiley face.
awesome argument. And he said, "I don't know."
In case there's like errors or something.
It turns the frown upside down.
Yeah,
I don't
man,
know,
I
bro.
thought we were
I'm
about to get some awesome flutters proof. I'm like, let's go. What am I missing here?
just trying to think of ways to make a straight line, bro. A straight line is gonna end this.
A necklace, Jeremy. Get the blocks of wood and put a neodymium at the end of each block of wood to where they just connect at the end. And the blocks of wood laying when they should deviate down the way like a necklace laying across the ball or a horizontal plane. I mean, you should see the fucking each fucking object to itself is the next reference from itself in a line from left to right that far, like a necklace you laid across water that's curving. You would be able to see that. You'd see those objects without time to play.
Are you like trying to have like propose some type of realistic test? Because you said a metal wall that's a mile long. I mean, is this like a thought experiment?
No, I'm just saying, like, if we had the funding and stuff, it's not it's not impossible to make a wall and then put a metal, something that's magnetic, like a sheet of metal or something on the wall.
What's the longest building in the world? Does anyone know?
I don't know. You would just need a wall. We would just need a wall, though. You wouldn't need a whole building. Yeah, I know. If there was a long building like that, that would be dope. If we could just be like, hey, can we use the side of your building?
The longest pool is like 2 kilometers or about 2 miles or some shit like that.
They make water
So,
levels
here,
with micrometers. They
okay,
make
you're gonna
water
say
levels.
so.
Go ahead.
Okay, so say you put some water on the floor or whatever to get water level. Well, that water level is actually curving at the same rate that the wall is, so it's gonna look like it's horizontal.
No, I know. That's why we got to make a horizontal on the wall. We're just using the wall to draw our line or make a horizontal thing on it. With a magnet
Okay, so
to it.
now, okay, well, as you place the magnets, you're gonna be following. How do you determine? Oh, I guess it's not a terrible idea. If you have a bunch of cube magnets, right, then you'd be able to just make it straight. Is what you're saying? I mean, they're gonna ask you, how do you determine that it's straight? Because it could be at an angle up or down. But really, up and down doesn't necessarily help them. But you would need to know, because if it's going down, then it would get closer to level with the curved floor, right, or water level. Because I mean, it's pretty easy to be a baller. You just say ridiculous stuff. So, like, I mean, but I will say, if you think about it, how do you ensure that the magnets are straight?
I don't know.
This
I
is
don't
an
know.
expensive test, Jeremy. Neodymium magnets for a mile. Jeez.
They're not as much as they used to be. They gotten a little cheaper. It's still expensive. I understand that.
That is a lot of neodymium
I was
magnets.
just saying, like, if someday like some billionaire jumped in and was like, "I'm with you guys. Let's fucking do this shit." I'm just like, what would we tell him to do?
Connect some blocks of wood.
Like,
The
if some
blocks of
trillionaire
wood.
jumped in this shit right now and was like, "Yo, I'm with you guys. Let's go. Let's make it. Let's end this shit once and for all." What do we do? What do we do?
Blocks of wood.
I'm
like a
gonna
necklace.
be a multimillionaire. By the way, when I am, we'll talk about it.
Jeremy knows XRP is going to skyrocket. He's trying to like get shit ready for me.
Where I got $78 worth of XRP. Let's go.
Yeah, wait, the way things are going, dude, I'm gonna be fresh out of XRP before it does anything.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said the way things are going for me, I'll be fresh out of XRP before it does anything.
Ouch.
Yep. So, Jeremy, what was your answer? How how do you mean, like, how do you ensure that the magnets are straight?
Yeah, well, I had a
'Cause you can,
question for
'cause you
Dyslow
can,
before you. I had a question
but
for Dyslow before you came in. Let's pretend you're in your kitchen and you got your refrigerator and you had these, I don't know, 10, 20, 50 of these neodymium blocks, right? And you were going to make a line out from your refrigerator, not across it, out from it, right? So eventually you're going to have so many magnets on there that the magnet that's connected to the fridge isn't going to be able to hold them. But is there any point in which the magnets, like, does it just break and fall off, or would it start to bend a little bit before that happened? You know what I'm saying? Like, would there be a little gap between the top and the bottom? Would there be a different size gap between the top and the bottom of some of the magnets or one of them or anything? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was gonna say because the scenario you laid out originally for me sounded quite different than the one you gave Witzer. That's why I was like kind of confused.
Well, that scenario was to see if they gap, if they gap on the top different than the bottom, or if they're connected and then it's not connected. You know what I mean? Like, I'm wondering if there's any like flex to it.
Well, yeah, if they make a gap, that's enough weight to break it apart. Yeah, 100%. If they make a gap, you already know it's a ball. Just like the block of wood scenario Kosho laid out. If those two blocks of wood touch the whole way, imaginarily, if you had 25-foot blocks of wood, which you don't need, little ones will work. But if you had that, right, and they're sitting on the water and everybody sees it, and you got them all connected with a bungee cord on top, and everyone has the same bungee cord with the same strength in it, that it'll pull the same, and all of them are connected, and you see one or two of them start to pull that bungee cord, you're on a globe. It's not rocket science.
You know what I'm saying? What's it? Did you understand that scenario with your fridge in your house?
no, sorry, I'm in the grocery store.
Oh, it's fine.
It all got mixed up for me there, bro. What? A fridge in your house? What?
You're in your kitchen. You're at your refrigerator. You got a whole bunch of these square neodymium magnets. You're going to build a line out away from the fridge. You're not going to have the magnets go across it. You're going to try to go out in the open air into your kitchen. So the question is, you keep lining the magnets up in a straight line, or they're going away from your fridge the whole time. Eventually, it's going to get too much to handle, and the magnets are going to fall, right? So the question is, before it falls, is there any flex to them? Like, is there a different size gap between the top and the bottom at any point, or is it a thing where like they're on or they're off? Like there's no like kind of like flex.
Even magnets, as strong as neodymium magnets are, they would bend, and not because there's a ball. You'd have the
There'd be a
overall
bend on.
tension. Yeah, because it would become like
Yeah.
one solid piece of matter, basically.
That's why you let water be your magnet and you use wood. So wood's going to float, right, on the water. Every single block of wood will be the exact same size. And you put them all together, you connect them at the bottom corner. Every block of wood you connect at the bottom corner, right? So that each block of wood has the ability to make a V from the next, if it can. If it doesn't need to, it'll stay connected to the next block. You have a little bungee or a rubber band in between the top of these blocks of wood. Kosho and I already talked it out. And then when the blocks
draw
of
it out.
wood deviate, no, we talked it out. When the blocks of wood deviate, then the rubber band would just pull further and further and further on the whatever until it'll snap or just hold, and you'll see a V. So you'll see perfect blocks of wood to start with, and then you'll see a little V, a bigger V, a bigger V, a bigger V, because they'll keep pulling on the bungee further and further down. Do you understand that?
Yeah, we got it. So now there's a different scenario where you're going to make a line across the fridge, and all the magnets are going to be stuck to the fridge. You know what I'm saying? So like, there's not gravity or whatever pulling it down, and it wouldn't make it like flex like that. Would that be a straight line? Like, they're basically not even being affected by gravity when the magnet's stuck to your fridge. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is, but not really. I don't know how to put it.
What, it says the longest building is 2.8 miles.
Perfect. Call them up.
That's insane.
probably
No, dude, you gotta
Amazon.
know that the building's actually curved, bro. You just think it's flat.
Yeah, you would actually need like a straight wall though. You couldn't have no goofy like cutouts, all kinds of goofy, all kinds of crazy shit on the side of the wall. You just need like a flat, like it doesn't have to be perfectly flat. It could be bricks or cinder blocks or whatever, cheap anything, as long as it's in like a straight line. Because I got a bunch of ways. Say this would be this would be a good one. 3 pieces of precision engineered metal, shaped like spirit levels, and you just leapfrog them bitches. You have 2 on the bottom, 1 on top, and you just constantly leapfrog them. And then you would draw your pencil or marker or whatever, and just make marks the whole way.
Why wouldn't you just use lasers and leapfrog the lasers before they diffract or deviate?
You could do laser levels, the ones that spin and make that straight line. You could do one of those if you had 2 spinny lasers, you could leapfrog those. Exactly. I got a whole bunch of ways. I need a wall. You need a wall.
Blocks of wood. They'll hold themselves on the water. They'll be their own water level, and they'll hold themselves up. And you can put them and keep
Okay.
putting them and keep putting them. I know you keep saying okay, but you don't get it and you don't understand what I'm saying. So stop saying okay when you don't even know what you're talking about. Okay doesn't mean anything. If you take the blocks of wood at the bottom, everybody can do this at home right now. Take blocks of wood, touch them at the bottom, put them on top of a ball. The bottom of the blocks of wood will always touch. The bottom will start, or the top will start to deviate and pull away. So if you connect the bottom with the fucking door hinge, each block of wood on the water, and they can all flow or touch each other accordingly, put them all across the thing, touching. Now, if they start to deviate, the top of the fucking thing, you have a little bungee cord. You buy the same, like if there's a little black bungee cord at the dollar store, you buy 100 of them, right, for $100, and you put one on between each one, if that's how far you go, and they'll start to pull exponentially further from each other as they go to make that 8 inches drop. They'll pull from the top. That's what you're trying to explain. The water will be your level.
Yeah, we got it.
Jeremy says okay.
All right, yeah, we got it. Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say now.
You're going back to the refrigerator, and you got magnets wrapped around it, and yeah.
I mean, that would be one way. That would be one way you could make this the line. If you had a surplus of money like that, you could make your do your laser level line and do the line with the metal pieces, and then do the you can make a whole bunch of lines on the wall. 2 inches up, you make your next line. 4 inches apart, whatever.
I'd make some styrofoam cube or 3D print some really cheap material cubes. The cheapest material you can make a cube with that could float. And then I'd line a whole bunch of them up. I'd connect the bottom with a hinge, and then I'd connect the top with a little rubber band, or each one of them would be the same material on each one, connecting them. And they would line up and touch. They would touch the bottom and the top. They would line up like a fucking wall or a building or a building or a building or a building. Now, if you're on a globe, they can't line up eventually. They have to deviate from each other. So then you would see the gap. You just can't look at the gap. The gap would be exponentially bigger between each block as you go to the right or the left, wherever your curve's going from the center point.
Can you do the building and a building and a building thing again?
Yeah, real fast.
I'm just saying this whole thing's gonna
Totally not.
No,
Go ahead. This is
All right,
totally not
everybody
related
settle
to your
down.
magnet fridge.
Wait, what's up with the magnets?
This is totally not related to your magnet fridge. So go ahead, get it out of your system.
No, go ahead. I'm all done. I got it all with the magnet thing.
Okay. Did you guys know that in Maui, that FEMA had a natural disaster preparedness convention the day before, right outside of Maui, like Waikiki, the day before the fire, and it ended the day after the fire? FEMA had a natural disaster preparedness convention right outside of Maui scheduled, so they were all there the day before the fire.
Wasn't there something similar with like another false flag situation where they had something set up prior to? Oh, it was it fucking 9/11?
9/11.
Yeah,
Yeah, but when you
9/11.
when you look more into the 9/11 thing, they have been doing those drills for many years.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
It
didn't
was
the
actually the day
CIA
before.
right?
It was the day of, and it got canceled. It didn't actually go through. It was canceled. It was actually scheduled for later or something.
yeah,
Anyway,
but
did
there's
you
been a
guys know that though? That dude, they literally put FEMA right outside of Maui the day before the fire.
and did they respond?
Yeah, of course they did. They're trying to get everyone. They rejected any other aid, and they're trying to get all the locals to sign their paperwork for FEMA, which says that they can take the land and turn in a national disaster.
Oh God.
Okay, so to check this out, there's only 2 areas. I have to do a second stream because I found so much more information out. There's only 2 areas in the entire United States that admittedly have directed energy weapons. Okay, 2 areas in the whole United States. The first one, Nevada. Second one, Maui. Can't even
Dang,
make
bro.
it up. Can't even make it up, bro. I mean, literally, I can send you the website. It's official website. Direct energy weapons for Maui. It's like an initiative. It has a laser section. It has electromagnetic weaponry section in general. Crazy, dude.
Maybe it
So just,
backfired.
I don't believe it. Send it to me. Send it.
what?
I don't believe it until I see it.
All right, I'm about to. Don't worry, I'm about to send it to you. It's crazy, dude. I was so pissed when I saw this. Here, let me go grab it.
Sounds like
The
you're
thing
making
that
it up, but I'm gonna have to take your word. Let me see this. Let me see this. Because if I say this to like a family member, they're gonna be like, "Nah, no way." Get a few friends that might like this information. Well, not like it, but find it interesting actually.
did
Yeah, I got
anybody
you,
hear
Jake.
what Noah was saying? How like there was a bunch of people in the streets dancing and partying after that whole event. Were those the locals? Like, who was that partying? Does anybody know about that? There was like a
That's the first time I've
celebration.
heard this.
Yeah. Noah said that there's like a recording of a bunch of people having a celebration after the fact.
After the fact of what?
Like 2,000 people got incinerated.
Hundreds of children disappeared
Can you
out of
be
the.
more specific?
Yeah. Basically, the Maui fire thing
Oh,
happened,
okay.
and after the Maui fire, there was a shit ton of people celebrating. I don't know what they were celebrating or what they were so joyous about, but seemingly weren't affected by the loss of their community members.
I'm scared of clicking this link, which is, it might be directing this energy towards certain IP addresses.
There you go, bro. Like, isn't that wild, dude? Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Site, the AMOS site. AMOS, maybe? Direct energy. It has high power electromagnetic section. Says high power microwaves offer the warfighter innovative technologies that enable a variety of low collateral damage military applications that will allow the warfighter to achieve counter electronic effects, counter improvised explosive devices, and counter weapons of mass destruction. Here it says, in general, laser weapons offer warfighters unique opportunities for quick and precise target engagement, flexibility, and lighter and more responsive support logistics. Some of the capabilities that make lasers attractive for operational uses are, and it says read more. I dropped a link to all of it. I mean, there's only 2 places in America and the United States that admittedly have like systems. You know, like so the Air Force has it, but that's not like a location, right? Air Force has a few bases, you know. So it's in Maui, dude. I mean, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Nevada and Maui. Get out of here, dude.
Well, they got to have a portable one, right? Or no?
Yeah, it's called satellites. Satelloom.
And wait until you see what else I post here. I mean, it's not as crazy as that, but
I had a friend's dad years ago tell me that that satellites aren't what you think they are. They're actually weapons. I thought he was crazy.
That's what it all is, really. Apparently, if you're scared of a balloon, you know what I mean. Then it's all weapons, right? Why wouldn't it be?
there's the social innovation for Hawaii to make it a new smart grid.
They need you to be very afraid of anything, regardless whether it is going to harm or not. It does. That part doesn't matter.
Wait, we have an unprecedented power to direct energy in a way that serves, protects, and champions freedom? From powerful electromagnetics to electro-optics, we are always exploring new ways to give our warfighters the upper hand.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Electro-optical, of course. Which you know this, I think, but that's in between the near infrared and ultraviolet spectrums. And everyone's talking about like, oh, here are pictures. I think I saw the laser and blah blah blah. People were like, why would it? What? But no one saw these magical lasers. You stupid conspiracy theory, dude. The laser weapons that the military uses are infrared. You literally would not be able to see them. They would be invisible.
There's sound ones
Literally.
too. Ultrasonic. Yeah, you're not going to see it.
Nah,
Dude,
bro.
they have an airplane.
It's,
They have an airplane that it says complete flight test for directed energy laser system beam director. So
dude, I have a video where they literally use the laser to nullify a threat in the sky as a test. I literally have the video of the laser. They have to use a certain camera to see it because it's in the invisible spectrum. So I'm gonna have to do a whole nother stream on this because people really think that the direct energy weapon is like crazy. No, 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 no. It's super real.
yeah,
I watched a video of him doing it.
yeah, you tinfoil hats making shit up.
Which is funny because I tried to bring this up about how laser weapons could easily debunk the globe. Right. So, because like say you're shooting a laser, say you're shooting at a lower altitude or even from the ground, they usually do like surface to air, but if they did like surface to surface at a higher elevation, it would have to be accounted for that it's a globe. Lasers go straight to the place, you know. I guess what I'm saying is the military has probably one of the best ways to debunk the globe, to send super powerful lasers that are going to physically, you know, interact, like burn things and explode things. That's how you can't be like, oh, it's just refracted and you can see it. No, buddy, it's burning that sign. You know what I'm saying?
No, but direct energy weapons doesn't mean direct, bro. It means refracted.
Dude, they would actually try to say that, which is what's so funny. Like, yeah, the military's like, oh, well, don't just shoot it like it's straight. I hope it works out. There's gonna be refraction. There's gonna be refraction, bro. Just hope it works out. But they admit that higher frequencies aren't refracted as much. But think about this: there's very high frequency, right? VHF, and this is what like boats use for their radar a lot. So I was talking to
Yeah,
someone, a doofus
go
or
ahead,
someone,
Marco.
and they were like, he was like, no, the proof. Well, I know they're small because I have very high frequencies out of my boat. I can never get them more than 50 yards away, and it stops there every single time. It's because it's getting blocked by the curve of the earth. I'm like, okay, so these can't be affected by refraction then? He's like, no, not really at all. Like, they can't really be refracted. They're too high. I'm like, okay. So then I look it up and quickly find that you can actually send them all the way up to 200 miles, depending on the conditions. And quickly it was, oh, well, yeah, then I guess it can be refracted. And I'm saying all that to say, like, think about, like, anything that's in these higher frequencies, you can't invoke refraction, bro. You just can't. It's just stupid. You can't do that. And it's crazy that they even try to do that. Like when we send these it's like some globers will actually claim that radio waves refract around the ball. But that's absurd, bro. That's not how it works at all. So that's another good test that we can do is actually just on the same day in the same location with the same conditions, send different frequencies and document it, So
Yeah, wait, but I'm about to debunk you because it says right here, AFRL plays an integral role in leading the discovery, development, and integration of affordable warfighting technologies for our air, space, and cyberspace force, with a workforce of more than 11,500 across 9 technology areas and 40 other operations across the globe. Across the globe, bro. You're debunked. Says right here, they have over 11,000 employees across the globe. So, yep.
Yeah. Oh wow.
It is a globe.
Yeah. Yeah, it is actually. I didn't think about that, dude. But when I moved down to Florida, dude, Napalm, you better link up with me to do this too, dude. I'm gonna link up with Rakia in Louisiana. We're gonna send different frequency radio waves to Rakia in Louisiana over the water, and we're gonna do a whole spectrum of waves, but they should be blocked by the curve of the earth, which means since Rakia is in the skip zone, he shouldn't be receiving the signals. And that is going to be a direct physical test. That is a direct refutation of the globe. They can do mental gymnastics all they want to in here. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ask Zanuck, he'll make up an excuse. If you ask Jesse, he'll make up an excuse. But I mean, you'll have to make unscientific, made-up claims that apparently in this Discord, electromagnetic radiation changes based on whatever the globers need in the debate, but that's not how the real world works. So we're going to send an entire spectrum of frequencies. So when I get down there, I'm literally going to go talk to locals and try to find the best radio towers that are already there. And I'm going to try to actually use a tower that has a spectrum, like a range of frequencies, and see if I can rent it or send signals. If not, then we'll get our handheld antenna. Because you guys know, like for example, you guys know that they say that the ionosphere is 30 megahertz. Okay, and so and just so you guys know, like Oliver Heaviside came up with the ionosphere, and that dude was a genius. Okay, he didn't just make up the idea out of nowhere. It wasn't observed; it was invented, as an idea, but the science behind it's real. Meaning, if you send frequencies into ionization, right? If it is the same frequency or lower, it will reflect back,
Yep.
right? So it's basically plasma, like ionized gas. And if you have like ionization that is the same frequency as your signal or greater, meaning that the signal is the same or lower, it will reflect back. But the second that it's a higher frequency, like 1 megahertz more, the second it's more, it penetrates directly through it, right? That's how it works. You can prove this in a lab. You can do experiments to prove this.
That's why things also look like they're lit up more than others sometimes. Like the supposed rocket, when they supposedly do whatever, it's like a streak of light across the. Yeah. Yep.
It's funny. Here's just Jay just being a loser again. So what I'm saying is just a fact. He said, "LO, what does the frequency of ionization mean?" Like, he just has to always do this. But the fact of the matter is that if you have ionization, right, then if the frequency of the signal is greater than the, say, plasma, because that's what ionized gas is, it'll go right through it. It'll penetrate straight through it. So what that means is, according to their model, which they just made this up, but there's an ionosphere roughly 30 megahertz. So if I send a signal greater than that, it can't reflect off the ionosphere, right? It just cannot. It's just a fact. So if you just send higher frequency signals. They can't even claim the ionosphere.
Get her in here, bro. She's ready for this.
Dude, she does it every time, bro. Whenever I start
She's
getting
ready
into
for
a
this, bro.
she's like, not today. And then she's like she's like an angel baby as soon as I'm not talking. It's so funny.
You think you're the only one that can talk? I can talk too. Wah, wah.
Yeah, funny. And she's doing this thing where she's like fully discovering her voice, So she just like goes through these stages where she found a new sound and she just like just yells them.
Yeah.
She's not even crying. So yeah, like the world's amateur radio transmission record are up to 106 megahertz and go like 2,800 to 3,000 miles. So that debunks the globe. It can't bounce off the ionosphere. So anyway, you guys get it. That's what we're gonna test. We're gonna test a full range of frequency.
Has anyone ever tested like a big magnifying glass, like in the summertime, the wintertime, and the fall, and like just seen like how like what temperature you can get them compared to like summer, winter, and fall, like for like the suns, to get the idea of like there's a difference in strength for those, like in distance of it and everything, like to back their claim or not. I know it's a different point than the thing, but I was just saying, like, if the sun's supposed to be closer in the wintertime, then your magnifying glasses should be doing good work in the wintertime. And then in the summertime, they should be doing less work. So I just wanted to compare that and see what happened, so we could prove, whether they were right about that or not. The actual strength differential of like what the sun puts off. And you could have the magnifying glass just set up at a certain distance from a rock, summer, winter, spring, fall, whatever, and test it and record. Put some little things, heat, whatever, just, you know what I mean? Because I think it'd be like something cool to do.
Dude, something else you see here, it's like it ranges from 0.1 to 30 megahertz. So as the frequency increases, each wave is refracted less by the ionization layer. And so each penetrates further before it is reflected. So like as you literally just start from like 0.1 megahertz and work your way up. And as you increase the frequency, the skip zone should also increase proportionately. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't be able to receive the signal until further away as you increase the frequency, because it doesn't reflect back down until higher up, which means it's going to not come back down until further up. That makes sense? And you just draw a V, you know. No, it doesn't make sense. Like if you send a signal out on the ball drops down underneath you. So basically you're gonna draw a huge V because it's going up towards space, then it reflects back down. So it's like an upside down V. So if it goes higher up at that angle, then once it reflects back down, it's gonna go further out. The higher it goes before it reflects, the further out it goes on the ground before it's received. So you can test this claim by literally just increasing the frequencies from 0.1 megahertz all the way up. And then you just keep going past 30. And once you get past 30, it shouldn't be reflected anymore. So it can't be received on the ground. Like, it can only be received as far as line of sight can reach. So say the skip zone is from 200 to 700 miles. Well, okay, then you put someone right in the middle of that and you send the signals.
Yeah, the skip zone thing is neat for sure. There's definitely something to that. Definitely worth doing if it's easy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is it's already been done, right? Like the World Amateur Radio records, like show that you can send up over 100 megahertz, almost 3,000 miles, when it should be blocked at 200 miles. But you can't invoke the ionosphere. So,
Because it's a higher frequency than the ionosphere, or it's a frequency that the ionosphere shouldn't block. You're saying?
yeah, because as soon as it goes over 30, which is what the ionosphere maxes out at, according to them, then it should penetrate right through it.
Yeah. No, it's a good test, bro. It's a good fucking test right there. I don't even know who would object to that. We should get the Globers to help.
Yeah, I mean, I even had NASA Page Chill say that it would debunk the globe.
Definitely, that's definitely worth doing. Yeah. Florida's a good spot. You can bounce it off the Gulf. Maybe get someone out in a boat or something. Get someone in Mexico. Gemsy, you got any people in Mexico?
Órale, sí, amigo, vamos.
The best is like the Tampa area to Louisiana, right over that water in the Gulf. That's the most accessible in my opinion. Otherwise, you have to get people on islands and stuff. You could just get Rakia to go out to the water in Louisiana. Send it from Tampa to Louisiana.
Yeah, he got a boat and shit. He'll go all over the place.
We're gonna document it in like HD, 4K, and try and make a quick little
Wait,
documentary.
see, I just noticed one of the images that you posted. It shows a drone firing like a laser towards a building. That's interesting.
Well, yeah, that's another thing. Everyone thinks you need satellites or whatever. Like, no, dude. Just you could literally just have drones, and drones can go very high. We're talking about the military.
I mean, they have balloon technology now where once you get up so high, there's like, yeah, you get up high, there's like jet streams and shit. I think there's a point though once you get above that, because we've seen those balloons that they send up like 100,000, 130,000 feet or whatever. Like, I don't think there's much wind up there. So like once you get a balloon up there, you had like solar panels on it and some fans and shit. Like you could probably keep that balloon wherever you wanted to for a while. Or you could have drones. They also have planes that never land. You ever see those planes that? I think it was a contest a long time ago where they'll just have like solar panels on the whole plane will be just covered in solar panels, and they'll just keep it and just get it to fly constantly.
Which was the other location
Yeah.
you said? You said Maui, and where's the other one? Nevada?
Yeah, Nevada. Yeah.
Thanks for that. That's an interesting topic. Let me just look through it a little bit.
Yeah, that skip zone test is dope. You use a laser that shouldn't bounce off the ionosphere, according to these guys, and boom. Now what?
Well, I mean, yeah, it makes very specific claims. So as I increase frequency, the skip zone should increase proportionally, because like the higher the frequency, the further it penetrates before it reflects. So you go all the way up to 30 and then keep going. So all the way up to 30, you shouldn't be able to receive the signal until further and further and further away. And then over 30, you shouldn't be able to receive it at all. And we even give them over 40 because they say, in theory, it could fluctuate up to 40 maximum. So, okay, we'll just shoot like 80 or 100. And this is why Jace can't. Jace is not actually addressing the argument. When I said like he says, I might have said I don't know like frequency of ionization. What I was obviously saying was I literally said the ionosphere, right? So you have ionization and the frequency of the ionization. So okay, I'm talking about the area of ionization. We'll call the ionosphere. It has a frequency, electromagnetic frequency. But he just avoids the actual point. Yeah, I mean it's just goofy. You know what the argument is. The argument is, according to the globe model, the ionosphere has a frequency of 30 megahertz. Okay? So any frequency higher than that should directly penetrate it. So if I send a frequency higher than 30 megahertz, it should not be reflecting back down to the surface on a globe. I mean, how many times do I have to say it? What's your argument? I didn't hear an argument.
Yeah, I'll read
Jeremy,
this
did
real
you hear
quick.
the argument?
Jace's. Yeah, I heard the argument loud and clear, but I'll just read this in case Jace is confused. An ionosode, an ionosonde, I don't know how to say that word. There's a picture of the ionosphere over the globe. An ionosonde sweeps a range of frequencies, usually from 0.1 to 30 megahertz, transmitting at vertical incidence to the ionosphere. Atypically, this is from Australian Space Academy. They can't even talk right. A typically ionospheric maximum electron density of 10 to the 12 power electrons per cubic meter, thus gives us a plasma frequency of 9 megahertz. I don't know if that's relevant. There we go. What is the frequency of the ionosphere? 0.1 to 30 megahertz.
Yep.
The argument is, though, that if you shoot a certain frequency up, the ionosphere won't be able to bounce it back down Therefore, if you can get it at a certain range, it would debunk the fact that Earth is curving, because the Earth should be blocking it, because there's no other way to get the frequency other than it bouncing off the ionosphere, which is what they had to make up when they did their who's the radio guy? What's the award? You know what I'm talking about. Oh, Marconi? Yeah, the Marconi award.
Yeah.
They had to make up the ionosphere when Marconi shot his shit from wherever to wherever, because it was too far for the globe. So they had to say, oh, it has to be bouncing on the ionosphere.
Yeah, just I'm trying to unload the car. I'll drop some. It's just crazy. I have to drop freaking citations for everything. Well, Jace, bro, you're the genius. Remember, why don't you just Google it? I mean, it's a very simple concept. Like, if the electromagnetic frequency of the ionized area is less than the signal, it doesn't have the ability to reflect it. So, of course, you guys better believe this, since you guys claim to send radio waves to space.
Yeah, I mean, this is just globe model shit. Some of the frequencies get through to space, some don't. Some bounce back down, right? That's why you get the skip zone. I don't know why this is so hard. A lot of times people want to just focus on one thing, like one little thing that you may have said wrong or misphrased or something. I don't know what he's talking about.
I guess he says I said the frequency of ionization, the frequency of the ionization, which obviously in context what I'm saying is the frequency of the ionosphere, which 100% does have a frequency. Well, I mean, this is what it really is, bro. There's plasma above us, right? Again, plasma is ionized gas. So there is actually plasma above us. As far as in my opinion. I think that's all that's above us, and it keeps getting more and more dense. In fact, I would say the frequency continues to increase.
There we go, real quick. The frequency at which a wave just penetrates an ionosphere layer is known as the critical frequency of that layer. So the layers of the ionosphere have a frequency, right?
Yep.
There's plasma above us, yeah. There's a plasma TV above us.
This is from Science Direct. This is from Science Direct. The maximum plasma frequency in the Earth's ionosphere is somewhat greater than about 10 megahertz.
You want to see an image of the plasma TV above us? Look at the moon. It's an image.
Real fast, so I don't know if you guys have heard what my actual definition of density is. But so, like, think about the periodic chart, right? And how we have different elements with different densities. So I don't believe in a current periodic chart. I rock more with like a Walter-Russell elements chart, right? Yeah, I don't know if you guys are familiar, but anyway, it's all frequency and vibration. So say you draw like a waveform, right? Say you have 1 foot and you draw a waveform. So one of them is really like spaced out waves, and then one is a lot of not spaced out waves, right? Meaning it just has a higher frequency, right? So density is the compactness of matter, and we know that electrostatics holds the matter together. So the higher the density, the higher the frequency of what holds the matter together. So like if you had 1 foot
right? The spaced out wide waves would be less compact than like the higher frequency waves, like a ton of waves right there in that 1 foot, right? I'll drop a visualization, but anyway, my point is, take that understanding and apply it to the fact that it does seem to be plasma layers, and when I say the density increases, well, the frequency of the plasma increases with altitude. And it gets to the point where you're not really going to be able to penetrate it unless you're able to have a high enough frequency yourself. I think that's what contains this place. What do you guys think?
I was just going to quickly say that you get things like purple noise and white noise. All those different things there have different frequencies. So you're looking at about 10 megahertz was the common number that came up. Brown noise, pink noise, all these different things are different colors of different frequencies. So that could explain why we see different colors in the sky, because they're all at different frequencies.
What about a rainbow?
A rainbow is, I see a rainbow in my east, and I see the sun in my west behind me, and the sun's causing the rainbow. So I think your rainbows are just basically like a torch, or a colored torch with different sort of layers. So the sun, that's what I see. I see the sun's doing that, and it might be hitting the atmospheric sort of polarity, whether it be up and down, left and right, diagonal. That's the polarity. They're all out of phase. So probably why you see it.
Are you saying the air lines them up like a rainbow pattern?
Yeah, well, if everything was, if you get your phone and if you've got a polarized screen generally, put it on the ground, it's a sunny day and aim up towards the sun, you'll see all the different colors coming down. But is that just the screen itself that's doing that, or is it actually showing you what the colors of the rays are coming down? And also, you see is individual to you. So whenever you look at something, you're not looking exactly the same thing as somebody else, because they're not standing in the same position as you. So seeing that round there, I reckon possibly something just bent in a field.
Right, and if you said something to
So we can prove that they're like magnetic fields that contain plasma. So we're in a giant torus field containing different layers of plasma, and the frequency increases as you go higher. Thus, the density increases as you go higher. Thus, to get through those plasma layers, your frequency has to increase to get higher and higher.
I was just speaking on the different color frequency divisions. Like with the rainbow, are they divided in different frequencies of color, but they're all next to each other in the same, medium, and it's just the light that you're dividing from itself? I mean, what are we saying is the frequency of a rain? Like well, I was just talking on the gentleman that mentioned the colors or a frequency. I just like to.
But real fast before that, I'm trying to make a pretty profound point about like the macro of where we live. You see, the way that we contain plasma in the lab is with strong magnetic fields. So we live in a torus field. We have a magnetic field, and it contains the plasma, and there are density layers that increase as you go higher.
You are a torus field. I'm not being funny. It's not a joke. You are a little one.
I mean, they always say the Earth's magnetic field is weak, but look how big it is.
Well,
It's
okay,
fucking
so
huge.
yeah, but so it's counterintuitive. But magnetic fields, their strength are inversely proportionate to size, to spatial extension. So the bigger the magnetic field, the weaker it is. Like if you have it's actually about the little black hole in the center. The bigger that is, the stronger it is. The bigger that is, the smaller the field's extension is. But it doesn't actually mean, it depends on how big what's in the center is. like the vortex, right? And as you get to the edges, that's where you're going to get the real like movement that's going to cause the strength. So when they're just like measuring it on the surface and thinking it's a globe and all this stuff doesn't mean anything. It could be very strong and very big. It just depends on how big the center is. See, I knew that Jace was going to go Google it. This is their excuse, and he just went and Googled it, and now he's pretending to teach us about it. So they claim that there are like, they theorize that there must be like clouds up there, right? There are clouds up there that reflect it back down because they know that it should penetrate. So they claim that there's like little ionized clouds and that it reflects the radio waves back down, which is hilarious. It's just a made up story, but so then even applying this made up story, if you send anything over like 500 megahertz, then it penetrates even like the strongest cloud they can theorize. But it's just a made up claim. So I literally knew he was just gonna Google it, and now he's acting like he's teaching us or something. But I already knew that, obviously. If you Google it, it pops up and says, "But there are ionized clouds." So it's like, oh, I guess lucky for them when they send these radio waves to allegedly to the moon, there were no clouds there. There's no way to test the claim. That's why they can just make it up.
I reckon the rainbow is a reflection of the sun, and that possibly could be the formation of the sun in its different layers, and that's why we see a rainbow, because we know that it's a full circle, but we only generally see half because of our whatever. So I reckon that's what it is. That's what the sun actually looks like to something.
Conical refraction.
So there's plasma contained by a magnetic field. So of course it starts to transition from gas, right? I mean, that's what plasma is. So that would be physical containment.
Conical refraction happens when light passes through a biaxial crystal.
If they spray silver in our atmosphere, which they do to help with weather control, actions.
So plasma can be contained by a magnetic field. Isn't plasma ionized gas?
Yeah.
So would it then stand to reason that their idea or conception of gas pressure without a container and their idea that gravity is the container would basically be saying that gravity is pretty much what we call magnetism? It's one and the same.
I mean, but can you contain gas with a magnetic field? Ionized gas and gas they're not the same thing, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, like, basically, what happens is the plasma acts as the physical containment, and the magnetic field molds it. I mean, you can definitely change the direction of gas with like ionized. Like, there's like ionized wind. But no, it's like the plasma, like transitioning more to a solid state, is what gives you the physical containment required to contain the gas.
Because they've
don't-
used this on me before when I've argued you can't have gas pressure without a container. They've shown plasma and a magnetic field and all that shit, but it's like, well, that's not gas though.
That's right. That's plasma, and it's in the container anyway. But the point is, like, yeah, exactly. Plasma is not the same. But what I'm saying is, like, okay, they're remedial. Who cares? I'm saying that density is actually proportionate to frequency. You have the compactness of the frequency in a certain volume, and that's where you get density. The periodic chart is just some like materialistic, made up nonsense, right? It's actually based on the frequency. So as you increase altitude, the frequency of the plasma increases. So therefore, it becomes more and more dense. And in order to actually penetrate that, you're going to have to match or supersede the frequency of that plasma. And then we're in a giant torus field, which is actually molding the shape of the plasma, right?
Pistol shrimp, air bubble.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Pistol
Yeah, I was gonna
shrimp,
say
and air
that.
bubble.
Yeah, I was gonna say that in order to have plasma, you have to have like very, very uh, densely concentrated gas. But I don't know. I mean,
Well, fire's a plasma.
other than a volume and some kind of contraption, I don't know.
Air and water, an air bubble. An air bubble in water, and you excite it like a pistol shrimp. There you have a plasma ball or a gas trapped in a magnetic field, which is liquid. So
How
air
do you
in water.
how do you get a magnetic field though?
It's
Float like
water,
a
bro.
butterfly and sting like a
Water.
pistol shrimp.
Oh, hold on. It's water. Water is the magnetic field. What do you mean? How do I get it?
Oh, I see where you're going with that.
Yeah.
Like water's above, water below.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Water is the magnetic field that contains air that you're asking for. 1,000,000%. If it's beyond what you're, I mean, I don't know. There's nothing else I could say.
Like, because this kind of makes sense. Like, in theory, could you get out of this place? Sure. But you would have to exceed a frequency of the top layer of plasma. And so you wouldn't be material. Material can't get out this place. If you had a high enough frequency, in theory, you could. I mean, this is me speculating a quote unquote model, if you want to call it that, but makes a lot of
All
sense.
of this be slowing down. Could also slow down moon actually going through.
Those rocket launches make a lot more sense when they look like it's in the water when you apply the idea of plasma. And so then when you get to what they call space, it's just a super dense plasma. And this is why plasma cosmology is able to sufficiently answer so much more of the phenomena that we see, like even the bending of light. So like electric universe proponents aren't completely wrong. They have a whole bunch of base assumptions they're trying to cram down observations through, you know. You can also explain the sun being electric. This is all speculation. It's not required to prove what the Earth is or whatever, but that's not the point. I don't want to have the same redundant remedial conversations with the same zealots. I'm trying to figure out, an idea of what's going on. The electric sun theory explains that really the sun is getting its energy from its environment. And even their stupid mainstream model acknowledges that there's plasma around the sun. And so, of course, they're trying to explain a gigantic star and all this stuff, but minus all the wild made-up assumptions, plasma would explain what we see in the sky. It's a dense fluid-like medium, which would mean that everything is more compact, meaning closer. Everything's more local, and it's a confined, contained system, just like even Hubble admitted.
I can see the water in the bubble, but like not without some sort of other restraints. Because how would you hold this place where it's at? Like, you know,
Um, I don't know. I mean, the scriptures say there's a foundation, but I mean, I think it's like you can call it a bubble or whatever because like, well, a bubble is like liquid, so in no sense it kind of would be similar to a bubble because it's just the more dense plasma, it's more and more fluid like. You know, like as you get more and more ionization of the gas, it becomes more and more like of a dense fluid, right? So it's like say that as you get up higher, you start to get this ionization of gas, and it gets more and more fluid like, and then it gets to where it's like basically water. But it would be then the magnetic field that is separating them. Now, I find it interesting is this it separates the water from the waters, but it invokes physicality. So I don't know if it means like what happens is there's a transition state where it goes from like a superfluid to a super solid, and there's like a literal physical containment in that sense, like a solid, or if it's like incredibly dense plasma that would be basically the same as a solid in a way. I don't really know. I don't know. It's a lot of speculation.
It's like the pistol shrimp. They tell you on the thing, it's like the pistol shrimp. It invokes the power of the sun through a plasma reaction when it releases into the water. And it'll shock its enemy, right? With the baby sun, with the power of the baby sun. So literally, this is what we're talking about. So you have water that's containing a little circle or element of what the pistol shrimp puts out. And I also wonder the same thing about temperature for this. If you put the little pistol shrimp in cold water versus hot water, what would be the amplitude like what would be the effect one versus the other? The same with the magnifying glass in the winter versus summer. What's the differential there? Yeah.
I mean, I mean, I mean, the crystalline structure, like that's got to be there somewhere. Okay, let me not say got to be, but again, the whole conical refraction component, the rainbow, got to be more than just liquid.
Well, that's what's so
I'm not
interesting
saying
about
you're
like
saying it's just
superfluid.
liquid.
There's evidence that shows that you can have super solids. So it's like you would have a solid, but in theory, it doesn't offer any viscosity, which is like hard to comprehend in a way. But
How do crystals like I know like a lot of people use crystals for like certain energies and things like that. Like what do you guys know about that stuff? Like crystal stuff?
not a ton, to be honest. Caranby and Cami are the go-to.
So
Although, what is interesting about
supercomputers use crystals like quartz to be able to process information, that kind of stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
they use quartz crystals. That's why we were. It's because they have like incredible precision regarding electromagnetic frequency. You can harness electromagnetic frequency and oscillation like very precisely with quartz crystals. That's why they use it for atomic clocks as well, which they of course run through magnetic fields, and inside the atomic clock is like two magnetic fields, and then they hit it with microwave frequencies that constantly adjust to keep it at a certain oscillation rate, which is like 9 billion clicks or oscillations per second. But anyway, the reason that they use the quartz crystal is because it's so incredibly precise. Its precision regarding like oscillations or electromagnetic frequency is like pretty insane. So
And
crystals
it
are definitely
grows.
very fascinating.
That shit. That quartz grows real big under the ground in places.
Well, check this. This is actually a bit of a side note. Another time that the scriptures were just proven scientifically accurate, like thousands of years later, is when it says that the crystals that are used to build the wall of the temple in New Jerusalem, it lists 12 stones, 12 crystals. And what they've now discovered is that if you take a super thin layer of a crystal for microscopic purposes, and then you introduce what they call pure light, which is like cross polarized light, certain crystals turn black. Kind of like when you have the polar lens that debunks the photon, and you turn it to the side in the quantum Venn diagram paradox, and it like goes black. Like crystals will do that too. So like it's because those crystals are isotropic. They have a preferred direction that the light can go because of the structure. So anyway, they studied a bunch of crystals, right? Like diamonds are isotropic and they go dark, they go black whenever you introduce this cross polarized light. But the 12 crystals that were named in the scriptures are all anisotropic, meaning when you do it, it creates this incredibly beautiful, like entire spectrum of colors. It's like the entire spectrum of colors is like incredibly pretty, as opposed to like the diamond goes black. What a coincidence that the scriptures knew, right? The list of anisotropic crystals that, whenever hit with pure light, would be the most beautiful thing you can ever imagine seeing. And that's what they claim. That's what it claims the walls of the temple in New Jerusalem will be built with. And like we've discovered it now with like microscopic introduction of cross polarized light, and it was written thousands of years ago.
Solar panels. That's funny. Solar panels that pick up frequency or radio from a distance. Isn't that crazy? So if you could plug into the crystal or had a crystal of your own to pick up any frequency being outputted from a source, your crystal would then pick up that frequency, like you said, and be very correct or accurate, just like a cord going DC. And it would pick up whatever you put into it. So if you put in your voice or anything else, that's what it would pick up and play. Like they literally had some Wi-Fi shit going on.
Like I wonder how someone can explain, like, to think that the scriptures don't have any legitimacy. How could one really explain that? Like the Hebrew people were doing microscopic tests of pure light with anisotropic crystals. I guess that's possible. And then they decided they studied all these crystals from around the world, and then they picked out the ones that were, gonna be the most pretty, or like, oh, they just guessed, they luckily guessed right, or what?
They're looking for the chaos emerald, the one that's different from the other ones.
And really, it was a side note, but I mean, it is kind of pertaining to the idea of like the question about crystals in general. Like crystals are pretty fascinating. They're naturally occurring in abundance, and they're able to. They have like incredible precision regarding EMF. And when introduced to cross polarized light, there are some anisotropic crystals that are just like the prettiest thing that you can imagine. They're very fascinating.
Yeah, and then they.
Did you ever see that? Did you ever see that show Planet Earth? I know that's your favorite because it has the word planet in it, but the crystal cave thing where there's those giant crystals, like they're huge.
Yes.
That's neat shit.
Crystals are very cool, man. But there could be like a crystalline structure, and like this is the thing, super solid would in theory have like a lattice structure. So like I think it could just transition into a solid. I mean, it being like what's above us.
Well, supposedly, like they'll write stories or tell you things about like, and people believe they either hold power or can take power or whatever. Like Elijah was speaking on, like just the cartoon or comic idea that Superman could be, weakened by a crystal called kryptonite, right? Now, what if there's a real, aspect to that? Whether it be the opposite or the actual same, whether something can either give you strength in a way or more energy or take away. I don't know.
And I want to say one more thing. So, like, if you think about, so say that the plasma layers are increasing in frequency, thus density proportionate. And so, like, as you get higher and higher, you're not really going to be able to penetrate it. Like, even before you get to, say, there's a solid barrier, which I actually think there is. Before you even get to that, like, you wouldn't be able to get through the fluid that's up there, because as you get higher and higher, it gets more and more dense. Matter would not be able to physically go through it, right? Because in order to be material, you have like a maximum frequency basically before matter starts to disintegrate, which people have they've actually shown you can disintegrate matter with frequency. So my point is, like, you can't send a rocket up through all that. And if you've ever seen the modern SpaceX launches, they look very crazy. They look like something's in like water. Well, they may just be going as high as they can up into the plasma. All that to say, so you keep on getting more dense, i.e., higher frequency plasma. The higher and higher you go, there's like these density layers. It's like the ocean flipped upside down. You know, it gets more and more dense. And then there may, in fact, have been like the creator may have, in fact, you know, I mean, even just moved his finger across in an arc, you know, and whatever energy was introduced could have created a solid structure. And then so say there's a solid structure put in the midst of the waters. And so the reason that you have heavenly and earthly waters, well, they're different because the higher you go, the plasma changes. So the heavenly waters are different from the earthly waters. And then you just create that barrier in between. But then it just continues to do what it was doing before, which is like change frequency as it goes higher and higher. And so in order to get all the way up, you would have to have like the highest frequency imaginable, i.e., the creator.
I mean, there's like there's even separation in the waters here on Earth. There's like a place where there's literally, it looks like a border in the water on the surface, not even underneath, but on the surface, where there's just a border between
The
like
two oceans.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Anybody?
the salt content in one versus the salt content in the other, like, is what they say separates the the magnetic field of both of them. Actually, yeah.
Well, now have you guys seen that? Like even in the water, like even in the ocean, like there's a scuba diver that went down, and then there looked like there was a puddle in the ocean, and he like so there was like a puddle of water inside the water, and he goes and like hits it, and it's like literally looks like he's hitting water in up on the surface. You guys ever seen like water inside of water?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, wasn't there a claim where they went far down in the ocean and then they couldn't go any farther, but it was just water? Is that what you were talking about?
Well, that's it. It's similar. Yeah, the submarine like hit this plate. They said they hit this thing they couldn't go through, but it was just water. There's a video I saw of a scuba diver actually doing it. So it shows this guy just hitting his hand on the water. It looks like a puddle, and then it zooms out and it's a scuba diver in the ocean. It's freaking crazy, bro. So same phenomena.
Even there's different densities between the seawater, like the one on near the surface, and 200 meters below that. They call it deep sea water, and it's a different density, different temperature, and the purity of the water is different as well. So yeah, there's different waters. Yes.
A submarine is the real rocket. Let's face it. So only what a sub could do, a rocket can do. The same thing what you're explaining. So the same way up, same way down. So if a submarine has to do whatever, depression, do all this other crazy shit, and then to go down to a certain depth, but it can't go no further, then clearly a rocket could only go up to a certain height and couldn't ever go any further. Clearly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think material can get out of this. I don't think material can get out of this place or even get all the way to the center. I don't think.
Well, I'd say it's a conversion rate, and whatever that shit is that settles itself or builds up there is what we'd call the other liquid. Yeah, it's like their magnetic fields being a liquid of their self. 100%, man. The same way I look at water and air. When air gets trapped in water, and you see that little air bubble, that just reminds me of two magnets.
Like, although this is immense speculation, I bring it up a lot because I'm always hoping that someone will be able to jump in and like kind of show me something I'm overlooking that would mean it maybe doesn't make sense. Because to me, it like makes such obvious sense. It's like it so clearly explains what we observe, in my opinion.
Have you ever thought about a magnet as being a vacuum itself?
I don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, you suck shit
Think
up
about
with it.
all the instances like in scripture that talk about like there's certain animals and certain things that it's forbidden to mix. It's like you'll just go up in smoke, and that was like before the firmament and shit, So it's like that was when God was closer, also coincidentally. I I don't know. It's, I don't know. Like approaching God is like you can't even do it like without certain garb, or again, you just gonna go up in smoke. It's crazy.
But that's what's also so crazy is like even according to scriptures, like even these angels, right? Which if what I'm saying is true, obviously they exist in a much higher frequency. It's kind of common sense if they're not confined to material, right? If they're like immortal and not material, even they can't go all the way up where the creator is. Like, it's a place that only his frequency can reside at the very, very top. It's like his layer. So,
Yeah,
they
like
can
in a big
approach it, but
projection.
they can't go.
Sorry.
Well, it makes sense that if
Projection.
you're going to try to create something, if you were going to create something like this with like things like, look how we do ant farms. We don't let the ants just fucking run around the whole house, right? We keep them trapped in this one area. That way you can get your shit under.
Or you keep them out of the house and you let them have the whole earth to roam. And you just let them do what they do, like we would. Your whole yard would be full of ant hills. You don't care what they're doing. They're just doing their little thing, their little hills. As soon as they impede on you, that's when you're like, hey, man, get off my cookies. Quit trying to crawl on my counter. Get out of here, ants. You know what I mean? That's when you worry about it, right?
Well, it gives
That's
him the
why if you
vantage
have an
point
ant,
to see everything. Well, I'm saying it gives him the vantage point to be able to see everything. Like overlook everything and keep an eye on everything.
yeah, you missed the
Hey,
analogy.
I was just going to say I've enjoyed listening this morning, and a lot of what I've heard and picked up on is basically limits. There are limits, and there's limits when you go up towards the heavens, towards the core, probably limits when you go towards the North Pole. And what's really fascinating is I even think the entire topic has limits. Like, even if God or the Creator explained to us how we could pass through the upper layers or explain to us why we can't go to the direct center of the earth, would we be able to actually comprehend what he was saying? Because we're using English, we're using our past experiences, we're using science. And I'm thinking, well, part of this is a big test. Will you be content not knowing? Will you be happy with what you do know? Will you share in love and in a gentle way? Or will you egotistically and pridefully act like you know it all when really I don't think there's a way for us to know it all. But yeah, it's beautiful to explore all this.
I think the most known unknown would say, I don't know. What do you think? And then you'd be like, that's interesting.
Yeah, dude, I find it fascinating. And to jump back, a couple paragraphs, the fact that the stones that are prophesied about or talked about being the ones that, the whole thing you explained that are beautiful whenever you do that. I mean, I can't explain it like you. There's no way they would have known. Like, there's no way. It's just more proof that the scriptures are true, and we should just humble ourselves and operate in love and communicate the best we can. I say all ideas are not off the table except for, if they're an idea that shuts down the further exploration. Like, no, space is all explored, all the stars are labeled, they're made of this, we're going to go there next week. That just seems, I don't know, that doesn't seem real to me now that I've figured out that there's so many deceptions and twistings of the truth.
Yeah, I think it's like we're in this weird predicament where Now creation has been so lied about that it's almost like we're forced to try to figure out things that really, I think that people should be naturally content not knowing. But I think I've actually prayed about this. Um, I think that the creator does in fact want us to figure out a lot of stuff now to kind of combat the misinformation, like the lie. So it's like this weird predicament where now I'm over here speculating about the celestial medium, right? Where it's obviously not going to be something I can ever fully understand or get completely right. But we have to like combat all the non. They made so many claims about things that man's not even supposed to know, that we have to show like, oh no, there are many viable options outside of this that actually align with the scriptures, that align with all the evidence. It's actually physically possible. Blah blah blah. It's kind of crazy.
No, I hear you. I think a lot of it has, the creator, I think, enjoys us researching and studying and pondering and looking at, like, it's all about the intention of your heart. Are you amazed at creation? Are you humbled by what we live in, and just even our own life, like our lifespan? How long is our life? What can we do with it? What energies do we have in a day to either lift up people, build them up, or tear them down? And so, we could speculate, like you said, all day. I don't think there's any harm in wondering. It's just when people get way off track and they're promoting like a negative vibe constantly, just shutting people down or saying "nuh-uh" or "no, you're uneducated, you're stupid." I think that is that person showing out like they don't have understanding or peace or joy, because we are allowed to ask questions always.
Well, I think we're actually supposed to, right? That's like my take on. I've had a few people be like, "You're entering God territory and you're trying to figure out stuff that you're not supposed to try to figure out." I strongly disagree. Whether or not I'm capable of figuring it out and whether or not I should try to figure it out are two different things. And he says, search all things out, right? He says, like, prove all things and hold steadfast to that which is true, expose the darkness to light. And if you read what Enoch did, Enoch wanted to know everything. Like, Enoch was asking questions about everything. In fact, he came across a fruit when he was basically being given a tour of this realm, by angels, and he was like, the fruit smelled so sweet and delicious that he kept asking, what's up with that fruit? What about that fruit? And he's like, Enoch, out of all these things I can show you, you just want to know about this fruit? And Enoch was like, no, I want to know everything, but first I want to know what that fruit is. So like, that kind of shows you that he wants to reveal like how majestic this place is to us. He wants us to like try to figure it out. You know what I mean? He wants us to try to figure it out, but he wants us to do so with humility.
I like Enoch. He's a cool dude.
Yeah. And that also reminds me of King Solomon being very curious about all things also, and having like 700 wives and a few hundred concubines. Not that like, having sex with 1,000 women is, promoted these days or whatever, but he was curious about all the pleasures man could experience. He had the wildest parties, biggest gatherings. He had all the material
against
things that you
God's
could have. Hold on a
against God's
second.
wishes, mind you. But continue.
Right. I'm just meaning he had curiosity about what the limits of stuff that he could obtain or feel or have. And, in the end, he says it's all vanity. And I kind of feel like a miniature Solomon, because I did some partying and I did some seeking of money and some wild living. And yeah, I wouldn't take it away because it brought me to where I am today, but it was vanity. It was like, why didn't I just reside in him and trust him? Well, I had to check it out. I had to see if that stove was hot, or I had to see what that pleasure was. And now that I'm married 10 years in with kids, it's like, wait a minute, this is so much sweeter in the confounds, in the boundaries that the Creator set up for man and woman. It can be very beautiful and very free, but I didn't know that when I was in my mid-20s. So anyway, yeah, exploring all this stuff's fire.
Perhaps you were possessed by a hedonistic spirit.
Oh man, totally could have been.
What I mean, but think about this though. So if we can ask questions and nobody's going to get shunned, think about it. If you went up to the most known unknown and you're sitting there and you ask a question, right? You just put a question out there, and then the question comes back. I mean, what is the very thing? Like, what if the very thing that we're saying whatever about is asking the very things that we're asking about? I mean, maybe that is the whole fucking point of all of this. Is because whatever that thing is when you get there, maybe it was like, man, I didn't know that. That's some funny, who knows? I mean, like, maybe the whole point of this thing, because, like, in order for me to see what happens, I have to fucking see what happens somehow. I have to be able to record things that are happening.
Dude, that made a lot of sense. At first, I thought it wasn't going to, but I like that. Um, I'm to the point now that no matter what I know, no matter how much wisdom I gain, I feel like a toddler in a way because the Most High's ways are so much higher than mine. He understands everything more than I ever could, and I think he enjoys me as his. I'm made in his image. I'm his son, not like the begotten son, but I'm a child of God. And as I've toddled around and made mistakes and bumped my knee and fallen down, he's always got that hand out, like, let me lift you up, son. Let me try to show you a better path. Now, are you going to trust me? Are you going to walk this path out? Because it's a slow moving path. Or are you going to run ahead or jump off on your own rabbit trail? And I've done a lot of that. And now I shouldn't even be alive. Like all the crazy stuff I've done, I could have died and I didn't. And now I'm breathing, so that means I have the opportunity to love on y'all and to share ideas and pursue the fruits of the spirit. And yeah, every day just living with as much gratitude as possible, trying to be a blessing to those in need, and trying to figure it out. But if I don't, you know what? This is awesome. Just residing in gratitude.
1 second. It reminds me that you living gave it a memory or an experience. Gave what, like, the most known, you are the experience you gave it. Like, so whenever you do whatever and you're done or starting or whatever, that's the experience that got obtained by the most known unknown or whatever this thing is. So, like, say you set out the blueprint, right? So you set out the blueprint, but that doesn't mean you know exactly what's going to happen in this blueprint. You might have put something that's like not chaotic enough to where it can go past your blueprint, and nothing will go beyond the blueprint or the design. But within that spectrum, what are the possibilities? And we are it. I just think that we are it. I think we are all the different possibilities of whatever the possibilities can be. And they'll present themselves and, you know, change.
Yeah, 100%. The crazy thing about the possibilities of the realm we live in is I believe we live in a fallen state. Like the world, as you look around, it's just wild. And if any of us have health or any of us have friends or, we're in a relationship that there's love or we're parents or whatever, that's all a blessing. And you got to count it a blessing, but you got to live your life with an open hand. So, like me personally, I've got my hand extended out flat and my wife's in there and my kids are in there and my health's in there and stuff. And I don't have a tight grip around it where if I lose my health or if I lose my wife or if I lose a kid, it's not going to, I mean, it's going to be traumatic for sure, but it wouldn't rock the foundation of my faith in the sovereign creator. It wouldn't make me hate God. I would not turn from him because I know what the rules are here. I know what the game is. Anything terrible could happen to any of us at any moment, but don't fear that. Just pray for guidance, pray for protection, just love as hard as you can because, and I'm almost done. I feel like the reap what you sow concept is so beautiful because if you sow into the kingdom and you sow into the fruits of the spirit and love others, you will reap what you sow. Maybe not in this lifetime, that's the hard part, but eventually you will reap what you sow.
Yo.
Can you ground information? Check that out. Can information work as ground just like electricity or energy, right? Information.
I was just looking up stuff about helium, and helium in the ionosphere is the right temperature for it to become a supersolid.
Well, yeah.
And it's one of the few gases that are up there. It's also the most irreplaceable gas. The only way to make helium, I also just looked it up, is it decays off of uranium deep underground. And it's basically like this little inert, odorless gas. It's basically like a nothing molecule. But when it's cold, it's a solid. So there goes your plasma boundary bouncing frequencies around.
So,
but they say that they say that space isn't solid, that there's nothing solid above us. Clearly, helium, would be solid at that altitude if that's where they say all the helium's going.
well, when does helium become a rock again in front of you? Or like, you understand what I'm saying or not? It became from that material. When can we put it back to that material? Like when can we?
So, and as far as as far as I thought, like superfluids, is a concept. They say that they're like these quantum computers, but even that's like, are they really a thing? Somebody told me quantum computers weren't even a thing yet, but just some idea, some concept. Because with superfluid it's so high in viscosity that there's no material that can hold it. If that's the case, then I mean, that seems really counterintuitive.
Seems like you'd be swimming in jelly. If it can go through all material, shit. And when you say it's the least abundant, how does that even make sense when they say it's an offset of natural gas, right? Now they're trying to
It's
say it's
it's
from a certain rock, right?
it's the hardest. Well, they don't even claim they can make helium. They claim that the only way that we get helium is from decaying uranium and thorium. I just have to Google that.
I just don't. I mean, myself, I don't believe that at all. Not at all. Not when they show you, like, if you ever watch like the process for helium to be produced. Have you seen it? Have you seen all the different steps?
No, you could tell me about it.
Well, not really. I mean, it's a lot of steps. It's like 14 different things they do to it. And they have all the little beakers and all the little things. They cool it, they heat it, and they get it super, 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 super hot, basically by trying to compress it with different temperatures and differentials to get it to its final state of inertness, which is what you call helium, right? Or like negative potential. So the release in negative potential from anything is basically the same as helium. In my book. But you'd have to Google it, look into it, like watch a couple YouTube channels. Like they show it real quick. They'll show a whole bunch of different like beakers, little things, stuff they have it in a container. They get it cold, they get it hot. They do a lot of different things to it. They add this gas and they boil it off or heat it up or freeze it and then yeah, it's crazy.
Yo, Demok, so we found helium naturally occurring from the Earth's processes or whatever, and then we figured out how to do it in the lab, perfectly create helium, the same element or gas.
Well, that's the whole
If
point
you
of my
Google it,
questioning.
it's not exactly creating it. It's an extraction method. So you still need the natural gases from the Earth.
What's that? What's a natural gas from Earth?
This says methane, ethanol. They extract it from methane and ethanol, and this is a byproduct of the decay of uranium and thorium underneath the ground. So they're like pulling stuff out the ground, and the extraction method, that's that 14-step process you were talking about.
So it sounded like poop. I heard methane.
Well, dude, I'm just reading about it. I'll
Right. No,
just keep reading.
listen. I know. I know. Hold on. Let me finish real quick. I'll be done. Sounds like poop. Methane poop from like if a cow pooped 8 million tons of poop and it leaked into the ground, and then they would come and get some helium.
Yeah, it does seem like that's what I was curious about, and you answered it. It's like the cyclical process, almost like rain or water evaporation. Rain clouds come down and says rain. I needed to see and understand helium being used and going away, but it also circling back through the earth and coming back out or whatever.
It's really the release of the potential, right? After the action or reaction of anything that piles up and like decays and does all its shit, you're gonna have a buildup, right, of any helium or uh potential of gas. Like you're gonna have a buildup that shit builds up, and then when you pop a hole in it or pop because like in a cave before you go in caves no one's ever been in for a long time. Down in the you usually light a match in there before you go in because it'll go and it'll light up and burn you all because the pockets of natural gas that exist under there. So basically, it's just decayed shit. So if you have a pile of poop, a pile of leaves, a pile of this, a pile of all that stuff down there smashing itself over a little bit of time, eventually what's going to be released is the negative or neutral potential, the shit that rises. And anytime you see heat rising from metal or you see any heat that gets so hot that it makes things rise, that rising shit that you can't light on fire is helium. There's a mountain everything that releases outgassing. They lie to you and tell you it's not abundant, but it is. They tell you everything's not abundant if you believe their story. I mean, but that's just,
What you talking about, Demo?
oh,
Yeah,
there ain't no
can I get a
there ain't no
fact check
water.
on this? I feel like he's spitting false information.
I'm spitting so false information. I'll just tell you guys that we're running out of water. We're running out of air. We only got a couple gallons left. We only got a couple gallons of gas left. Don't worry, guys. I got you covered. I'm with the news. We're good to go. Raise those
Well,
prices.
the other
But
guy
that's
was on the right track, right? Certain types of radioactive decay, particularly alpha particles, are just helium nuclei, and they occur in elements underground. And then you can use an extraction process to extract out the helium.
isn't that how you know Demo gets right because he's wrong? That's exactly how you figure it out, right?
That's what I was thinking. It was so fake it had to be real.
You guys make me laugh.
Well, I'm saying I heard methane and poop and broken down decayed roots and trees and animals and other stuff and rocks and material heating up, right? And releasing or outgassing, right? And then the other explanation that no one could understand was what again?
It's not that difficult, Demo. There's radioactive elements contained in minerals and such in the ground. Those decay via alpha decay, which release an alpha particle, which is just a helium nucleus, right? And then you can extract the helium nucleus out of those materials to get helium.
That made no sense. Can I get an alpha particle?
Uh, yeah, it's a tough one to
What's it look
understand,
like?
man.
It has two neutrons. It's
It's
it's a
two protons, two neutrons, and then if you want the actual elemental helium, you would have two electrons as well. Actually, using some liquid helium on the NMR.
Yeah, it sounds dope. Did you get Witsit's argument earlier though about the skip zones and the ionosphere and the frequencies and shit?
Yeah, it took me like less than 5 minutes to find an article that says that it's not just up to 300 megahertz or whatever. They were saying 450 and even beyond. And then he made something trying to portray that they're talking about like clouds in the sky, but that's not what they're talking about. And so I provided another article which also had 4 other studies linked in it of the E subscript S layer, talking about these clouds of ionization in the ionosphere and the frequencies and the measurements of such and all that.
Dude, it doesn't
Yeah, you
say
know where
above 450. What are you talking about? Why did you just slip and beyond in there when it literally says that like it's incredibly rare for it to even get up to 450 in theory?
Yeah, they didn't set a hard limit. So like I'm sure you can at some times get like 451 or 452 megahertz also skip, right? They didn't say like at 450 it just stops. So
Oh,
that's
you're
what I
sure?
was
You're
meaning.
sure? You're sure? Do you have any evidence of any of this?
What they said, they didn't say it. It's just there's some hard cutoff at 450.
They said that it's rare that it would even be able to get up that high.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's not impossible. They're saying it's rare, which means it's possible, not impossible. And they also didn't say that it just stops at 450. Like there's some hard cutoff. I'm sure that you could get 451, 452, 453, up to a range that drops off probably linearly as you increase from 450.
Yeah, so you're saying so you're saying it changes or it stays the same?
What do you mean
The
changes or
ionosphere
stays
is
the
up
same?
to 30. The ionosphere is up to 30 megahertz, not 300. I never said they're in. Maximum 40. So whenever what they had to do was theorize a reason why frequencies way higher than that still have to skip, and they have to be skipping or reflecting down because we send signals way further than that. So then they theorized an idea of like super ionized clouds. Okay, so it's the ionosphere is up to 40 megahertz maximum. They've come up with a theory that the clouds themselves are super ionized, and that just luckily when you send a signal out, there's a cloud there that reflects it back down. So I'm asking for like actual specific measurements when we send the signals that in fact they hit clouds, not just like made up stories.
Yeah, well, you're misrepresenting the word cloud, right? They're not talking about like the white, fluffy clouds or the rain clouds that you see in the sky. They're talking about dense regions of ionized either molecules or atoms, right? And I provided one source that talks about the measurements of those, particularly the E subscript S layer, right? And within that, just in that E subscript S section, there's other sections about the other layers, but just in that one section, there's 4 or 5 other studies of measurements of that layer. They have the links.
Really,
You
how'd they
click
measure it?
on the link, and you
How'd they
can
measure it?
go. You click on the link, and you can go to those studies.
So you don't
Yeah,
know.
no one said they were white fluffy clouds we see. I didn't hear anyone say that. Did you say that? What's it?
No, but I just want to know how they measured it. He doesn't know.
They
I know
describe
that he
it there.
doesn't.
Yeah, I don't
That's a
do
red
these kind
herring
of
fallacy.
measurements.
How's it a red herring?
It doesn't mean it's not real just because I didn't do it, dude.
No,
Like,
I said how
it's
is it
not
measured,
my
buddy? Not,
field of
dude.
study. I'm a biochemist, right? I don't study molecular clouds in the ionosphere. But
Yeah, that's
in
what's
that
up, bro.
study, they provide the details of how they do it. If you're interested, you
Well,
can
that's what you're
read that.
claiming. That's what you're claiming, but you're admitting you don't even
It's
know what it
not
is.
my claim,
Stop,
it's their
dude, stop
claim.
interrupting me. So what's funny is, did I say, oh, it can't be real because you didn't do it? When did I say that? Oh, so that was just an
That's what you're
intentional straw
implying
man?
when you say
No.
how did they do it? Like I need to know the full details. They reported it in a scientific journal. There's 4 or 5 other studies just from that one layer, then never mind the other layers that they talk about and the sources they provide for that. So acting like just because I don't know the specific details of how they do it, that it hasn't been done, is just absurd.
Okay, what's actually absurd is that you jump in the room with this real arrogant tone and then admittedly have no idea what you're talking about. You don't even know how they supposedly measured it, but you're claiming to know that
Nor
they
do
did.
you.
Because I'm not the one making the claim that they went and specifically verified via direct measurements of these clouds, right? These cloud
But you're
regions.
claiming they
You're
did.
claiming. No, I didn't. No, I didn't claim that. I said, how did they measure it?
Well, the evidence is right there. I provided the link. Within that link, there's multiple. Like I said, just for that one layer, there's 4 or 5 other specific studies just on that one layer. But they talk about they have sections for other layers of the ionosphere, which also have studies for how measurements were done on those as well. So just saying that like it's not been done or whatever isn't true. The study shows that.
You notice how he always has to. Every single thing you've said so far has been a straw man. Just saying it's not true or whatever. I didn't say that. Just saying, oh, since I didn't do it, then it must not be true. Didn't say that, right? Like what I said was,
And
how
make
did
it
they
clear, what are you
measure it?
saying?
Buddy, think about this. Okay, listen carefully. When they first came up with the ionosphere, they didn't measure anything. Okay? It was a theory. They theorized it. They didn't stand anything up in the sky and make measurements.
Hypothesis.
Okay? Okay, so I want to know how they actually measured these regions. What you seem to be implying, because you don't actually know anything about this, you act like you're teaching me about the cloud thing. I already knew that was the excuse. But they claim that the clouds are sporadic and change. It's not just certain areas have more dense regions. They claim that that changes. It's constantly changing. Sometimes there'll
They
be a cloud
talk
there,
about
sometimes there won't.
how they measure those changes in that study and the ones that are linked within. It's not just some random thing like they came up with, man. Like they're measuring at different times of the day, different times of even of the year. From what I was seeing in the first link that I was looking at, they're talking about how it changes at different periods of the year and of the day.
Dude, have you even read this? Dude, look, I'm just gonna take a screenshot.
And
So
when
basically, if you get a
Marconi,
skip zone, when Marconi did his shot, they said there's no way that could have went all that way. So it must have bounced off something in the sky. So basically, they're saying with it that if you do this, it could just be a cloud. Like even if you do your skip zone test, could have just been an ionosphere cloud that came through and made it bounce back down sooner or more or whatever. Like it's totally unfalsifiable.
Exactly, and I've actually already researched this, and I know that it's just a theory. That's why I think it's so funny that he had no idea that this was even a thing. Then Googles it, doesn't read it, then comes in here to claim that
what are
he's
you
like
talking about?
debunking everyone.
What do
So
you mean I
there's
didn't
the
know
look at
that
the
this was a thing? I've
there's the
talked
screenshot.
with you about this before. Like, why are you lying, man?
No, you haven't. So here's what it
Yes,
says
I
right here.
have. I
No, you haven't.
remember sitting in my car months ago talking with you about the ionosphere and radio waves bouncing
No,
and
we're talking
reflecting
about the
off of it.
clouds. So right here it says, we have analyzed 13 years of radio occultation data from the first constellation observing system for meteorology, ionosphere, and climate mission with the focus on scintillations originating in ionospheric sporadic E layers, henceforth referred to as ES. The analysis enables statistical global mapping of ES occurrence in space and time of very high resolution and allowed an investigation of the statistical variation of ES height and thickness with seasons, solar activity, local time, and latitude. Data cleaning criteria were developed to rid the data of unreliable measurements, which allowed for more reliable statistics. So it is literally looking up in space and it is claiming a statistical probability of density layers based on the occultation of certain radio waves. I already knew they didn't directly measure anything. So would you like to take
You
back all
use
this
the
like
word measurement.
condescending arrogance about how you knew that they did measure it and I was just denying it, and turns out they
You're
didn't
still
directly measure it?
denying it. You
Oh
even
my God.
said it in your thing that they talked about the measurements, right? They applied statistics to the measurements. You're misrepresenting it as they just made it out to be this statistical probability thing. No, they took measurements and then did statistics
Took
on
measurements of
those
what, bud?
measurements,
Took measurements of
and
what?
they provide 5 different studies just in that one section of the measurements that were done, but you don't want to mention those. I'll get the
No.
names for you. 1 second.
You see, you can't answer. Like, they took measurements of what? See, what
I
they actually
already
did was they
told you
looked
I
at the
don't know
sky.
how they specifically do
Oh,
the
well, don't
measurements,
worry.
dude.
I'll
That
tell
doesn't make
you
it
then.
not true, bro.
Don't worry. I'll tell you then, bro. What you're saying is you blindly believe something that you don't even know what it is. Not only do you blindly believe it, you come in here to pretend you're teaching everyone about it. So they actually
Not
use an
blind
algorithm.
belief. This
They
is
use an
silly.
algorithm. Oh, it is blind belief. You
It's
haven't
not
even
blind
researched it.
belief, dude. These studies have been published. The work has been done. That's how science works. I work in a scientific field. I know that studies aren't published when they're just blind belief and have not been done. That's not how it works.
Okay, so just so everyone knows what this actually is, it's them looking at the radioactivity in quote unquote space from the Earth. So it's them looking up at the sky and seeing that the EM that we observe changes throughout the day. And then they apply an algorithm, right? And they apply statistical probability, assuming these regions of density that reflect the waves back down, right? And then they try to create like a statistical probability of the regions by looking at the EM in the sky. So they didn't go up in the air
None of
and
that
measure.
means anything.
They didn't go up in the air and measure like, oh, look, here we've measured directly the more dense ionization areas. None of that happened. They didn't do any of that.
What do you mean? You don't have to go up in the air and like grab the ions. That's silly. You use the same methods that chemists use to determine the density of something. You can use Beer-Lambert's law with spectroscopy using microwaves or radio waves. It's not that difficult, man.
What's even funnier is this doesn't even talk about like reflecting back certain waves because of it doesn't do anything like that. It's literally just trying to map out the variation of the EM, like the EMR seen in the sky throughout the year, and what we can detect from here. And it took them like 13 years to even piece together the data enough to put an algorithm to it and try to sort it out. Okay, and admittedly, there's a lack of reliability that they had to correct with an assumptive algorithm. And then when they look up in the sky, they're like, "Oh, look, what we see in the sky changes throughout the year." So, and this is even
You're
worse for
just
you guys.
misrepresenting.
This is even worse for you guys though, because if this is your claim, then we should be able to know exactly when the denser regions will be there. So we should be able to test it specifically by sending the signals when the dense regions aren't supposed to be there. If it's just a periodic change of density, which is not the actual claim, they claim that the density is sporadic. They claim that the quote unquote clouds are there sometimes, not there sometimes, that it's hard to predict and identify when they are there. I've already researched this. This is why I think it's hilarious. They admit that it's very difficult to get to the bottom of it and that it constantly fluctuates. And if you look at the same region, that it changes and that it's hard to know if there would be a dense region there or not. But that was the theory proposed to explain why higher frequencies still are received at immense distances, which means it has to still be reflected, even though it's a higher frequency than can reflect off the 40 megahertz of the ionosphere. So it's a theory.
But
It's a
you
theory.
just miss a theory as the the explanation that's most supported by evidence. So I would change the wording that you're using there, at least in science, right? You're more referring to a hypothesis. But nonetheless, right, people who are actually interested, there's Aras and Wickert in 2018, Chu et al. In 2014, Gooch et al. In 2020, Nayu in 2021, Yu et al. In 2020. Those are some of the studies they have links for them. You can look at how the measurements and the analysis were done, and yeah, taking like these kind of measurements of ionic densities and molecular densities is a difficult thing to do. You can't always get it's not exactly predictable because it's random at times, but that doesn't mean that the ionosphere isn't there and doesn't deflect the radio waves like you're implying. Like it's just this made up thing because they can't always take exact measurements. No, you can't get the densities perfectly correct all the time, but they're still there to reflect the radio waves, man. Like these people aren't questioning that because they can measure that there's ions there.
Nothing in this paper you posted even refers to like actual measurements of the ionization. So what it's actually
But all
about.
I don't even
the
know what you guys
data,
are arguing about. What are you guys
all
even
the
talking
data
about?
and the graphs and the sources, but none of them are measurements. You know because that's not how you report measurements.
Okay, this is what they actually do. So they have some measurements at lower altitudes that are actual direct measurements, as in they actually have high altitude balloons that actually measure the ionization of that area. And then they just extend it with a model. They extend it up with a model. And then they actually look at, with the assumption of the magnetic field, they see that if they're looking at the sky, they get certain EMR readings looking into space. And then they're like, and half of these they claim are from like satellite. And then they claim that, okay, well, if we apply this to the model for that EMR to be observed here, and we extended the layers all the way up with our model that was never actually verified, then that means that because it sporadically changes predominantly in the summer, then there must be more dense regions. Or more so, it's actually that they're trying to explain how there could be more dense regions because we know there's a phenomenon where higher frequency waves come back. Okay, and if this is the case, then you guys can't send any radio waves to the moon during the summer. Oh, we'll get to pick and choose. Like, oh, whenever it debunks the globe, there must have been a cloud there. We can just theorize about it. We don't have to actually prove it. But every other time, we can claim we send radio waves straight through the ionosphere to the moon. Oh, to the moon. So how convenient. It is 100% a model.
I don't get what your point is, man. Right?
How
Like,
do you not get it? It's a
also,
model.
like, you shouldn't lose sight that, like, this isn't the only paper about this stuff. Obviously, I pointed out that they even cite 4 or 5 other papers just in that one section. But this is just one, like, kind of review style. One kind of review style paper. There's other links that I could grab and post in the chat too. Like, there's a bunch of them. So,
Yeah,
like,
if you could
acting
grab
like
them,
this is the only thing.
if you could grab them, that'd be dope. But grab the one with the actual measurement this time, because that's what it's asking
What
for.
about
The
what about the
measurements are
point though?
in this
Jace made a
paper.
couple points which it didn't respond to though.
Okay,
It
guys,
seemed like
It's
remember their
because
product.
it's a
He's not making
statistical
any points. He admits he
analysis
doesn't even know
of
how
the
this works.
Wait,
measurements.
okay, but what about when he said that they could take the signature and then apply some other calculation to it and give you the density or something? You never responded to that. The spectral line, he
Dude,
told
It's
about
a
the spectral
simple,
meter.
buddy, he
Yeah, say it again,
made
it's a
Jason.
simple
everything he's saying
spectral
he's
law.
making up, dude. He
What are you
admitted he hasn't
talking
even
about?
read the paper yet. Here it is right here. Here's the section 3 theory. This section gives the reader an introduction to the nature of the irregularities related to ES.
This
Some
is just
popular
one
theories.
section, dude.
Stop interrupting me. Some popular theories describing the formation of ES are briefly noted. Typical effects on GPS signal propagation in RO geometry, which is assuming the spheroid model, through such layers are described to better understand the signatures of ES on RO SNR measurements. So when I said it's literally just a theory and that there are competing theories and that there is no direct measurement, I was correct from the very beginning. What Jason wants to do is talk about non sequitur spectral lines, like we don't understand that you can look at spectral lines, so we can use certain terminology.
You're
But
Not
making a
everyone
bunch
knows.
of points,
it's
dude.
over my head, and that the speed is way too fast. So I know you're ahead.
Because Jace always interrupts.
Let me. No, I'm
Oh, I'm
okay. He did
stopping you
say a thing.
from
That you
making
go ahead, Jay.
multiple points. stopping you from making multiple points. We can just address one point at a time, right? The context of theory that they're using here is that their models or explanations best supported by the evidence slash measurements, not that they're hypotheses, right? They're talking about scientific theories, not the freaking layman use of the word theory or the colloquial use. The reason why I brought up the spectral thing is because that's a simple way of doing these kinds of measurements that like undergraduate students learn how to get the density. If you use
And what was
radio
that?
waves, you can get the density of a substance using those, right?
What
I
was
was
the
just
equation
giving
that
it an
you applied to
example.
this? Jace, what was the
It's
equation you said you applied?
Beer-Lambert's law.
Bear
Beer-Lambert's
Lambert.
law.
Bear Lambert. Thank you. I keep hearing barometric in my head, and I.
It's the absorbance is equal to two constants, which include the density, or two constants and then the density of the substance, right? So it's right in or its
Okay. That,
concentration,
right.
which is
All right,
Okay.
this is
Now
what
what's
we're not gonna play this game where Jace is pretending he knows what he's talking about. I know for a fact he doesn't. How about this, Jace? You want to bet $5,000 that
you
I can ask you
don't.
questions about this and you don't know what you're talking about? Dude, I know for a fact you don't. This is what they do. They look at radio transmissions, okay, and then they assume a
No, they don't,
ionospheric
dude.
model.
That's not
Dude,
how
I'm
science
okay.
works.
A number of methods exist that measure ionospheric scintillations in radio signals. So they're not actually looking at the radio signals and then applying it through the interpretation of the model. They're not doing that, even though the paper you cited says that they are doing that.
Hang on. Right, I gave you an example of how these measurements could possibly be done. A simple method that like an undergraduate student would learn for just an overall way of determining the density of any substance, be it some kind of liquid in your sample, some kind of solid in your sample, to the density of a part of the ionosphere. Right, it could be used for any range of those kind of applications. So, like, why are you saying that these measurements aren't possible? And then acting like these people can somehow pretend like they took measurements and get them published in a scientific paper. That's not how science works.
No, you keep on strawmanning, but this is what you have to do, right? Every time I've ever had a conversation with you, you have to just say these egregious strawmen, and you know that most people aren't catching them, and they're in like you're convincing people. So what I've said for the fifth time now is actually what they do. Listen carefully, Jace. They look at the radio propagation, they apply it to the ellipsoid model, assuming the different layers of the atmosphere with the ionosphere. They then see that the fluctuations in the radio transmissions invoking ionospheric propagation or reflection requires there be more dense regions. So now they've proposed theories as to how that could happen. There are multiple theories. Then they apply an algorithm to try to lay out with the data how it is that there must be more dense areas reflecting it because they have to be there based on the radio transmissions themselves. Do you understand so far?
Yeah, they're using the radio waves. How else are you like? You don't have to go up to the ionosphere and like grab a sample of it. That's not what you have. That's not the only way of measuring something. And then they get the data from the radio waves that they're using in this one method. This isn't the only way that this is done, as I stated before. Right? They take the data from those radio waves and then they make models that fit the data to try to figure out what's going on. Like, I don't understand. What are you proposing is the alternative?
Not assuming your model and then running into Discord pretending it proves the model, right? So when they are not actually measuring anything, which is how you started this whole thing. They've measured it. You're such an idiot. They've measured it. I'm like, how did they measure it? You didn't know. And now that I'm starting to explain to you what even your own paper says, you're acting like you knew it the whole time. That's what you always do. But there are no actual measurements at all. They do not actually measure that, oh, if we send up a high altitude balloon, we see that there are just extremely dense regions that we call clouds. As in how it works, I've already researched this, and they've already explained in detail in many papers that actually it's very hard to even predict where these supposedly would be They're very sporadic, okay, but that they must be there. It's a theory proposed to explain why certain high-frequency radio waves still are received on the Earth when they should penetrate the ionosphere. It is literally a theory.
But like you started that whole thing off with just something that's like incorrect, man. I'm literally looking at measurements just in this one paper. As I said, we shouldn't act like this is like the end all be all of this field. But just in this one paper, I'm literally in this one section looking at 3 different measurements that they took. So when you say they're not taking measurements, it's just not true, man.
But I already said what they're quote unquote measuring. It's just EMR when you look at the sky, electromagnetic radiation when you look at the sky. That's it. And they're like,
It's
oh, it fluctuates some. It fluctuates some. So if we presuppose that actually radio waves are coming from a vacuum of outer space, and there's how many that should be here, and here's our layers of the atmosphere with the ionosphere that we know about. Since these change, then we're going to say that there are actual dense portions here, here, and here that help explain the flaws in our data and how it doesn't actually match our model's predictions and how it fluctuates. And then they say it does seem to somewhat coordinate with the time of year. Now, of course, if there's just different EMR coming from the sky based on the season, you wouldn't have any dense clouds, but you don't even need them. But of course, your model needs them because we send radio transmissions over 100 megahertz, thousands of miles on the Earth, which shouldn't happen. So there has to be something else in the ionosphere that's way more dense with a way higher frequency that is reflecting these back down because it's the only way it could work on a globe. So they are actually combining the 2 theories, reifying the model to try to explain it, and they use an algorithm and admit that there's multiple theories and that they have to apply corrections with the algorithm. That's what actually happens. You come in
It's
talking about, oh,
not
they made
though.
measurements
Like
and
that
improved.
whole thing is
Okay.
premised on something that's false, right? Any kind of molecular ion kind of measurements are going to be done using electromagnetic radiation, be it X-rays, UV vis, IR, microwaves, radio waves, whatever. That's how you do those measurements. So just like saying like, oh, they're using EM radiation. Well, duh, that's how it's done with it. That's how you measure molecules and atoms and ions and stuff. You have to use electromagnetic radiation for most of those measurements. So
And
everything you
wait, I
said
do want to
after that, they're
does
not
everyone actually think you
admitting
responded to what I said?
anything.
Like this is what I'm saying. Like you do this every time. You never
Because
actually respond to
your
what I said.
claim is
Okay.
premised
Sell
on a
me.
false premise. So everything else you say,
No, I just debunked the
it
whole thing.
doesn't
So it
mean
doesn't matter.
anything when you start off with a false premise, like just because they're using radio waves. Of course they're using radio waves.
Strawman fallacy
That
again.
doesn't
Hey,
mean
why
they're
does no one else call him out for
Okay,
the
admitting.
fact
Chase.
that everything
Okay,
It
okay,
doesn't mean
okay.
they're admitting that it
this is
doesn't
just
match the
painful, dude.
model, blah,
Chase, you
blah,
said
blah,
it
blah,
like 8
blah.
times, Chase.
But it's just a straw man. I never said, oh, because they're using radio waves, then it can't be used. All Jace can do is straw man me, bro. The fact that people listen to it and think he's somehow dunking on me is
Hey, but
hilarious.
can we slow it down then so that the, like, look, if he's not selling you and you think he's never going to sell you, that's fine. But the people in the middle need to make a decision. Like, there's still people in the middle, so y'all got to like slow it down.
But did you not hear do you not hear that every time I make the same exact point that Jace does whatever he can that time to avoid it? I'll just say it again. So they assume the model of radio waves coming from space. They look
Okay,
at
let's stop right there.
space
Let's stop right
and
there. Chase, you agree? Do you agree with that first sentence? Do they assume whatever he just said?
No. What does
Okay,
it
right
even
there we
mean?
need work. You
They
don't have to go any further
assume
with it.
the
Right, go ahead.
model of radio waves coming from space. Radio waves coming from space is not a model, it's a measurement.
no, it's where they come from, how far away they are, and what they're transversing through is a model, Jace.
No, the fact that radio waves come from space is not a model. Though those other
Strawman.
things, what they're transversing through, like in the atmosphere, yes, that would be a model, right? You have to model the atmosphere. But other than that, just the fact that radio waves come from space is not a model. There's like bazillion measurements of that, dude.
See
Hey,
what I'm
Jace,
saying?
you're
See what
going
he has
too
to do?
slow. Can you
Did I
speed up a little bit, please? Thank you.
wait? Did I deny that radio transmissions can be detected from space, Chase?
What else are you doing? You're
Okay, you see
trying
what I'm
to.
saying?
That's what
You see
you're
what I'm saying?
implying when you say,
No,
"Oh,
dude.
it's just a model. It could be anything." No, man, it's not a model. It's a direct measurement.
Okay. I see, and that's all I can keep saying is like, in order to quote unquote beat me in this debate, he has to straw man and pretend I'm denying that we can detect radio transmissions from the sky. Of course, I've never actually done that. It's just in a tactic to be like, oh, what's it so crazy and stupid and wrong that he denies something so basic and repeatable that we have thousands of measurements for it? That's not what I did. I said that the actual interpretation of the data reifies a model, specifically the medium it traverses through, and not just in the Atmos, but also in the Atmos. And what they actually see is that what we see regarding radio transmissions from the sky changes throughout the year. It specifically correlates to the seasons, meaning the electromagnetic radiation that we see in the sky changes as the seasons change. Okay? That's
But
it. So
only in
what they
this one, right? That's true in this one context, though, right? Like radio waves from things like pulsars and quasars and stuff like that don't change by the seasons, right? So,
wait,
like,
who's
yes, when
diverting now?
you take everything in a vacuum, like this is like the sole thing they're basing all this on, then yeah, that's semi true, and that's primarily propagation of radio waves that you send, not ones that are coming from space, nonetheless. But when you factor in all the other areas of astrophysics that do radio measurements, then that just becomes ridiculous.
You notice how he blatantly changed the subject, so I'll just keep repeating it,
It's not
okay?
changing
Until
the
you
subject,
just
dude.
leave. Okay, so what I said was that we are actually talking about this particular scenario. So when you say, yeah, in this particular scenario, but not always, that's just an irrelevant comment. It's just a tactic. All you have is tactics. So I said that there's electromagnetic radiation from the sky. Okay, we measure it. In this particular case, when they're claiming that there are clouds of density in the ionosphere that reflect these waves back magically, but we can never tell you exactly where they are, we can't predict them, they're completely sporadic, and we can't actually directly measure them, but I promise they're there because they have to be there because there's no other way the waves could get that far if the Earth was a globe. Okay? They look and they say, oh, well, based on our models, and if what we're using as evidence for these density layers being there that reflect the higher frequency waves is that we see a difference in the electromagnetic radiation throughout the year. And that the higher frequencies, the more dense portions as they're interpreting them, are all typically seen in the summertime. So what is the actual evidence? What are the actual measurements? Radio transmissions detected when looking at the sky change with the seasons. Okay, you guys claim the sun is 93 million miles away in a vacuum, and our seasons is because we're on a tilted axis flying around the ball and all this stuff. No, what we're seeing is that electromagnetic radiation, that signature that we read from the sky, changes as the sun's position changes on a local to the Earth. So of course the EMR changes. Of course it does. So yes, it is specific to your model, and that's how they're interpreting all of it. And they need there to be dense regions. This paper is admitting that they can't even figure it out with algorithms, supercomputers, and multiple competing theories for many years now. They still haven't agreed on it. They have to doctor the results, and it still doesn't fully work. That's the
Those are
reality of it.
big claims, man. Well, you take it up with them that they're committing academic fraud then. But nonetheless, you conflated
Wow.
like multiple things, right? The thing about the seasons, right? They're talking about like you sending radio waves, like an airplane would be flying, trying to, send and receive radio signals, right? The sun thing, that's all going to be modeled based on the heliocentric model, and I don't think there's any confusion with that, right? The change of the radio waves that they're talking about is from our radio waves that we're sending, not ones that we're receiving from space.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. There's a certain spectrum of the radio transmissions from the sky, and we also receive less of them during the summer
And there's a correlation in how that you can send them less effectively in the summer. They're using that data to then create a theory. So you don't even know. This is my point, bro. Read it before you come in here. So I've already researched this. They admit that there's many competing theories that they have. They use supercomputer algorithms to try to map it out, but that all the theories have pros and cons, and they haven't been able to figure it out. And that the actual density that would be needed to match the data from the signals we send on the Earth don't match the model. That's the truth, because we can send the high frequency waves far on the Earth, even in the winter. We can send them all the time. So they're like, okay, wait a minute. This isn't really working, because if we have the more dense regions that can reflect these higher frequencies, even up into the microwave, wavelength, then why is it that we can do it all year when it's supposed to just, in our model, we're speculating that it's because of the seasonal change? So the point here is that you have to assume it. You assume the ionosphere model, you assume the heliocentric model, you assume the vacuum of space model, and then you claim, okay, well, since we know the Earth's a sphere, the only way these signals can be received that far is if they're reflected. It's too high of a frequency to reflect off the ionosphere, though, because the ionosphere maxes out at 40 megahertz, and these frequencies are way higher than that. So there must be some region that's more dense that has higher frequency that's reflecting it back down. So their whole evidence for it is it must be true, because we know the Earth's a globe. Therefore, we know these signals can only be received that far away if they're being reflected off the ionosphere. The frequency is too high to reflect off the ionosphere. So therefore, we know there must be more dense regions there with higher frequency. That's just begging the question. It's a joke. It's an unfalsifiable claim.
That's not what, man, that's not at all like what I got from this paper, from the sections that I read. But I do have to go. Anyone who's actually interested, just start with that paper. It's like a review, and go into the other ones. That's all I could recommend for you.
Okay. So what I just said.
Or just listen to what's it. He knows everything. He knows better
I'm the
than
one
these guys. You should accuse them of academic fraud formally.
No, y'all should
See
suss it
how
out.
that goes. You're
If that's
doing it
I'm the
on the
one
internet like a coward. Just
What are you
accuse them
talking?
formally.
No, man. If you got something else different from it, teach him the other thing, man. Don't treat people like it. Y'all, if y'all disagree, y'all know one of you could be right, one of you's wrong. Let's figure it out. Like
I
straight
just
I'm the
think
one
up.
if you're going
screenshotting the
to come
paper,
on
right? So
Discord and say that they're committing fraud or they're admitting blah blah blah, accuse them formally. Let's get it formally done. They they should be held
just another
accountable for
tactic.
their fraud.
Just another tactic, right? So I never said the word fraud.
Or it's
They
just
believe
cowardice.
their model, dude. They believe their model. They're not intentionally committing any type of fraud. They believe the model. They assume the
That's what
different
you
aspects
said
of the model.
before.
See,
No, no.
Jace, if he's wrong, just keep telling him why he's wrong. Stop talking about this other people's stuff. You got something different from the paper, right? Which it keeps reiterating his point that every time he's responding to you every time. Sell us on why his interpretation is wrong. Why you say you got something different. What'd you get differently?
Yeah, they're taking a look at the different studies that have been done, right? And they're comparing the models with each other based on statistics for specific kinds of phenomena with these radio waves in the sky. Witsit is like conflating different things, which I mentioned before with the whole radio waves from space versus ones that we send. And that doesn't appear to me what they're doing.
Okay. I immediately corrected that. So it's both. I've read the studies about how the radio transmissions in a certain frequency from the sky change throughout the season.
But the thing you're missing with, I don't think, like your understanding of it isn't terrible. It's pretty good, but you have the impression that like that they're just making up stuff, and like they're building models based off the data is what I would say.
But you guys are agreeing with that, Jason. I'm gonna be honest. That response was kind of weak, man. You gave him credit for understanding it, and then you just kind of said, "Well, I think they're doing like I don't think that's what they're doing." Like it was a little lacking. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, well, like I said, man, I'm not an expert in this field, so I'm just trying to apply the things I do know, because I do know a bunch about radio waves and their propagation and their interactions with molecules. That's what NMR and a lot of the spectroscopy that I do is, and I'm applying that to these phenomena and observations that they're making, and trying to untangle some of the things that Wixit is saying about it.
Yeah, but you should probably research it before you come in talking about took me 5 minutes to debunk everything Witzel said, because that was obviously not true.
Yeah, Jace. Yeah, I got to second that to a just an impartial, like a person who doesn't know any better. It sounds like he's respectfully, intellectually responding to every point you have. It sounds like his points are still standing, just from an audience perspective. This
They could be. He did say. I thought he said 300 megahertz at first, but now he's saying only 30. They're claiming 450, and that's a range, not a hard cutoff, right? So I don't think that is exactly correct. Why would they be claiming up to 450 megahertz?
Because that's the cloud density regions that they're theorizing and trying to figure out. The ionosphere itself ranges up to maximum 40 megahertz, really like 30 megahertz, which is what I said the whole time. I never said 300. They're proposing the idea that there are dense regions they refer to as clouds, which have higher frequency up to 450 megahertz, effectively maximum, since they say it would be extremely rare to ever actually get it that high. Okay, it's an explanation to explain why higher frequency radio waves can still be sent far on the Earth. They need to reflect off the ionosphere. The ionosphere maxes out at 30 to 40 megahertz. So they say, okay, there must be dense regions there with higher frequency. So they're different things. The ionosphere is 30 to 40 megahertz. These are the dense cloud regions inside of it that are theorized to go up to 450.
Yeah, the atmosphere is dynamic, right? It's the wind blows, the density of the air changes. So the density of the ions in the ionosphere also changes. It's hard to predict exactly where the density is going to be, whatever corresponds to 300 megahertz or 400 megahertz, 450, right? But when you send these radio propagations, right, you study in a lab what the density required to make them deflect in specific ways, and then you apply that to the atmosphere. If they deflect this way, the only way you can get that to happen in the lab is through this specific density of ions, and so you make a model out of that. I don't see what the problem with that is.
Well, that was my actual first point, though, which was you can test in a lab that obviously the frequency of a signal is going to penetrate an area that's ionized if the frequency is higher. So the only thing that can reflect it back is that it has to be a frequency that is lower or up to the frequency of the ionization. That's when you said, oh, frequency of ionization. Yeah, the ionized area, the electromagnetic frequency in the area of ionization. If the signal is higher than that, it penetrates it. Okay, so they're like, wait, we have signals that have to be reflecting that are way higher than the ionosphere, which means because on the globe, which is assumed, that means it has to be reflecting. So that means there must be regions that have higher frequencies. It's just a theory begging the question because it's needed to explain the propagation on a globe. That was my whole point.
Okay, I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's right. It's much more complicated than that, though. It's not just that, because like the size of the ions also matters. If you have like carbon dioxide is a different size than like water vapor or oxygen or ozone, right? So if you have these different size ions as well, that's going to allow different frequencies of the radio waves to be able to deflect.
What if they did one of these tests with a frequency higher than should be reflected in an area where they're receiving signals from space or sending signals from space supposedly? What if they did it over that area? So clearly there can't be any of that ionized cloud interference in that specific portion, right? So they did it over
Exactly. And that was my point, because they claim to do that all over the earth. That's why this theory is so laughable, and that's why they have such a problem trying to make it work. Because they claim to be able to receive these radio transmissions from the sky all over the earth at all times. They claim to be able to send radio transmissions to the sky, bounce them off the earth, or bounce them off the moon, all stuff all the time. But all of a sudden, once we realize the radio waves go too far for the globe, well, no, there's actually dense regions up to 450 megahertz that are reflecting it back down. But they have to explain why it is that certain signals are still reached through this from the sky, and why they don't directly correlate with the assumption of the dense region. And they can't figure it out yet. And that's why I said it's a theory. And that's why this paper says that there are multiple theories trying to explain it, because I've already researched this. They admit they don't really know.
Yeah, wait, but that's how we know you're wrong, because you might be right.
I missed what he said. My bad.
That's quite simple, right? All you need to do is do one of these tests, these high frequency tests over an area where they're supposedly receiving and sending signals to space. So that definitely is a region which is not being affected by the densely ionized cloud layer that's hypothesized. And if it turns out you can still send the radio frequencies over that, or the whatever frequency over that distance, then that would debunk the claim.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to, right, because the frequencies, like from like pulsar, quasar, and those kind of measurements are going to be different than, right? You'd have to make sure that the frequencies matched, right? If you're getting, like, you'd have to get like, I don't know, 30 megahertz frequency, and from one of these stellar or objects in space or whatever, and make sure that the test that you're doing uses that same frequency. Then, yeah, I guess you'd have a point then.
It would be debunked then that there's an ionic densely clouded layer.
Well, right, none of these things, right, you can't just say it would be debunked then, because like you can come to my lab and I can show you that ions deflect radio waves. Like, that's not in question.
That's what I said as my opener.
What's in question, what appears to be in question to me, is just the model of how the density regions of the ionosphere change.
What's in question is whether or not the long distance propagation of these frequencies is either facilitated by this hypothesized dense cloud of ionization layer, given that the ionosphere couldn't be rebounding them. So if you did it in a place where signals were permeating the layer, admittedly, as per the claims of the space believers, then it will be debunked, because you'll be doing it in a region where they're claiming that signals are passing through if you did it at the same frequency. So any caveat that you have, imagine that caveat has just been resolved in the experiment. Then it would be debunked.
I think you would just show that there's more to it than just the density, right? If you were to hypothetically be able to do this experiment that you laid out, right, you would be showing, because again, right, you can just come to my lab and I could show you that ions will deflect radio waves. So you can't debunk that. It's just a thing that happens.
That's not
what you can debunk is that it's the only factor involved in these radio transmissions, right? If you can show that, then you'd have to make a bit more complex of a model for how this is happening.
This is a red herring. No one's debating the actual phenomenon itself. What's being debated is whether or not the propagation over long distances is facilitated by these hypothesized cloud layers, not whether the phenomenon exists in and of itself.
You said that I must sit in your lab to comprehend this stuff?
Which this was actually my opener. I'm like, Oliver Heaviside was a genius who is responsible for really proposing the atmosphere. He obviously didn't just make it up out of thin air. It's a real physical phenomena. You can prove it in a lab. It's like literally the first thing I said. And you can just show that if the frequency is higher, it will penetrate the ionization layer. If it's the same or lower, it will reflect it back down. It will reflect it back to you. So this has been tested and proven in a lab. It's very easy to verify. But that's a problem for the globe because we send signals that are much greater than the 30 to 40 megahertz the ionosphere is, or supposedly is, and they still go thousands of miles. So they need to reflect back down still, even though they're, 80, 90 megahertz too high.
Yeah, but I think right, there's a lot of considerations, right? There's different processes that can happen. So scattering can happen if the EM wave is on an equivalent wavelength of the size of the ion and the spacing between the ions, right? That's how you get Rayleigh scattering, right? That happens at one scale of frequencies or of wavelengths, but then there's refraction that can also happen. That happens at a completely different scale of wavelengths and frequencies. Then there's absorption and emission, which happens at another scale of frequencies and wavelengths, and then diffraction and other effects. So like you have to consider these different things that can be happening. You can't just say, oh, it didn't happen this one way, so you got to toss
No,
out the whole thing.
Scattering and diffraction cannot explain this phenomenon. Scattering is one of the excuses the globe uses for specifically microwave transmission. So that's 300 megahertz, 300 gigahertz. When we shoot line of sight microwave transmissions, it goes way beyond the physical geometric horizon assumed. So they claim, oh, well, there's tropospheric scattering. Okay. But that doesn't work for this because this has to go up, down, and go to an immense distance. If it's scattering is that there's some type of interaction that just scatters the transmission. So then just a very small percentage of it happened to go down in that direction. One problem is that means the radio transmissions would be received all over the place. Two is with the height required, once it scatters, you're not going to get a strong signal at these immense distances at all. So radio scattering doesn't work for these specific tests. It can be invoked for microwaves. So that's why they invoke. It basically is refraction because it's the interaction with this plasma basically, and then it reflects it back down. So that technically be called refraction as it is an interaction between two different mediums. So it doesn't just bend the radio wave around the globe. It doesn't diffract. Diffraction doesn't help either because diffraction is not going to explain why. Diffraction would explain if I sent the radio waves out and it got blocked, well, then some of it basically kept going and filled in the gap behind it. That doesn't work for this. They wouldn't be able to go far enough because they would be so consistently blocked by the current. So you need ionospheric reflection, and that's why they've proposed this idea of clouds, much denser regions, because there's really no other way. Therefore, we know it exists because it has to exist, and that's what it is. But that's not sufficient for me. Send up a high altitude balloon and show me that these incredibly dense cloud regions actually exist. Yes, I want actual measurements. I don't want begging the question algorithms. And by the way, the part is though, when I look this up, I'm like, oh, let me just entertain it. The algorithms don't work. They don't work. They don't work with the rest of the data we see, like the EM spectrum that we get from the sky and that we supposedly send into space. don't match this model of regions, of dense regions. So that's why there's like 7 or 8 competing theories, and that none of them work, and they all have to be corrected. Which is further evidence that, in fact, it is just a made-up story that isn't real. See, that's what sucks is I'm going to do this test where we send the transmissions from Florida, from Tampa to Louisiana. But the problem is they're going to make up excuses like this. So I'm like, okay, well, then let me test this excuse. Oh, I can't because it's not even an actual refined excuse yet. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so malleable and unfalsifiable that it's like it can't even be tested. But I guess the guy brought up a good point. You could look at the frequency of radio waves received from the sky, and then you can send the signals. And if you're receiving them from the sky, then they have to be able to penetrate the ionosphere, which means that the signals I send should also be penetrating the ionosphere. You can't have it both ways. So that would be a direct refutation.
Yep.
Because, I mean, it's very simple, right? They claim to get radio wave from space all the time, every day, every hour, all throughout the year. And you can, in fact, do that. You look into the sky and we see electromagnetic radiation. That's a fact. There's electromagnetic radiation coming from the sky. So, as long as the frequency received from the sky is within the spectrum that the radio transmission is, then you can't claim that it's being reflected. But this has already been proven, and that's why they're trying to come up with all these different theories to explain it.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah. And sorry I was talking super fast. I was trying to find my stuff to leave the house, so I was kind of aggravated, to be honest.
I mean, y'all be at war. I mean, I understand that's how it is. But it's like, somebody got to pin somebody, you know what I'm saying? If it's like direct, agree, just go. But did he come in saying that he was going to debunk you in 5 minutes, or were you just paraphrasing?
No, he literally typed in the chat that it took me less than 5 minutes, or he sent in the voice too, to debunk everything Woods had just said.
And so we have a retraction on that now, right, Jay Ace?
JH disappears at this time in the conversation.
I do think.
All right, so my observation or what I've seen, and it's so funny that the Globe zealots or whatever, they hang on so tight. Witsit, you heard about the flat Earth and thought it was crazy, thought it was silly, stupid, and you set out to prove how dumb it was, and you realized it was a little harder than you thought. What I'm seeing is you've dove into many different scientific fields and looked at, how it's supposed to work and how it's supposed to fit across the whole spectrum of science and basically reality. And we have Jace, and I like that he's a professional in a field, and I know that what he messes with hands-on works and is real. I think the problem is in the scientific field outside of what he does, he just believes that they're kind of doing the same thing. And the people that are doing these other things, they believe what they're doing is real and is reality. And so you have a bunch of believers in this stuff where you're saying, hold up a second, there's a lot of patchwork going on to make this model or this idea of the heliocentric model and these different, realities hold together. And I mean, that's why I loved your talk with Professor Parks, because he was, somewhat based, and he's like, yeah, dude, I had to throw relativity out. Like he's a professor, a current professor of astronomy, and he's like, "Yeah, man, I figured out that was bunk," and he walked away from it. And it's just you're ahead of your time. You're bringing all these great minds of the past with great questions, and you're wondering about some stuff, and they're saying, "Nuh-uh, you can't wonder about that because it's proven. Let me Google it real quick." And we're at a time where truth is being revealed. We're starting to understand things about our realm. And you don't have all the answers, but you're definitely working super hard to get to the bottom of what reality is. And a lot of people can't even begin the journey because they think you're just a YouTuber and foolish. But thanks, man, for all you do. It's great to listen to you, and I'll support you as long as possible.
Thanks for the kind words, brother. But I'm losing service. Yeah, let me know if I break up. But like, this is the thing. It's everyone can do this. Like everyone can research it. Like it's not like that's the thing. That's why I got triggered. That's why I get triggered with Jace a lot, because it's like this idea that you must just blindly believe what someone else says, or that you're not allowed to look into it or figure it out yourself. It like pisses me off. It's like so not true at all. It's not true at all. Like that's why I started the In the Field show, which I'm launching back up when I make the new office, because it's just so clearly not true. When I talk to these people with credentials, PhDs in their field, there are concessions left and right. When you research the globe, what you find out is you always hit a wall of some unfalsifiable theory. That's every single part of the globe boils down to the glue of some unfalsifiable idea. Well, that's probably what you would have to do if your idea wasn't true, So, I mean, just like Karl Popper said, the staple of science is falsifiability. The globe doesn't even get close to meeting that requirement. But we're going to do the test ourselves. Like I said, we're going to do, I'm moving this weekend, and then, so when I get everything set up for a little bit, we're going to do a test, try to coordinate with Napalm down in Florida, or whoever else is in Florida. We'll try to get a bunch of truthers there, and then we'll try to get Rakia to send the signals back and forth to us. But if anyone else is kind of near a body of water and is interested in doing this test, we should do it all over the place. So say you're on the East Coast, you could even be like near the ocean in North Carolina. There's an island that we could maybe go out southeast and have fly someone out there and send the signal. It's easier if we don't have to spend a lot of money flying people out. But if anyone's close to a body of water that you have a stretch across, also Texas, we can technically send the signals to Texas from Florida and from Louisiana. So anyone that's near East Texas can also partake in the test. So if anyone wants to maybe do that, just send me a DM. We created a Telegram group for the twilight tests and observations, and I'll do one for the radio test as well.
I want to get in on that. I'm down to do that.
Nice, yeah, let's do it. Hey, and it just has to be like a ham radio receiver person, right? Yeah, I think so. What I found out is you can actually get your ham radio license just online taking a test now because of the pandemic. So there are some positives there. I think it's like $200. So technically you're supposed to have a ham radio license unless you can find someone that has it. But so yeah, that's one way to do it. Or like just coordinate with, I was gonna see if there's any like radio stations or anything in Florida in that area where I could be like, can I like rent out and send a signal? I don't know if they'll let me, but yeah. I mean, you really think like where the feds are gonna come get you and be like, you sent a radio transmission without a license? I mean, radio waving without a license.
Yo, ballers would be trying to get your ham license taken away.
Yeah, for real. I'd like to file a report. This guy named Witsit.
Yeah.
You said
Good.
the
Hey, yo,
signal
dude.
without
You
a
know what?
license.
Hey, Witsit. You know what I wanted to do for the longest time was that, and dude, I've made a couple videos. I gotta edit a little one of them that I'm working on. But I just use sock puppets and like tell a whole story. Like my girl was really into murder mysteries, so I made like a whole sock puppet murder mystery. Like fucking stupid little thing, right? But anyway, I was just thinking of like, imagine like, that ham radio call as like a skit. You know what I mean? Like the Glober trying to go in and fucking. That's just a great skit, you know.
Yeah, it'd be hilarious.
Because it's so good. Like, yo, you do the skit with like the hand. Like, I just do everything with sock puppets. It's easier. Or do I do reenactments of like murders with the sock puppets? It's just fucking stupid and hilarious. And it's like I've wanted to do like a flat Earth, like perusing flat Earth channel with just sock puppets. Like you go in, it's like Jimmy and Mindy, doing crystal talk on the flat Earth, and then like just all the different genres of flat Earthers. Anyway, dude, that's
Oh,
fucking
that's funny.
hilarious. I think that would be such a good bit. Excuse me, I'd like to call and report ham radio operator trying to find out if. And I was wondering, are you allowed to have a license if you don't think there is? You know what I mean? Just all that shit.
Yeah, like to show like a couple seconds of the test, and it's like the sock puppet's watching the test that debunks the globe. He like frantically calls it in.
Dude, with like a wig, like a cross. Yo, dude, do the guy. Isn't there one of the Globers that like eventually got a boob job? Like half of them are all trannies. Like a lot, like some of the dudes you're talking to, like have like augmented tits put on their chest, bro. Never forget.
Yeah.
Like these are fucking like whack jobs.
A lot of them.
Look up. There's one dude who come out. There's like 3 or 4 of them that came out like straight up, like weird.
Oh, dude, they like bring it up in the debate as if somehow that virtue signaling like makes the Earth a ball. Like the last modern day debate I had, there was this person who had all their pronouns listed, and he kept interrupting, and he interrupted Kai, and I was like, "Hey, can you not interrupt the lady, please?" And then he goes, "Can you not interrupt a lady?" And then pointed at himself. I'm like, "What is going on, dude? What is going on?" Like,
Yeah, like imagine taking seriously like someone's cosmology or almost any scientific fucking position from someone who doesn't even understand basic biology, bro. That shit is crazy. What the fuck? Damn, I had like a leaky thing of water right here. I didn't even fucking know. Jesus, I hate when that happens. I reuse these cans, man. I love. Yo, dude, you get spring water? You want spring water life or what?
oh yeah, hey, give me just a sec.
Does anybody know when this whole ham radio thing is starting? I need to get a radio.
I don't know. I'm moving this weekend.
Take
We're
that
gonna
as a
try to set it
no.
up once I get settled up in Florida. But give me just a sec.
Barbecue, are you going to get a ham radio tower at your place?
Yeah, I've been wanting one anyway, so this is just a good excuse.
That's cool.
Have you looked into it before?
Yeah, I know about them. My neighbor down at the bottom of the hill has a pretty tall tower, and I know trucks. You can have a smaller unit in a truck, and they can talk all over the plane.
That is wild. I mean, I've got the room out. How big is the antenna?
They vary in size. I don't know the exact specs and parameters or whatever. His is, oh gosh, how would I even measure? Probably 100 feet.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Hey, yo, what's it? I got a buddy of mine. He's like, totally like, rags on me for being flat Earth and shit. Right? Good friend of mine, though. And he actually just got the whole rig for doing the ham radio shit, but has yet to get the license. But I know a couple ham guys. Maybe I'll see what's up, man.
Cool, yeah.
Seems
Let's
like
I want
learning how to do. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt y'all.
Oh, correction, no higher than 25 feet over your resident for like a residential, so maybe 25 feet? I was wrong.
I was gonna say 100 feet would be wild.
I'll shoot him a text. I'll ask him.
I don't know. Why do you have to have a license for it?
Because it's a certain frequency. And like,
Oh,
certain
okay.
different things use certain it's like that's why you have CB radios. Citizen band, I think it's called. So it's like you have like
Oh.
so you have like it's a really interesting study, man. Like I highly recommend. Like I don't know, I got into it because I wanted to. I go to parts of the country where there's no fucking service and like walkie talkies and fucking radios are the only way to fucking communicate. So I was getting into it for a little bit, but yeah, there's certain frequencies that like they even monitor. So it's like if you're sending like a lot of signals out of somewhere, because you can, I think if I'm not mistaken, it's like a lower frequency. So it's like it can travel further. And that's where you start potentially messing with. That's why, like, if you get a CB radio and just tune into like channel 19 or something like that, like that's all the truckers or actually it's like an emergency number. Like if you had a problem and you were in like the wilderness or something, you had a CB. It's like channel 19 is the channel for like emergencies, like police pay attention to it, like that kind of shit. And there's certain, it's pretty interesting shit, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's why it's like you feel like they have more of a beat on this than they let on, which is their right. I think it's okay that they do that.
Yo, I got a text back. He said it's
I
about
mean,
50.
I'm used to them listening to everything I do anyway.
Sorry, he said it's about 50 feet. Did it come through
A
barbecue?
50-foot tower. Yeah, I heard you. You said about 50 feet?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, you really want to do it over like water, so you don't have to worry about like topography,
Yo, I think his is kind of tall because he's in the
Do it
bottom
where?
of it.
Like ham radio, you can talk really far away to people.
Yeah, for sure.
I was just gonna
But there
say,
should be skip zones according to the book. Go ahead.
Oh, his is. I think his has to be taller because he's down in the bottom of our and there's like he's in a little bit of a pit and there's tall trees and stuff. And then I was trying to imagine like the reason I said 100 was I imagined a 25-foot tape measure pulled all the way out. Like I kind of have a visualization of that. I can see that, and his is big, so double that makes sense. I may have I was just wrong thinking 100, but yeah, it's freaking tall. But Witsit Barbecue is asking you, or you were saying something about it being over water, the importance of it being over water.
Yeah, I want to do it over water to avoid topographical obstruction. You know what I'm saying? So.
Oh, well, I'm not on the water.
Yeah, I mean, we can try it if someone wants to, but.
So you need someone on.
Like the east side of Texas. I want to send it from
someone on this coast.
Yeah. I don't know if am I roboting? Give me a sec, I'll drop a picture.
JT, you're like ham operator material, my man. I can't believe you don't do this.
I know, right? I'm gonna ask that guy what he thinks the total cost would be for tower, license, equipment, and I'll get back to you.
I got a quick question for you ladies and gentlemen here. Real quick. Did anybody see interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson and Felix Marner? It was an interview that actually happened in 2022. Anybody seen it?
I didn't. Tell me about it.
I have not seen it.
Okay, so I'm assuming nobody has seen it then. Basically, the reason why I'm bringing it up is when I was watching the interview, it's a 30-minute long interview or discussion between them two. I thought they were going to address the issue in which they both contradict each other with their statements, right? Like Neil says you can't see it, Earth curve at that height. Felix said he did see it at that height. So, watched the discussion that they had and never clarified that contradiction. Which I don't know. Anybody have any thoughts on that? I would think they would clarify it, but they didn't.
I think Iru actually met him and talked to him about it. And he basically said you can't see the curve of the Earth from here. Felix Baumgartner? Pretty sure Iru and Ducci met him. Like, I know he met him. I've seen the picture.
Right. I hope y'all get my point that these two guys are contradicting each other, Neil and Felix. They spoke in 2022 for 30 minutes and they never clarified the contradiction. And it's like I'm not surprised actually that they didn't want to bring up that contradiction and talk about it because it'll probably make them look even worse. I would expect Neil in that discussion to ask Felix like, "Hey, did you really see the Earth curve?" But they didn't speak about seeing Earth curve. I recommend y'all to watch it. It's only 30 minutes, just to make sure I did. I'm not saying anything false, but I didn't hear them at all speak about seeing Earth curve.
Did Felix say for sure that he saw the Earth's curvature,
Yeah,
though?
absolutely. In the interview, right after he did it, they asked him, "Yeah, what did you see Earth's curve?" He's like, "Yeah, I saw a slight curve." He even did the hand motion of showing a slight curve. Matter of fact, I don't even know if he said slight curve. I think he just straight up said, "Yeah, I saw Earth's curve." Said it in the interview, 100%.
I'll have to ask Iru what they talked about. Just like I said.
But yeah, as a, if I was a Glober, I would want them clarify their contradiction because it's causing a lot of issues for their model. I would want Neil deGrasse Tyson and Felix discuss that point, come to a conclusion. But they avoided that point, and of course, we know they avoided it on purpose.
I got charged this phone, man. How is it?
Did you guys hear earlier? I was talking about how FEMA had a natural disaster prevention, convention in Maui or right outside of Maui in Waikiki, and it was the day before the fire, and it ended the day after the fire.
Yeah, I heard about that as well, and I think the Maui residents themselves, have spoken about it as well. That FEMA was there for the fire.
Yeah, and I also found that there's only 2 places in the United States that are admitted to have directed energy weapons set up, and it is Nevada and Maui. And I dropped the links earlier.
Wasn't like the sheriff or something in Nevada when all that went down with the Las Vegas thing, and now he's in Hawaii?
Yes, and he's the first police chief that's not local, and he's also the coroner, which is illegal. So he's
Yeah,
the
that's
first one that's ever not local, and he's the same one that was at the Vegas shooting. You see there, that's like some screenshots from the website. Like, just openly admitted that they have laser systems and direct energy weapons set up in Maui.
Has anyone here ever been to Lahaina in the chat?
I have not.
Because we were there a few years ago, and I can't even understand how this fire was able to do what it did. Because I mean, I've been there. I've been in that town, and I went there like we were in Maui for like 11 days, and I went to Lahaina like 3 out of the 11 days and hung out. And when I was watching the fire and everything, I kept being like, I don't even understand how this is possible. You know, after knowing how it's all laid out and the way it looks. I mean, once you get down into Lahaina right by the shore, I can see it because the buildings are really, really close together. But even then, I've just never seen anything like that. And I mean, I lived in Montana for 11 years, and I've seen tons of forest fires and all kinds of stuff, and that was just bizarre the way that it all looks.
Dude, have you guys seen like the aerial shot where there's literally like a ring around the area that got burned? Like it was etched in. It's wild. It's like an oval and like a symmetrical oval, dude. And then also, like Hawaii or like Maui, they have like this extensive, really nice alarm system that alerts people for emergencies because of like hurricanes and stuff like that. They have like a really expensive siren alarm system, and it didn't go off at all to warn the people. And the water was cut off, and all the fire hydrants were dry. The water was cut off, dude. Are you kidding me?
Did they give a reason why they cut off the water? Like, what did they say? Why they cut off the water?
No, I can't. I don't even know if I've heard an official reason.
It's fucking crazy.
Was it on your stream where the guy who he considers himself like I think like a water keeper was talking about how we need to change our view of water, that it's not a tool? Have you heard that interview with that dude?
Yeah, part of it, yeah. The like pagan water worshiper dude who says it's not a tool, he's in charge of the water.
Did you post that on your stream or on that stream you did, or was that one of the? I can't remember if that was yours or somebody else's that I saw that on.
I know I didn't play the full interview. I think that like there was a reference to that guy, but I don't think I played him talking in the stream. I'm actually gonna do a 2.0 because I found so much more information since then. I'm literally gonna cover it again.
Yeah, when they asked him about it, he turned it into like a progressive thing, like it's the patriarchy or something that views water as a tool that should be used in fighting fires, and we need to have a more progressive outlook on water. It was the weirdest response. So you should check out that whole interview and see what you think. It's bizarre.
Yeah, we'll do, dude, because I gotta put a lot of stuff together for the 2.0. This is the most egregious thing I've ever seen. And you guys saw where the school system just came out and said that there were 2,000 children unaccounted for in the school system after they were saying that there were no minors included in the missing persons, that the total number was less than that. So there were no minors, and now the school system's saying there are 2,000 children unaccounted for.
That's fucking insane.
Dude, one of the things that I thought was so cool about that community, because I went down there a couple mornings just because I just wanted to like take it all in. And I went down at like sunrise, because right at sunrise there's people out surfing in Lahaina. There's like a really nice break there, and it's right by the school. And the families in that community, I mean, their kids just like, it's like it was when I was a kid. There were kids like riding up on their bikes with their surfboards before they're going to like elementary school or middle school, and they'd surf for like an hour, and then they'd grab their stuff and run to school. So it is like a community where the parents aren't micromanaging. It didn't seem like they're micromanaging every moment of the kid's day. You know, like the kids there sort of had the freedom to do things that a lot of kids nowadays don't, just because of the nature of what that place has to offer in terms of that lifestyle. And it didn't surprise me at all when I heard about the school thing and how these kids were sent home without their parents. I was like, yeah, I mean, I remember watching kids that I thought were like really young showing up to the beach by themselves, jumping in the water and surfing and then going to school. And I was like, man, that kid's like 8 or 9 years old, you know?
That's cool though.
Yeah, but I mean, it is very cool. And then to see what happened here, it's like no one. I mean, those parents probably didn't think twice about their kid needing to go home.
Well, this
You
is
know what I
what's
mean?
so bad about it. It's so heartbreaking, dude, because they had no cell reception. So it's like they couldn't even like tell their parents, bro. There was no cell reception, no internet. There are reports
I
that
didn't know that.
the locals are saying that it went down before the fire.
I didn't even know about the cell reception thing. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. So
was
those
a-
kids were there with no cell reception, with no parents, and then people were they wouldn't let them out. They were trapping them in. And now they're just denying that they trafficked them back in when every local's like, oh no, they definitely blocked us in. And the only ones that got away ran through the barriers, literally broke down the barriers, drove off into the median, and then drove onto the highway anyway. Like, oh, all the locals are lying, but the government's telling the truth about it, you know?
Yeah, that's
It's like a war crime, dude. It's a crime against humanity. These people should be like publicly executed, in my opinion. It's disgusting. It's like they amped 9/11 up so much. Where's all the coverage about how egregious this is? This is like one of the biggest domestic attacks ever, and they get to just use the guise of a natural disaster, and then they come out immediately with their explanation, climate change. Immediately they had their explanation. You know, it's just so disgusting. And of course, it's all these people that land is worth many billions of dollars, but the people just refuse to sell it. They refuse. And a month before this, I guess the mayor or the governor passed a law that said you can't do any like residential building or commercial building or anything unless there's a natural disaster, right? So it's like he literally just passed a law that says like, oh well, the government can take the land in the case of a natural disaster. 1 month before this.
This is where like they need like a Steve Emerson type person there who can get a bunch of those people together, because no governor can. I get that they do it under color of law. I mean, yeah, they do these sort of things, but they can't, with the stroke of a pen, write away your property rights. I mean, people think they can because they think the government actually gives them their rights, and they can sit there and create laws that give or take rights away. But I've been hearing about what they're trying to do with people there in terms of their property, and man, they really need someone there to teach them that stuff. Because
so from my understanding, like, so FEMA has this thing where in the case of a natural disaster, they can take over land or whatever. But obviously they know it's not that cut and dry, like you're saying, because they're actually going around trying to get the locals to sign an agreement with FEMA for aid. And so what I learned is that Hawaiians are actually pretty based, which actually makes a lot of sense to me. They're just like, they ignore the rest of the outside world for the most part. They just like enjoy life and it's beautiful there and stuff. And they're like, Hawaiians are telling each other, do not sign that paper from FEMA. Do not sign it. And I guess a lot of people have. And this is why it's so egregious that they wouldn't allow private aid in. Like private citizens were immediately trying to bring water and food, and they were like, no. They wouldn't let them in. So now the only place to get aid is from FEMA, and now they're trying to get you to sign this paperwork. Now, I haven't seen what they're getting you to sign or whatever, but you know, you can kind of put two and two together. Like, you need to be very careful signing anything from FEMA, who does in fact have rules that claim they can take your land for natural disaster purposes. So I think that's kind of what they're doing. They're trying to trap these people into signing things away.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, yo, you know what it's like, brother? It's like all the military people or anyone that was fired because of not taking the thing. If they went back to their job or they took the severance pay or they took what, you know what I mean? Like the military, all those guys, they only did that so that the people wouldn't turn around and sue the fucking shit out of them. So it's like the same
Exactly.
thing
And
with
then
like
once
the
once you
land.
agree, then you,
If you take that $700 or whatever they're giving you, it's like it's considered like that was you were paid for the deed of your land, dude.
and it's insane if that's actually the case. And so
Yeah, man.
a lot of
It's
people are
so,
like, does anyone
dude.
have
Hey, you know
evidence
what's
of that?
scary,
Like,
bro? You know what's scary? Look up the definition of general public in Black's Law Dictionary, bro. They think so little of fucking the general population. It's unreal. That's why it
yeah,
makes
like even
sense. Like,
human, and it says sea monster, and it says one incapable of owning property.
well, yeah, well, no, never mind. Right, but yeah, that's the definition. That's why you can't, to identify as a human is retarded. But like, the fucking, but the whole thing with the general public, it's basically like the general public is, like it even says like, they purchase without inquiry. They like, you know what I mean? Like just this, like, so it's just inundated with all these disses, bro. It's crazy. And that's where they tell the truth is in the fucking law books. It's like, it's interesting because they're like, yo, dude, we put it there. You know what I mean? You didn't go read it. I'm sorry. Don't you have a phone? Don't you have like the whole library of Alexandria at your fingertips, bro? That's crazy.
God bless America.
Well, you're fucking right. God bless him. And you know what's cool? America isn't a company. America is just a concept. America is the ideal. You know what I mean? America is the tradition of the idea that every man should be his own lawyer, his own scholar, his own teacher, his own electrician, his own welder, his own fucking everything. Because there's no excuse. Like, I almost thought, I used to say back in the day, that phrase, jack of all trades, master of none, is a psyop. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a psyop to get you to not go put your efforts toward all of these subjects that you could master. But yeah,
I'm
like,
waving my flag. I'm waving
what's
my
that?
flag.
Fucking right. Is that the pride flag over there at your house? Just kidding, bro. Just kidding. Okay. I don't know, I'm just joking. I hope you don't take that all that serious. Like, what's cool is I like the actually I got one too. I've yet to put it out and hang it, but that join or die one. You ever seen that flag? That flag, the join or
No.
die one. Like, fuck you if you're not down, dude. If you're down for the king, die. Like, you know what I mean? Like the whole fervor, like the ideal of Americanism is fucking rock and roll to full, you know what I mean? It's just a matter of, and we do have, this is the genius of the founding fathers is they wrote these documents that secured your liberties under God using the Bible. It's fucking like, that's why it was genius. Because militarily, like all the rest of it, like it wasn't popping, but they were genius in the mind and they understood how to like manipulate things to get what they wanted. When they were like, like totally screwed.
Dude, the part of the psyop, the part that makes you think for sure it was direct energy weapons is obviously like there's all kinds of evidence that just doesn't match fires or whatever. Like, just aluminum being liquefied, cars being melted, and then like in a little area that's a perfect outline square, but then everything around it's untouched, including houses and trees and stuff and wooden fences. But beyond that, they circulated truther traps and they showed like images of lasers from the sky that were fake, and they showed like time lapse of the SpaceX launch and claimed it was a direct energy weapon laser. When in reality, the laser weapons are infrared and you can't see them; they're invisible. You can't actually see them, so it's like a truther trap. And like to me, that kind of shows you that there probably is some truth to it. So they had to circulate these truther traps about what a direct energy weapon would be. It'd be some laser you see from the sky. And I was telling Kai that if there is some alien invasion thing that happens and you see UFOs with lasers coming from the sky, that's how you know it's a fake alien invasion and they just want you to see it and be scared, because the real laser weapons, the most effective ones, are invisible. So if you see lasers coming from anything, it's a psyop. They don't use visible lasers. Like
Yeah,
that would
but
be
you know what though,
stupid.
bro? But the only thing there is like, you know, for one, you don't know the. I mean, I'm totally. I catch what you're putting down. Like, but the idea is that we don't know what it would actually look like.
Well,
It's
according to their
fucking. You know what I'm
documents,
saying
they
though?
use
Like, dude,
infrared lasers.
we wouldn't know what it would look like. I get it that they could probably, you know, why would they be so blatant if they didn't have to be? You know what I mean? But
No,
like,
no, it's like what I'm saying is the visible light is less effective. That's what I'm saying. Like the most effective laser weapon would be infrared and it would be invisible. If you read the documents from the government, they say that their laser weapons are infrared. So like this whole idea that we would just see the lasers, I mean, why would they use less effective laser weapons so that the enemy could see them? When in
well,
fact
like,
the
yo,
one the
look at it
enemy
like
is
this
seeing
though.
is more.
Look at it like this. They may be using such. It may be the effect of that invisible fucking thing. I mean, you know, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like the light emitted might be the effect. Even like I really just don't know. I don't. You know what I mean? I don't know where to stand on the subject. All I know is this is why. What's more interesting to me is always the effect, because they want us arguing about the cause while they get away with their effect. But
Oh, but
like,
we need to call out the freak. If they're using weapons on the public, we have to call that out because they
oh,
can
no
just
doubt,
because
no doubt.
right now the normie is saying like, oh well, it was just poor management of a natural fire. No, it was orchestrated and planned. And dude, they do this in all the places. It's when there's really strong wind. There's really strong wind, and then they use these weapons, and then they can say, "Oh well, no, it's just the wind. It makes like a blowtorch and all this nonsense, and it spreads the fire, which it does." And like, if you look at like the Oregon fires, you get some of them in Canada, some of them that have been in Cali. It's when there's like really strong wind. So the same thing. It's like they're literally modifying the weather, and for there to be a hurricane at the same time, like when they said, "Oh, hurricane's hitting LA," then there was a fire. There's supposedly a hurricane hitting Maui, fire. There was a hurricane right outside of New York City in 9/11. And what I found out is that this is patented. That they genetically modify with silver iodide, so little pieces of nanoparticles of metal in the sky. So they fly planes around. They've been doing this since 1947, Project Storm Fury. So it's admitted that they take a plane and then it's dropping all these chemtrails with silver iodide and little pieces of nanometal. And what they do now, and what they don't tell you, is that they use that metal and they send electromagnetic waves at the metal, which can be reflected to then steer the storm. And they have one of the biggest systems that sends out these electromagnetic pulses in Key West, Florida. So, like, you could actually help build and steer the winds from a hurricane to coordinate when you're going to start this fire with invisible weapons. These are admitted technologies that government. So, at the least, the people need to know that. Like, the people need to know that we're gonna be in like a climate war, and they're gonna use it to justify climate lockdowns. And we need to realize that the government has the technology to do all. It's not just climate change, right? If
Yeah,
we
I
know
think.
climate change,
Hey, dude, this is why like when people like rag on that guy Vivek Ramaswamy or whatever, like he was straight up on the fucking Republican national debate stage, like, yeah, I'm not paid for it, and climate change is a hoax. Basically, that was fucking pretty cool. I thought, like,
yeah, I heard
fucking
about that.
just the idea, because like I look at it like the sociological effects of this shit, like, because you could know all the deep dark mysteries of the world, but what good is it? Like, if the world's falling apart around you, like, so it's like,
He's
how
like,
does
he's like 36. He's like the youngest one. He's like, I'm the only one on the stage not paid for it. That's what my sister told me.
I mean, anyone who speaks truth at that moment, like, gets respect from me. Because, like, and I don't care about whatever, because you just literally told millions of people, hey, climate change is maybe a hoax. And they're like, what? Who says that? What? Oh my God. And then, all
And
the people.
he said everyone on the stage is paid for it and buy
Right.
except for me.
Dude. That's pretty fucking cool.
Well, that's
Hey,
just
yeah,
like when Trump like called out Hillary for the taxes thing. It was like,
dude, that's why
well,
I love Trump, dude. I love him because all these assholes just hate him so much. It's fucking like awesome. Like, oh my god, like
Don't
you know what I
y'all?
mean? And people get all weirded out about it and get all whatever. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's like this is something you almost have no control over. Anyway, so it's just like, yeah, fuck yeah, like that's it's a fucking movie as far as I look at it. But
But don't you feel like it's very possible that same guy could be controlled opposition? He's saying all the right things.
yes,
yeah,
that's
I
what he's
take that into
saying. That's what
account
he's
too. But you know
saying.
what though? Again, I don't give a fuck because I can't control it anyway. But it's the fact that either Vivek Ramaswamy is the guy who's controlled op or Trump is the controlled op. It's still talking the truth to the
Yeah.
Right.
masses and to power.
Like if it's all controlled, at least have it be like entertaining and at least some
Yeah.
truth gets out. You know.
You know what I think? Isn't it? Don't y'all think we're at a point where there's actually many Americans that don't believe in climate change, and the elite know this. So that's the point of control.
Yeah, dude. That's why
That's
it's
why
so
they're
fun,
doing the
dude.
war.
We're at
That's why they're doing the weather war.
precipice of destroying their whole narrative, dude.
But that's why they're doing the weather wars. The weather wars are going to
Right.
make people step back and be like, wait, maybe there is something to it because my entire life, this many natural disasters have not been happening. So people are going to be like, oh, it's either the Bible or it's climate change. The Bible coming true or it's climate change or both. And
Yeah,
so
but
they
dude,
know
it's
no one
only
believes.
It's only the boomers and these fucking losers who buy it anymore. They're dying out. That's all.
Yeah, maybe so. I'm just saying, like, I think that's why the weather wars are coming is to make
Yes,
climate
man.
change look real.
Yeah.
So do you guys think that the U.S. government and the U.S. military are using weapons against the public?
Fuck yeah.
No. How dare they? Like, how not my innocent little ears.
No, they would never.
No, they wouldn't do that.
Not our precious institutions.
No, not Trump. He wouldn't do anything.
Well, yeah, well, no, definitely not Trump. Trump's my dude. He's the only dude who didn't get us into a war. Anyway, like the freaking the whole thing with that is like I was gonna make some because he didn't fucking he's the only president that didn't start a new war.
Yeah, he just waged war on the people and told them they can't leave their house.
What was it?
Also, don't
He
forget.
told us we couldn't leave our house.
Oh yeah, also too, it's elements within the government. It's like take like you work for a big corporation, right? You don't control all the little groups. I worked at a lighting shop one time and like, you know what I mean? I fucking decked this one motherfucker and we had it out and fucking, it's just like the groups don't like each other inside of a company kind of a thing, right? People are different. Like, there's elements in the government that are trying to take over the other elements of the government. And also too, we'll never forget, their morality is not like our morality. You know what I mean? We give like, freedom of speech. Like, there's a great quote I put it in one time. I forget the guy. So like, we give you I got to look it up, but it's like about how like they don't have the same principles you have, and they won't give you an inch when you would give them a mile. And it's unfortunate, but it's also like, it's principle based. We have to maintain our principles also. Like fuck them, because that's what gets you to walk through the fire, and that's why it's about teaching every one of your brothers and sisters to stick to the principles, because just because these bastards don't have any doesn't mean that you have to stoop to their level and lose your internal, blessings, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick about Trump. He has said several times that he considers himself the father of the V word. Because he's the one that funded, Operation W Speed, and says it. He said it several times. Calls himself the
Yeah, I
father
know,
of
but what? Also, I look at that as like a tactical trap because they were going to do this shit anyway, and he called their bluff, and they moved, and they exposed their shit. They came too early on the timeline with that crap. Something's up with that. You know what I mean? Because anyone with half a brain knows not to go get it. So
But you have
fucking
to
anyone
realize
with, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway.
he said though on TV, he said, "I'm gonna try to imitate his voice. I took the V. I think all of you should take the V." He said it like numerous times. You know, I personally think he's there specifically because they needed a Republican president to push the V onto mostly the Republicans. We already know leftist Democrats are gonna, they're gonna take it. He was there to push it onto Republicans, which many
You a
Republicans.
You a communist?
I don't think so.
This climate change. What
You
do
think
people
you
mean?
think you think if we elect Trump that government and the military will stop burning their weapons on the public and stop lying to us about climate change?
Nope.
No.
Not at all.
It's just a big fact. Okay.
What's up with this climate change, man? Could someone kind of, define exactly what this is specifically with the climate change?
Well, it's a
Maybe.
very general statement. It could be anything. It's no longer global cooling. It's no longer global warming. It's climate change. It's a general statement now. It could be hot, cold, warm, whatever they want it to be. It's climate change.
Yeah. It's a lot of factors. It's very complicated.
So does it just have to do with heat and cold, or is there other aspects of it, or no?
Yeah, I think it's a watchword. It's like artificial intelligence means fake news, and then climate change is like the social climate change, and that's heating up. So it's like this it's like I don't even know. It's like linguistics to me. Like climate change is just social climate change. The parties are against each other, shit's boiling over. And then you've got fucking artificial intelligence, which is everybody believes a bunch of shit that ain't true. That's how I look at all that shit.
Is I hear a lot of believers and people who read the Bible when they come in here, but they use these certain phrases like "we can't destroy the earth." That's in the text, right? That you can. So I think it says he's coming to destroy those who destroy the earth. Now, as to what that's meaning, is it meaning like a localized area? That's really, really disturbing the natural way of things for the people living in that secluded area, or is it speaking about the entire earth? To me, it's we do see changes, right? I mean, rivers are being formed in the desert, right? So we do see some changes going on in the earth. But as far as what people mean specifically when they say climate change, I'm not sure what they're trying to say.
Yeah, they're doing that on purpose. They keep it super broad, but
Right.
it could be flooding. It could be
Anything.
anything.
Be raining acid, like they said in the 80s, because during the global cooling thing, they said it's going to rain acid. Actually, matter of fact, I think they actually reported it actually raining acid in a town. That's where the whole acid shit came from. But anyways, yeah, it can be like Barbecue was saying, general term. Anything can happen. It's climate change.
And I would also think about this, man. I mean, we've heard of people who are for and against Scripture say that the leaders of the world used us against the people, right? So they'll take this text and use it against them, whether it be they're counterfeiting or performing some of the so-called miraculous acts, or trying to, and then telling you that this is what's happening. I see it in this aspect that those who are against the Creator are always going to copy him. They're always going to counterfeit. So as far as there being fires being sent to all the islands of the earth, the Creator is supposed to do that at some point. But I also see man doing it too. And just like with the Great River Euphrates, people talk about it drying up, and it's the biblical prophecy. I think it's been, dried up a couple of times, and maybe not all the way, but I think man is doing that also. And there's a lot of things man is trying to do to become God, and that's what I see.
Doesn't doesn't the creator use man to move his prophecies too, though? So couldn't he
Yeah,
kind of use people unsuspectingly to move his prophecies forward?
that's true, but you have to, one thing to consider is the order in which he says the prophecies happen. So if something is out of order, then more than likely it's man, trying to counterfeit what God has said. So if it's not in perfect order, we can throw it out. But
Yeah,
if
I
the
agree with
prophecies
that.
line up in perfect order, then yeah. But as far as the phrase goes, destroying the earth, I mean, I don't want to hear believers say that a lot, because if they just go to Revelation 11, they'll find out he's coming to destroy those who destroy the earth, and that's verse 18.
Do you feel like you have a pretty good grasp on that order? Like you feel like you're gonna know when things are happening. If you were to see it, you'll know that it's all happening in the proper order.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're told to know.
Why don't have you ever done like a lesson on this or anything? I'd like to hear it.
I've talked about many of those things many times. I would be willing if you're willing to listen. I'm willing to tell you. Right. One thing I
Yeah,
would
I
tell
mean,
you.
I'd be down to set something up. I'd like to hear you go through it, because I've heard you do it on a few occasions, but I haven't heard you have the chance to just do like a continuous sort of presentation on it without people jumping in, and then you kind of get thrown off because someone's either arguing with you or whatever. I just it'd be cool just to hear you present how you think that's all going to go.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. Who am I speaking to?
Barbecue sauce.
Oh yeah. Okay, man.
Hey, this is Run Boston Bear. I know that Shane's channel, Anti Disinfo League, which is just ADL, is a good spot for presentations where people will listen. And there's not a whole lot of people on there, but I've heard a lot of different things, biblical. It'd be a cool place to do it that I know would be open.
No, just do your presentation right here, bro. That way, the most people are gonna hear it. Everyone's gonna hear it if you do it here. I mean, you can do it wherever you want, but I mean, if you want the word to get out, this is probably the best place to do it. We can set up any presentation anyone wants to do.
Yeah, well, perhaps later today, if nothing's going on, or tomorrow would be great.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it, especially in a way where someone can just, because I've only heard one of the presentations on here, but I feel like it's really hard for someone to get an idea out without people immediately wanting to jump in and argue with them or debate them. And it'd be cool just to let someone get one continuous idea out, whether it takes an hour or two or not. I don't really care, before people
Yeah,
start
that's what
disagreeing.
that's what we that's what we do with a presentation. Yeah, no one can jump in and start debating or anything. We just let the person get all their ideas out and shit. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't know that format went down like that. I'd tune in for sure. Today or tomorrow, I'd listen.
Yeah, we do that here. We do presentate. Killian did one on the Shroud of Torah or something. He's done a bunch of good presentations. So
Yeah, that one was great.
I'd like to see more presentations getting done. Yeah, if anyone wants to do a presentation, maybe Issa could tell us who the security priority interest holder is one day, or you could do Bible stuff, or we could do whatever Earth stuff, Earth shaped stuff, whatever you guys want.
North, set it up and post it as an event, man, and I'll sign up. I'll put it on the schedule.
Yeah, will do, man. I'll try to put something together, maybe in a couple hours, and if not today, maybe tomorrow.
Like we usually got like 20, 30 people in a live stream and like 20 to 30 people watching on YouTube. I mean, but as far as the laser beams go, it would be stupid to use a laser beam in any kind of military way. It would be stupid to use a laser beam that you could see. It'd obviously be way more beneficial because it gives away your position. You know what I'm saying? Now you can see where the laser beam's coming from. You can see what's going on. Like if you use lasers that you can't see, that's the best. I just wanted to say that. That's actually how they made a thing where they could find where snipers are by where the bullets are coming in at. Like there's some system that monitors the bullets, and then they trace them back to where the bullets are coming from. You know what I mean? You could do the same thing with a laser beam. You see where the laser's coming from. With a laser beam, it'd be obvious. You could just see it.
If it's coming from above you and it's blue, could you see it? If it was really quick.
I don't know.
And how quick is
Either
the
way,
thing moving that was, projecting this laser? Is it quick also? I mean, could you pinpoint where it came from?
could be moving. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just highly beneficial to use when you couldn't see, obviously.
Well, yeah, like okay, so it is super fast. It would be like a flash of lightning or whatever, but people would see it. But like the thing is, it seems like they have to hit something with a laser multiple times, right? Like if they didn't just hit one spot and then let the fire go naturally. They were burning stuff tactically with the laser. They were creating a boundary. They were burning different spots because there are burnt spots from the aerial shots. There are just concentrated black burnt spots everywhere, spread out. And so in that scenario, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's possible that it could be the visible light spectrum because it would be so fast. It would be like crazy fast lightning, for sure. But I was just saying when I looked into it, the declassified laser weapons of the military are infrared. So those would be invisible unless you had an infrared camera. But I do agree that it would be super fast either way. But say that you wanted to burn like a line, well, there needs to be that'd have to be a constant laser for a second as you move it around. So I don't know. To me, like the most feasible way that no one would have seen the lasers is that they're invisible. Because they would have to burn them for a while.
You guys ever see the movie Real Genius with Val Kilmer?
No.
That's how they had a laser beam. Yeah, it was neat.
Heard a forensic arborist talk about this. He's examined a bunch of fires all over California and West, and he was attributing it to some kind of microwave technology. And I know that's different from laser technology, but what is it that be using microwave technology to start fires and burn things? Anyone know about that?
Yeah, you could, but like from my understanding, the reason everyone says microwaves is because they didn't see the lasers, and I'm like, oh yeah, but there's also invisible lasers. So I don't know.
How would they do it? How would they do it with microwaves? What kind of a weapon do they have? Is it like some kind of a gun that shoots microwaves, or The only microwave I'm really familiar with is the little box down in my kitchen. I never use, but how is it? How does that technology apply to weaponry?
Yeah, you might want to take the doors off and make a coat.
You can actually convert a microwave to a laser weapon, I think, like a microwave oven. It's just the same thing, bro. Just concentrated electromagnetic radiation. There are just certain frequencies, and certain frequencies called microwave.
Isn't the harp, all that harp stuff that they have, wasn't that microwave technology?
Um, yeah, I think so. I know it goes all the way up to ultra low. I can't remember if it's what type of frequency exactly. I think it's ultra low.
I've
Maybe
even
I know
heard
it's at
people.
high, ultra high. So it's like ultra high frequency UHF. But give me a second. I was
I've even heard that they can like focus those microwaves into a certain place and cause earthquakes. And I mean I can't confirm or deny any of it, but when Fukushima happened and stuff, there were people saying that they were focusing microwaves above the area in Fukushima or where the fault was, fault that caused the tsunami and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know.
Mic check 345.
6,
What?
7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah. How's it going?
Chilling, bro. How are you, man?
I'm good. What's up, killer?
Enough, man. Crunching along the workday, doing permits, hanging out.
That's not bad. I'm changing out the condenser fan motor right now. Chilling.
Sorry, you said a condenser fan?
Yeah, condenser fan motor.
Yep. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy here, bruh.
I was about to
I was
ask
able
you
to stack up.
how long have those folks been without AC for?
Well, this one, the bearings are just squealing and it's getting hot. Not enough to where it overheated just yet, but
Okay.
they wanted to go ahead and change it out. So man, like it could last the rest of the summer. I don't know.
Good save either way.
Yeah, but I mean, like, dude, the prices around here are so ridiculous. It's so funny. Like the other day, someone tried to charge one of my customers $600 to change out a transformer, which costs like $14.
Hold on a minute. What's the labor like on that?
Like easy. There's an upflow, so it's right there in like a closet type setup. But
So
yeah, just easy.
you're talking like an hour.
Not even like, yeah.
That's awesome. That's some good per hour billing right there.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, I'm surprised no one's talking in here. If I have to start talking, then you know something's wrong.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm over here with my clicking, probably annoying people. Sorry, folks. Might get thrown into the hot mic room.
Heck yeah.
So something I observed, say Friday morning. So Friday morning, the moon was full. I posted a panoramic in the chat. So I had the sun in the eastern sky, and I had the moon in the western sky, and the moon was full. And I mean, without being like biased, I could definitely see that it seemed to be like 180-degree relationship. Like sun was over here and opposite 180 degrees to the west was in fact the moon. So then this morning, same time, around 7 a.m., I took another picture. But I had to do a panorama, but more of a skyward type panorama where I would have to make an arch over my head, which, if we're painting in perspective, would almost paint the illustration of some kind of a dome in the sky, if you will, a sky dome.
Yeah.
So again, I observe the sun in the eastern sky, and then I pan westward, and I see the moon, but it's half lit. So I'm thinking to myself, the moon has gotten, in fact, closer to the sun. And the globe claim is that the sun lights the moon. So why is it that the moon is moved closer in relationship to the sun, but yet only half of it is lit? When it was further away, it was fully lit.
Yeah, like the weird thing is, like, it does seem like there's some kind of correlation with like the position of the sun compared to where it's illuminated onto the moon, perhaps. But yeah, the phases don't make any sense though, at all.
Well, then
If
I
it
mean,
was just the sun lighting up the moon.
well, then it becomes like further to just thinking about what I was observing this morning, I'm thinking, okay, then what is in fact blocking the light that's in fact reflecting or not reflecting, not making its way to that shadowed part of the moon? Because if there's a light source and then there's a claimed reflection of a light source, and then the light source gets, I believe, secluded would be the accurate word, becomes partially blocked by something, then I'm trying to figure out what is the thing that is blocking the light that's getting to that surface that's being reflected, because it's not making a lot of sense from what I'm seeing.
There's definitely something else going on. Don't have all the variables for sure. The whole, I forget what it's called, but uh, like the sunglasses. What are the sunglasses called? Make it look cool, like like a rainbow effect or whatever.
Polarized?
Yeah, so I mean, like that would make sense that it has some kind of polarizing effect on the moon for sure. Might be the missing variable. I'm gonna chop her down right here.
All right, gotta hop on mute. I'll be here listening.
To nothing.
Bro.
Y'all hear my fan? I'll turn it off if you're mute.
Can't hear it.
Well, I just got some new earbuds, and they're pretty nice. The new Galaxy Pros or whatever. Pretty good on noise cancellation and all that good stuff.
Yeah, you're sounding clear. My AirPod Pros come through real clear sometimes, but sometimes they're terrible, like hit or miss.
Yeah. Yeah, I went ahead and forked out, for them or whatever. I was forever using like some FlyBuzz, little cheap $40 deals or whatever. It's like, let me go ahead and get something nice. That's a lot of reason why I'm always muted, because I make so much noise anyways with, using the drill or whatever may have you, banging on stuff. So, it's pretty cool.
I will say I would prefer if they had a product that gave me the noise cancellation of the AirPods Pro and just the quality overall, but were wired. Because every now and then, if I do the wireless or the Bluetooth too long, I'm like, man, I feel like these things are making me dizzy slash nauseous, but maybe my mind's just playing tricks on me about the EMFs, you know?
Yo, you guys hear about this Nishimura comet?
Nope, I haven't.
Yeah, this thing started to move, or it's going to start moving towards the middle of September. It's interesting.
Bro, I watched that
Like a wind.
presentation. That's crazy.
Yeah, guy. Right around the. Well, never mind. I withdraw.
So what's going on?
I bet Killian can do a better job explaining, but in Stellarium, there's a comet that basically is pretty stationary for a really long time, and it's going to move through. I can't remember which two constellations. One of them I thought was called Revelation. I don't know. I may be mixing stuff up, but it's going to move through a particular part of the sky and then stop again and not move again. It's just sort of a really weird end times possibility thing, you know?
Crazy. That's crazy. Tell you, I'm so glad I moved to this side of the fence. Which I mean, I didn't even know, 7, 8 years ago that there was such a thing. But yeah, man, float on that ball gives you so much fear.
Sorry, I was on mute. I got the link to it just posted in chat. That's the name of it. But yeah, basically, the claim is in, I think it's Revelation in Scripture stated, she's with child, and when you look up child in Stellarium, this comet shows up, and right around the middle of September, or not middle of September, sorry, but 22nd, the Wednesday to the Friday. This thing makes it like it hasn't moved in years, but this thing makes this like spiral type pattern, and it goes from a still movement and it drops through Leo, the constellation of Leo, and then drops into Libra. And then something to the effect, I don't want to mess up the scripture, but when it is at her feet or something like that, but that's right where it drops through. Again, from Leo down through Libra, through her feet. So something, I've just kind of stumbled upon in the YouTube world and sharing. But I'm looking for somebody, if anybody is hearing this, that is available tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern to run Stellarium. They can do screen share. I want to just look into this and share a little bit more. But yeah, thanks for listening.
It is. Yeah, we just got in. Me and Brittany just got back in the game and a little bit, which is so much fun.
Why do you think you could see that at that particular time, Killian, if that was you?
That's what's showing in Stellarium. So if you search the word child in Stellarium, this specific comet shows up. And again, it moves September 20th to 22nd, according to Stellarium. And that's what it shows. That's it.
Well, yeah, it's what they call an asteroid. And it's titled Child, and it goes right through the woman constellation. And some people are claiming it's like a detailed in Revelation.
That was a comment.
So do
It's
you
an
think that
asteroid.
was? Do you think that was telling you what his actual birthday was, or is it fulfilling a prophecy, or what are we really saying about it, or is it just a story in the sky? What is it?
Good question. I'm not making any claim. I just know what he's talking about. I saw a video of some preacher claiming this, obviously from the heliocentric paradigm, calling it an asteroid. But accidentally calling it a comet, then correcting himself and like, well, it's an asteroid. I just keep accidentally saying comet, and then claims that in Revelation it's a fulfillment of the prophecy. I mean, that's just what that guy claims. I'm certainly not claiming it.
I wonder if he's speaking about Revelation 12, or if he's speaking about the star Wormwood, or what in particular he is speaking about, being that he calls it an asteroid.
Where it says the woman is with child or something to that effect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, just to go back over it one more time, the woman that is seen clothed with the sun and the moon beneath her feet and a crown of 12 stars. This is the nation It's the nation of Israel according to the text. So the woman or the nation that the male child was to be born through, that lineage, the male child was born and he was caught up to the throne. That's Revelation 12:5. Now, as far as that being represented in the heavens above us and being part of the story, I can see that. But as far
Right.
as it being the prophecy being fulfilled, the male child was already born. So I would wonder, is he saying there's a Messiah
Oh, I'm
that's
sorry.
born now or what? Yeah.
I don't think I see this as a mainstream preacher, bro. So I mean, I guess it's like I think we agree that it seems like the whole story of the earth is kind of written in the stars. And I guess the idea is that it's about to show that I don't know. I don't really know.
I know when you look at Revelation 12, it covers the longest period of time of any chapter in Revelation. I mean, you go back before the birth of the child, who the child comes through, and all the way up to the very end at his return. So that one chapter covers a long period of time. And I would say that verses 1 through 5 have happened, and verses 6 through 17 have not.
Okay, I don't remember. I can't remember the verses or anything off the top of my head. I'm guessing that the part that says the child, I mean, that's just talking about the Messiah, right? So that's already happened, and this guy's saying something about this asteroid supposedly goes through that constellation, and yeah, I don't even know what he's saying. I guess he's saying that the Revelation prophecy is talking about this guy. Is kind of what he would say, the preacher.
Yeah, I think they all kind of have to admit that, the heavens declare his glory or his works, his handiwork.
I mentioned on the video, for me, the most fascinating part about it was the asteroid or whatever the luminary not moving and then moving drastically soon, like September 23rd or whatever, and then staying put. And as they fast forward through Stellarium, it doesn't move again. That to me, speaks to my spirit in a way because it's like, wow, the sky is doing something. I think the gentlemen are trying to tie that movement through the particular part of the sky to the rapture. They said the rapture a few times, and I was like, oh, okay.
Well,
Oh yeah, that's a problem,
yeah,
man.
like this is
And the whole,
let's see the actual observation at a telescope or something. Like I don't care too much about what Stellarium is claiming. If it's a real observation that's actually spotted, it's actually was still for a long time, it's actually moving now, that I would find that interesting. But I can't just blindly believe Stellarium's algorithm.
who believes in asteroids? What's an asteroid to you? And if we're going to be, if we're going to speak biblically, right? What is an asteroid? Is it just the stars, the moon, and the sun? Or are there other stones and things flying around? What's going on?
Yeah,
I
that's
just
That's a good question.
the thing. I've
I
been
think it's
calling
a fear story.
it a comet specifically because a comet has the idea of a shooting star behind it, some kind of movement. It doesn't imply any kind of like movement of flying rocks. Flying rocks being an asteroid, I don't believe in anything about that crap. But
But
yeah,
what about the
I
size?
said comet for sure.
I will say I was pretty blown away by the shooting star, quote unquote, that Owen Benjamin captured on night vision goggles that shot across the sky quickly and stopped in place. And in my heart, anything up there in the sky is Yah's domain, and they're spiritual in nature, and the ongoings and the movements and all that. I don't even know if I could understand it if he explained it. So I believe they're spiritual in nature. I know that there are some obedient stars that are fixed in the firmament, and the wandering ones. I don't know that they were obedient because they kind of go their own way, but I'm just looking into all of it.
I, for one, do not believe in meteors or asteroids. I don't think they hit the Earth. I don't think anybody's been hit by an asteroid. I believe the one in YouTube that hit Russia was fake on YouTube. Military projectile.
So to you believers out there, what do you think the star wormwood is? Do you think there's a physical object that's going to fall into the rivers and fountains of waters, or what is that exactly? Is it physical or not?
The belief in wormwood is that there's a planet between Jupiter and Saturn that is called Nibiru, and it has the 3,600 year cycle. So every 3,000 years, it comes by and causes some catastrophes, and that's why there's a reset on Earth every so often. That's the scientific wormwood story. I believe, unless I'm mistaken, you can correct me. The tenth planet. That's what it's about. I think wormwood is the orbit of that. Only they ditched Pluto, so I guess it's going to be 9 planets now. You can count if you count Nibiru. I heard this on Coast to Coast. Great show. Very much fiction, but entertaining.
Oh, and also, I think that the ancient Hebrews worshipped that star, that same brown dwarf star, and that there are those that say that that is sort of part of the